Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Email Hacker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mystery Racerhead. Hello. My name is Deku and I am a huge fan of the work you do. I know this might sound strange, but I'm emailing you about the Hanada case you recently started working on. I've been following the case for a few weeks now and I noticed a pattern. If my thinking is correct, then Hanada Shinzu will be targeting the Mizutofu Children's Hospital on August 2, 2178 at approximately 6 p.m. This is following his attack pattern from Hokkaido as well as Osaka. I think most people don't realize this was the same person because the attacks were only hours apart. Hanada has a manipulation quirk. He can control up to 25 people with separate commands and 100 with the same command. These are approximations. He doesn't have to be in the same place. Hanada can be hundreds of miles away and his quirk will still work, he just needs to have seen the person. Hanada was probably volunteering in the facilities that he attacked for at least a week before the attacks occurred. If you look through the volunteer records of each location, you should find someone matching his appearance. Though not his name, I'm assuming. You probably won't trust the words of a stranger who somehow got your school email, but I didn't know how else to contact you and I assumed, as there are probably a lot of confidential emails being sent on the UA server, that this email would be secure enough. That is why I've attached my analysis of the case and included steps you can and should take to verify this information. I hope this helps and I wish you luck. Sincerely, Deku. I have reviewed the analysis you sent and I have 2 questions for you. Who the hell are you? How'd you know I was working on the case? After reading the analysis, it was obvious that the Hokkaido and Osaka attacks were related, but none of the 50 people working the 3 cases made that connection. We've caught Hanada and are investigating any further connections that he has right now. Your analysis was extremely in-depth and rather impressive. I give you my thanks for it. A lot of lives were saved. This is my personal email. You were right, the UA email is secure enough, but in the future I would rather you contact me here. Eraserhead. Mystery Racerhead. I am so glad the information was correct. I just noticed the similarities in the attacks and after watching an interview from one of the victims I realized what Hanada's quirk was. After that it only took a couple hours to figure out the limitations based on the distances between Hokkaido and Osaka and the number of people under his control. When the orphanage was attacked, I immediately connected the pattern. I knew you were working on the case because I saw you with the other investigators who had been on scene right after the Mizutofu attack. I've always been interested in heroes, which is how I knew who you were. Thank you for taking the analysis seriously. Not everyone does. I mentioned in the first email that I was a huge fan, right? Do you mind answering a couple questions for me? They're quirk-related, so I completely understand if you're not comfortable with it. I find quirks fascinating, and as I don't have one of my own, I can only learn about them by asking other people. Most people don't like it when I ask about quirks. See. Please ignore these if they make you uncomfortable. Does your quirk work with a mirror, or do you have to maintain direct eye contact with a physical body? If it does work in a mirror, could you use that to work your quirk on multiple people? Since it's one point of contact instead of many. Do you feel anything when you erase a person's quirk? How much do you spend on eye drops? Thanks. Sincerely, Deku. What do you mean not everyone takes your analysis seriously? If the quality of analysis is this well done, then it should be at least looked into. Anything else would be illogical. You connected the attack on the orphanage to the attacks in Hokkaido and Osaka immediately. You had the case solved in under 3 hours, which took professionals weeks. And you did it all without some type of analysis quirk? That's impressive, and I really don't say things like that. Which leads me back to my first question. Who the hell are you? How long have you been a professional analyzer if no one has ever heard of you? I can't go into detail on my quirk, especially over email. I spend way too much on eye drops. Eraserhead. Mystery Racerhead. I've sent analysis to other heroes and the police before. Usually, I don't get a reply, but sometimes I'm accused of working with the villain. Which I would never do. My only hope here is that my hobby can turn into something that helps people. I was told that I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. I figured this would be the next best thing. If I can help save even one person, isn't that enough? I'm not a professional. Honestly, Mr. Eraserhead, I'm in my 3rd year of middle school. I'm telling you this because I trust you. Please don't tell anyone else. Any credibility, as limited as it is, that Deku has would be crushed if it got out, both that I'm only 14 and that I'm quirkless. I could start over with a new alias if I needed to, but I'm rather attached to this name, as weird as that might sound. I built my resolve around the name. I want to show the world that quirkless does not mean worthless. Even if I can't be a professional hero to do it. I completely understand. If you're willing, I can send you the analysis that I have already done on you, if that's not weird or anything. That might be weird. Well, thank you again, Eraserhead. Sincerely, I fight quirkless most of the time. There is no rule saying someone without a quirk cannot become a hero. It's just never been done before. There is still some time before the UA exam. If you train hard enough, you could possibly make it in. Though, you'd have to have some sort of support gear, which will be difficult to get approved. The test is sort of rigged towards people with combative quirks. I had to go through the sports festival to get into heroics. I gotta be honest, kid, the skill level you have for analysis is beyond most professional heroes. That, in itself, is invaluable. Who taught you? Do you do any physical training? Eraserhead. Mr. Eraserhead. Do you mean it? I could become a hero? Sincerely, you saved an entire hospital full of children. You already are. Eraserhead chapter text. Mr. Eraserhead. No one taught me. I've been analyzing heroes since I could write. Was only after I was attacked by a villain that I started analyzing villains as well. If I get enough practice, I'll be able to help stop more villains. I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through if I can do something about it. I go on 5-mile runs with my mom every morning. I've also been taking self-defense classes since I was 4 because I have no quirk to defend myself with. I recently started free running as well, though that's not going the way I hoped. I have so many bruises. I want to learn more combat skills. The dojo I go to is purely for self-defense, which is not the most helpful. It definitely didn't help against the slime. If I'm going to be a hero, I'd have to use support gear. I wonder what would work best for me? I do like the way you use your capture scarf, but there's also Snipe's guns. Hawks uses his feathers for swords too. I could try swords. I'm also really good with technology. I'm not sure I can tell you the specific skills because plausible deniability? Or something like that. I've never used them maliciously, only to protect myself and other people. But I know that many heroes might not see it that way. You have no idea how much your words mean to me, Eraserhead. I've never met someone who honestly thinks I can be a hero. Sincerely, I'm going to teach you how to fight. With your parents' permission, of course. It sounds like you've already got some necessary skills that we just need to build on. Once you nail down a style, we can figure out what support gear works best for you. Judging by your last email, I'm going to assume your technology skills involve hacking and I'm going to ignore this knowledge. Were you one of the kids involved in the slime villain issue 2 months ago? The one that All Might stepped into when you're the green-haired kid, aren't you? Of course you are. This might be conjecture and I really hope it's not true, but did All Might tell you that you can't be a hero without a quirk? Please answer honestly. Eraserhead. Mr. Eraserhead. You'll really teach me how to fight? I asked my mom and she said she would have to meet you first to make sure you're the real Eraserhead and not some random guy involved in Shady Sheet. Those were my mom's words. Is there a place and time that would work for you? My mom says she's free all day this Sunday. I can neither confirm nor deny my technology skills, Mr. Eraserhead. All you need to know is that my emails are untraceable. Though you probably, hopefully, honestly, tried that already. I am the green-haired kid involved in the slime villain incident. I already got a lecture about it, please don't give me another one. I couldn't let Kaken die. I had been attacked by the slime earlier that day and was saved by All Might. I might have been stupid and grabbed onto his leg when he tried to leave. I just wanted to ask a question and he wouldn't let me get a word in. Anyway, he told me I couldn't be a hero. Then he left me on the roof for me to find my own way back. I have a lot of feelings about this, but I'm working on it. Somehow the slime villain escaped. When I was walking home, it was attacking in an alley. I watch fights sometimes to practice analyzing, so I went to see what was happening, and when I got there, the heroes were doing nothing and Kaken was caught in the slime and couldn't breathe. He looked so scared. I couldn't just stand there. Kaken may be an a-hole, but I've known him since I was 4. I couldn't let him die. I jumped in without thinking. Luckily, All Might saved the day. It was after that incident that I started looking more at how villains worked. I found 6 different ways that the heroes present on the scene could have saved Kaken even without All Might's help, by the way. I may have sent my analysis to each of their agencies, but that's neither here nor there, nor is it in any way affiliated to the work of Deku. I don't know if they've read it, though. I think it should be a requirement for heroes to learn to fight quirkless. This whole, incompatible quirk, BS nearly cost a 14-year-old kid his life. Sincerely, yeah, I'll teach you. But if you don't show promise, we'll stop. You're a smart kid, I won't be responsible for you getting killed out in the field. Please call me Aizawa when we meet. I'm free Sunday. There's a cafe on 3rd and 45th, Cats. Let's meet there at 1 p.m. You're not allergic to cats, are you? As for the slime villain incident, I agree with you. They should not have given up like that, especially as there was a civilian involved. You saved his life by stepping in. I do hope you'll be less reckless in the future, but I won't lecture you for this incident. I will have words with All Might. Also, if you wanted, I could follow up with those heroes as agencies about their actions during that incident. This is the type of thing that gets innocent people killed. Eraserhead. Mr. Eraserhead. I'll see you Sunday. I'm not allergic to cats, and neither is my mom. Her name is Midoriya Inko. Also, you really don't need to talk to All Might about it. I'm not going to say it's okay because it was honestly the worst moment of my life. But yeah, I'll forward you the emails that I sent. I don't care if you read them, the information could be helpful. Do you teach your heroic students to fight quirkless? Sincerely, He left a teenager on a roof after telling them that they couldn't be a hero, which is false, anyways. I'm having words with him. I'll read the documents. Maybe not as much as I should, clearly. I'll talk to Nedzu about adding more quirkism lectures on top of more quirkless fighting. Also, shouldn't you be in school? It's 11 a.m. Eraserhead. Mr. Eraserhead. This might be presumptuous, since I'm still in middle school, but I've done a lot of research on quirkism. Can I send it to you? I don't really get to share my work with anyone. I really don't want to be a bother though, so please tell me if I am. I know you're a busy person. I'm homeschooled, laughing face. Technically, I'm always at school. Shouldn't you be teaching? Sincerely, I expelled my entire class this year. Please send the research. Eraserhead. Mr. Eraserhead. Well, that's actually kind of impressive. And nerve-wracking. Holy moly. I'm gonna go for another run. I'll send the research, also. My name is Midoriya Izuku, laughing face. Sincerely, Shoyuta sighs, looking forlornly at his comfortable sleeping bag, before shutting the bedroom door. Behind him. He doesn't usually go out on Sundays, his one day off in the week, but he knows that he has to meet Deku's mom in order to work with the kid. A 14-year-old solved 3, turns out it was only 1 case. Cases that 50 police and heroes had spent weeks on. There was no way Shoyuta was letting that kind of brain power go. Especially not when the kid clearly had the guts to back it up. He'd seen the coverage of the slime villain attack. The green-haired kid had been the only one to act after the pro-heroes had backed off. Shoyuta doesn't want to think about what would have happened to Kaken if Deku hadn't acted. All Might may have just been too late. Shaking off the thought, Shoyuta walks the 10 blocks to the cafe in silence. He'd chosen the place because he liked the coffee there. It also helped that the cafe had 2 cats that loved to lounge around with customers. None of the people he's meeting are allergic to cats, thankfully. Shuta's not actually sure he can be associated with anyone who is allergic to cats. Aizawa-san. A grossly chipper voice calls his name as soon as he enters the cafe. Shoyuta looks over to see the vaguely familiar green hair. Thankfully, he told the kid to call him by his civilian name. He walks over to the table. Hello, I'm Midoriya Inko. A green-haired woman with the same bright eyes as Deku introduces herself, standing up to shake Shuta's hand. Thank you for meeting with us. I should be thanking you, Midoriya-san, Shoyuta says gruffly. The kid is staring at him with wide eyes. Shoyuta feels strangely exposed. Shoyuta sits in the empty booth across from the Midoriyas awkwardly. He's saved from having to make small talk by a waitress coming up to take their orders. Shoyuta orders a caramel cappuccino. He notes that Midoriya-san orders a vanilla latte while Deku orders a peppermint hot chocolate. Aizawa-san, the younger Midoriya Izuku says almost gleefully as he leans across the table as soon as the waitress leaves. I found a video of your winning fight from your first sports festival. The news shocks him. Shoyuta hadn't known there was footage of that fight, let alone it was accessible. He'd figured Izuku had found the footage from his third-year festival. Izuku, Midoriya-san admonishes softly. Mom, Deku whines petulantly. He turns back to Shoyuta with a grin. You didn't use your quirk at all in the last fight. I didn't, Shoyuta replies because it's true. He hadn't needed his quirk in the last fight. Handa-san had been exhausted already from his semi-finals fight and the subsequent healing. You also didn't use it in the first round of the festival and only once in the second round, Deku adds. He turns to his mom with a grin. Which means I really don't need a quirk to be a hero. Shoyuta can see it now. The guilt in Midoriya-san's eyes. The pleading look in Deku's. The kid has gone his whole life without someone believing in him until now. I don't rely on my quirk in a fight, Shoyuta confirms. His voice takes on the tone that he uses mostly in the classroom. The one meant to motivate his students. I've seen too many heroes become reliant on their quirks. He looks Midoriya-san in the eyes. Your son already has the makings of a hero, Midoriya-san. Please allow me to prepare him for the UA exam. He bows his head. Okay, Midoriya-san agrees quietly. Deku's grin is all Shoyuta needs to know that he's doing the right thing. The kid has potential and Shoyuta doesn't want to see it go to waste. It's not like he has a class to teach this year, anyways. Mr. Aizawa head. That I'm not sure what to call you anymore in these emails. Thank you so much for meeting with my mom and I today. I really appreciate you taking a chance on me. I promise not to let you down. I sent in my withdrawal notice to the dojo, so now my afternoons are clear for training with you. I'm excited to get started tomorrow. I finish my school work at 12:30 typically. On a different note, do you think you can put in a word with Sir Nitai's agency? I sent him an analysis about a case they've been working on but haven't received confirmation that he's looked at it. This is relatively time-sensitive. I believe that the next attack is going to happen Wednesday morning. I don't know the exact time. I did not attach the analysis here. I hope you understand why. Thanks, Eraserzawa. Sincerely, I have contacted Sir Nitai. Apparently the email never made it to him. He's seen your analysis and will be double-checking the information. He asked to know who you are. I said I wouldn't tell him. Your identity is for you to reveal if and when you are comfortable doing so. Please either call me Aizawa or Eraserhead, none of this combination nonsense. I will see you tomorrow. Eraserhead. Mr. De? Hello, this is Sir Nitai of Nitai Agency. I received an email from Eraserhead asking for me to look at your analysis. I apologize for not seeing it sooner. The email went through other employees and was not sent directly to me. Your analysis was spot on, especially considering that you did not have all the information. As Eraserhead says he trusts you, I will too. We were able to apprehend Griever and connect him to his other crimes due to your work. How did you know the vigilantes were in Narahata? That information is something only a select few pros know. I understand if you do not have the time to look at this, but we have a case that we have gotten no leads on in the last 2.5 weeks. There are several agencies working together on this. If you could take a look at the attached report and let me know what you see, I would appreciate it. Thank you for your work. Sir Nitai. First, I am a huge fan of your intelligence work. Nitai Agency is the leading agency in intelligence gathering, and I know it's because of your leadership abilities. Second, if you have the time later, I'd love to ask a couple questions about your quirk. I've been doing quirk analysis for years, and yours is fascinating. Third, I have my connections. And it wasn't that hard to figure out there was a hideout in Narahata when you look at the evidence. Fourth, if you look at Miroyuta lineage, you'll find an estranged brother that only Mina Miroyuta knew about until this year. He is the one leading all of the robberies. He should be staying in a living assistant's home, I am not sure where though. There was a news article about him 5 years ago. The family is from Hosu, look near there. Marco Miroyuta has a binding quirk. He can use it on 5 people at a time. Think. It will stop them from moving for 10 minutes. It's powerful. He used it in the last heist and someone died, as I'm sure you know. You'll need, at minimum, 10 heroes for the next heist. I suggest asking Eraserhead, as his quirk would work well against Marco. The youngest sister is not involved. She's quirkless and most likely being abused at home. If you can spare someone to look in on her while you are busting the next heist, I would be forever thankful. No one should have to go through what she's going through just for being different. The kid is 5 years old. Please save her. I've attached the rest of my analysis. Sincerely, Mr. De. If you don't mind my asking, what is your quirk? Your analysis of the case and the Miruta's quirks was, again, impeccable. We had minimal injuries during apprehension and we were able to save Sarai as well. She's being cared for at an orphanage that works especially with quirkless children in Hosu. I appreciate your help with the case, Deku. We all do. Ask your questions about my quirk and I will answer as much as I am comfortable with. As I'm sure you're well aware, there are some things better kept secret. Sir Knight, I'm quirkless, sir. I'm glad my analysis helped and that Sarai is being cared for. Quirk discrimination is rampant, especially towards younger generations, as quirklessness is exceedingly rare. In a world where everyone is exceptional because of what they're born with, it's hard to be born without. Here are my questions. Does your quirk only work with skin-to-skin contact, or could you say, use a strand of hair to see someone's future? Has a future that you've seen ever not come true? Semi-quirk related. Your quirk seems well suited to underground heroics from what I've been able to observe. What was it like working with a limelight hero? More the keeping your quirk confidential than the working with All Might thing, as cool as that sounds. Of course, you don't have to answer any of the questions, but I thank you in advance for anything you can tell me. Please rest assured that all of my analysis notes are written in code and the decipher key was destroyed years ago. Sincerely, Izuku has never been more excited for a workout than he is for this. He starts training with the Eraserhead today. A man he has admired for years for his ability to not only fight without his quirk, but to use a quirk many would see as something bad for heroics. The ability to remove another person's quirk, even for a limited time, is something that no one would want to go up against. Hero or villain. Quirks are considered sacred in this society and any threat to them is bad. The warehouse he meets Aizawa at is on the edge of Mustafa, far enough that Izuku has to take the train. He doesn't mind it. Izuku practices his free running as he makes his way from the station to the training location. He slips up a couple times, but it's definitely better than what it was last month. You're late, Aizawa says by way of greeting when Izuku lands on the ground in front of him. I'm 5 minutes early, Aizawa-san, Izuku says after checking his watch. I'm coming from the other side of Mustafa. It takes exactly 25 minutes and I left 30 minutes before the established time. Aizawa hums. He leads Izuku inside. The warehouse is like nothing Izuku has ever seen. It's clearly set up for hero training, with high platforms on the far end and several courses set up around the edges. The middle looks like an arena. We're going to start with an assessment, Aizawa tells him, so that I can have an understanding of exactly what level you're at. Okay, Izuku agrees. He feels nervous. He really doesn't want to disappoint Aizawa, not after the man has agreed to help Izuku, despite having no reason to do so. The tests go well. Izuku is in better shape than most of his peers and he's worked hard to make it that way. He completes each task without complaint, even if he doesn't understand why he has to do the ball throw. Not the worst I've seen, Aizawa says after he finishes the final test. You've got a good foundation, kid. We'll start with working on your technique and build from there. Yes, sir. Izuku cheers, barely resisting the urge to salute his mentor. Izuku finds that he enjoys working with Aizawa, and even though his body aches by the time they're finished, he feels satisfied with the progress that he's made. I'll have a schedule set for you by the end of the week, Aizawa assures him. We'll be doing some of our lessons at UE, so I'll need a picture for your guest pass. Izuku's eyes widen as he processes what he's just been told. He's going to be training at UE, his dream school. I'm going to be honest, kid, Aizawa regains his attention. You're going to be the first quirkless hero. No matter what, it's going to be an uphill battle. I hope you're prepared to work hard. I am, Izuku assures, because this has always been his dream. He just can't believe that he's finally getting the chance to work towards it. Alright, you're dismissed, kid. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, sensei. Ms. Joke. Hello. My name is Deku and I'm emailing you about the Farah incident. I recently started to follow the case and I noticed a pattern in the perpetrator's actions. Of course, as this information is coming from a complete stranger, I understand if you don't trust it. In fact, I ask that you fact-check it. I am only one person with only so much of the information. I don't want to risk your case by unknowingly getting something wrong. Anyway, when I was reading up on the case, I noticed that there were some holes in the information available. At first, it was difficult to tell if this was caused by a lack of information or an error. Then, with the burglary on 5th and Rizik in Hosu last night, it clicked. What Amaru Mars isn't dead. They are an accomplice. If you look at their quirk registration, I'm sure you'll find that they have a duplication quirk. They can duplicate any object, including human bodies, but what they duplicate doesn't function. Say they duplicate a toaster, it would look completely functional and until it was plugged in you'd think it'd be operational. But some parts are missing on the inside. When they duplicate a human body, it appears dead. But some parts would be missing from the inside. Considering the body was burned, it would be hard to test this theory completely, but I bet the fingerprints wouldn't match the real Watamuya Mars. I've attached a copy of the full analysis. Please let me know if you have any further questions. I really hope this helps. I don't want anyone else getting hurt. Sincerely, Mr. Deku. This is Ms. Joke. Thank you for your analysis. We looked into the information you provided and found most of it to be correct. How the hell did you figure this out? More importantly, how did you get my HN email? There is no hero or support registered under the name Deku. Joke, laughing face. Ms. Joke. I have received temporary and conditional access to the HN list serves through Eraserhead. I should have mentioned this in my first email. I'm not used to working with support like that. In fact, I emailed your agency a couple months ago about a case that's now gone cold. The email was sent to the address provided on your agency's website. I don't know how accurate the information will be now, but it's from this email address. I have a history of being dismissed by agencies. I do suggest that you look for the email though. Sincerely, I just received an email from Ms. Joke asking about your identity. Eraserhead. Mr. Eraserhead. She asked how I got her HN email. Is there something you'd like me to tell people in the future? I simply told her I had temporary and conditional access through you. Sincerely, the truth is best. Eraserhead chapter text. Mr. Eraserhead. You have a secure phone, right? Sincerely, my number is +8 13727374323. Eraserhead. Deku, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa-head, problem child. Aizawa-head, why am I, you know what? Never mind. Deku, laughing face. Deku, anyways. Deku, I sprained my ankle. See. Aizawa-head, how? Walking. I tripped on the edge of the sidewalk. Deku, Mom says I need to stay off it for 2 days. Aizawa-head. Deku, I am allowed to be clumsy, Aizawa-sensei. If I wasn't clumsy then no one would stand a chance. Aizawa-head, I have watched you jump from the 2nd story of a building and land with no problems. Deku, but have you seen me walk down the sidewalk? Deku, clearly one of those is easier. Aizawa-head, I have so many questions and want 0 of the answers. Deku, well I have so many of the answers and want 0 of the questions. Deku, is there anything I can work on for the next 2 days? Aizawa-head, your homework. It's okay to take breaks, problem child. Deku, Don't have any homework? I mean, technically all my work is homework, but I'm ahead in classes again, and since the semester isn't over for another month, I don't have anything. Deku, can I write an analysis of your quirk to actually show you? Deku, I've written about your quirk before, but that was a couple years ago. Izuku, sure. Deku, thanks. I got an email from Sir Night-Eye. Finally. Deku, I'm going to go see what he needs. Bye, Eraserzawa. Izuku, kid. Mr. I've heard others speaking of your work recently, and it reminded me that I never answered your questions. Classified. Trying but satisfying. I have a lot of respect for All Might, and though we've gone our separate ways, I still wish him well. In exchange, would you be willing to answer a few of my own questions? Who taught you to analyze? Where did you go to school? Why had no one heard of you before 2 months ago? Sir Night-Eye, thank you for your reply. I understand that things are busy. There's been an increase in drag-related crimes in your area recently. It must be difficult to find time for anything outside of work. It must be scary knowing the future sometimes, huh? In answer to your questions. Me, myself, and I, laughing face. For the most part. Home. My emails were largely ignored until I ended up in contact with Eraserhead over the Hanada case 2 months ago. He's been helping me get the connections I need to get my information to the correct people. Sincerely, Mr. I lost the bet with my sidekick. I was convinced you'd learned from Nedzu somehow. If I may, there's another case my team and I are stuck on. We have too many higher-profile cases to work on right now, and most of the nearby agencies are in the same boat as us with the rise in crime in the area. Would you be able to take a look? The information is attached. Sir Night-Eye. Thank you for the compliment. I would love to learn from Nedzu, but alas, I'm not in high school yet. I'll get back to you on the case soon. I'm stuck at home right now, so it shouldn't take that long. Sincerely, Deku. Chapter text. From Deku, Nedzu. Deku. Izuku, the thought of you learning anything from Nedzu is absolutely terrifying, problem child. Izuku, but I do understand why he'd make that assumption. Your analysis is scarily good. Deku, I'm crying. Deku, why is it that I had to wait nearly 15 years for someone to compliment me? Deku, sheet. Should not have sent that. Izuku. Deku, can we ignore that? Izuku, for now. Deku, thank you. Deku, anyway, I have a new case from Night-Eye to look at. Bye. Izuku, good luck, kid. Deku, thanks. Sir Night-Eye, this looks like a trigger case. I'm not sure why no one made note of that, but the actions of Ms. Ketsu elevated emotions, especially anger. Stronger quirk, memory loss align with other instances of trigger use, though the memory loss is concerning. However, as you'll see in the profile I've made, it's likely that this wasn't a voluntary dosage. If there are other similar cases, we may be able to get a better idea of where the providers are operating. Ms. Ketsu is from Hokkaido and was here on a business trip, yes? There's no note of the last place she remembers being. If you could get that information, I'll start building a case profile. I think this might be more problematic than it looks. Also, if you can, ask about cases with similar profiles in as many cities as possible. Dating back maybe 5 years? Has anyone been checking for any lasting damage to Ms. Ketsu's quirk? I have a few theories on what we're dealing with, but I'll need more information if you want me to keep working on this. Though, since it involved trigger, most likely, I understand if you need me to step back, as I'm not a hero or a police officer. Sincerely, Mr. I was rereading your previous email and noticed that you said you weren't in high school yet. Please explain this. Sir Night-Eye, I'm in my 3rd year of middle school. Eraserhead knows this. I've been training with him for 2 months now. I didn't mean to hide this information. Really, it just wasn't relevant to any of our previous conversations and you never actually asked. But yeah, I'm a quirkless 15-year-old and I completely understand if you're not willing to work with me anymore. I will, however, continue to send anything I think might help with a case. My comfort and yours means nothing when there are lives at risk. Sincerely, Mr. It would be foolish of me to discount your skills simply because of your age and quirk status. Despite the strength of my quirk, there are many drawbacks and I have spent most of my career fighting quirkless. In fact, if you hadn't told me you were quirkless at the start of our correspondence, I would have assumed you had an analysis or intelligence quirk. I do have concerns about your involvement in this case, not because I do not think you are capable, but because I do not think it is safe for someone of your age. However, I will not hesitate to contact you should we get stuck on future cases. Your abilities have already saved lives and we'd be remiss to ignore that. Sir Chapter Text. Shoyuta glared at the ceiling, vaguely processing his ringing phone as his brain reboots after suddenly being woken at 5:34 in the morning. God, he'd only gotten in from his patrol an hour ago and he hadn't even showered before collapsing into bed. Incoming call, kid. Problem child, Shoyuta greets warily, only to be met with the barely there sound of sniffles that immediately had him on high alert. Sorry, Izuku apologizes, his voice breaking as another stifled sob escapes. See it? Aizawa-sensei. Kiss, what's wrong? He's already out of bed, capture weapon in its place around his neck. Izuku doesn't sound like he's in any physical distress, but Shoyuta knows just how tedious emotional stress can be. When the kid doesn't respond, Shoyuta grips his phone tighter and pushes his feet into his shoes. Izuku, where are you? Home, Izuku manages after a moment. I'm not in danger, Zoa. Shoyuta lets out a breath, his tense shoulders relaxing marginally. Problem child was okay. Deku was fine. Physically at least. Now he just has to deal with a distraught teenager. His favorite thing after not getting coffee in the morning. Yeah, he's totally prepared for this. What happened, kid? Shoyuta asks when Izuku calms down. Night eye, if that BS dirty hurt the kid. Shoyuta isn't sure what he'd do. I let slip that I wasn't in high school and he knows my age and that I'm quirkless and he's still on skin. Izuku breaks off into more sobbing and Shoyuta discards his barely there plans for breaking night. So, Night I was a decent human being and that made you what? Confused. Izuku says after a moment. Happy. So, a lot. Zawa-sensei. Shoyuta wants to burn everything and everyone that has hurt this kid. In the few months he's known Izuku, he's been pleasantly surprised by the kid's determination. He's scary smart with a knack for quirk analysis that any pro would pay to have on their team. Shoyuta doesn't care that Izuku is quirkless, sure it's rare, especially for the kid's generation, but he's worked with heroes who can blow bubbles out of the fingertips before. Shoyuta is a firm believer that it's not the quirk that makes the hero. Izuku, Shoyuta interrupts. You're a smart, strong kid. Zawa. Listen. Shoyuta says, sharper than he intends to. I wouldn't lie to you about this. Sir Night Eye is a smart fellow, he knows what he's talking about. I don't know exactly what he said, but he's right to want to continue to work with you, okay? It takes a moment, but Shoyuta feels satisfaction when he hears the soft affirmative response from his student. Good, Shoyuta grunts. Now it's early. Get some more rest, or I'll see you for training later. Sender, unknown. To whom it may concern. Sincerely, the sender, unknown. Understandable. This is the most bizarre exchange I have ever had, and that is saying something. If you need my assistance, then please let me know. This exchange is untraceable by most sources, and anyone who can trace it will struggle to break through the encryption. The only hero I can imagine that would try with success would be Nezu himself. Villain-wise, there is no one that I can think of unless there is a new villain in the area. So know that any correspondence will be safe. If you could also explain how you found this email, that would be great. Sincerely, this is Nezu. I was wondering how you got access to UA's files. It took hours to track you down, which is impressive. I still cannot find any information on who you are after 2 additional days. This is the most intriguing puzzle I've had in years. This makes so much more sense. If you're worried about UA's security, there is no need to be. I'm sure you noticed the extra protections I left, especially around student files and teacher schedules, as I'm sure those getting out would leave UA especially vulnerable. I think, if my judgment of your character is accurate, that you would rather figure out how I did it and who I am on your own. Puzzles aren't fun when someone gives you the answers, after all. If you want, I could take another look at UA security, with your permission this time, and double-check it. I've updated the security to a couple agencies now and I'm sure they can vouch for my work. Aizawa Shoyuta, Emi Fukukato, and Sir Night Eye would be the ones to ask. As to the why, UA had information that I needed for a time-sensitive case and the police weren't listening to my request that they asked for it, so I had to take matters into my own hands. 3 of your students are alive because of this. I'm sure you can ask Detective Tsukachi about the case. Hopefully, should a situation like this arise again, I can just contact you? Sincerely, that. Another look at our security from an outside source would be marvelous. I have spoken with Aizawa and he vouches for your work and character. For someone so new to the heroic scene, it's impressive to have this many heroes vouch for you. I will figure out your identity and how you broke into UA security on my own. You were right, it would be a shame to have you tell me the solution to this puzzle. I look forward to speaking with you more, Deku. Your portfolio is already quite impressive. Izuku loves training with Aizawa, or Zoa as he's taken to calling the pro hero. They get along well, considering Izuku is a teenaged menace, and Aizawa is an insomniac with too many jobs and a drab take on life. Despite everything Izuku has been through, he still starts every day with a smile. Aizawa says he hates it, but Izuku knows the hero worries when Izuku isn't smiling. You're getting better, Aizawa admits, in one of his rare moments of genuine acknowledgement. He's a good teacher, fantastic even. I learned from the best. Izuku starts with a cheeky grin. Sensei was. Aizawa rolls his eyes and covers Izuku's mouth with his capture scarf. Izuku snorts and waits for the man to release him before he picks the end of his own scarf and prepares for the next round. I might have accidentally challenged Nedzu to find out who I am, Izuku admits sheepishly after Aizawa has once again pinned him to the mat. I can't really explain how, but it happened. Problem child, Aizawa groans. Why can't you explain? Plausible deniability, Izuku squeaks. It had to do with the Haru Yukai incidents. I can't say more than that for various legality and safety reasons. Kid. Aizawa grunts. Izuku is pretty sure he's never seen his mentor look more done. There were lives at stake, Aizawa-sensei. And it's not like I'm going to go out and get physically involved. Deku's work is too important for me to risk getting hurt like that. I think you mean that your life is too important for you to risk getting hurt, Aizawa counters. Izuku looks away. Never mind the legalities. As long as I didn't throw the first punch, I wouldn't be considered a vigilante, technically speaking, Izuku says, if only to be obstinate. He trusted Aizawa, but it still helped Izuku to push buttons, see how far he could go. And as long as he never actually followed through, it'd be fine. Since the slime villain incident, Izuku had not been physically involved in any villain attacks. I would never want to be a vigilante, anyways. Izuku says cheerfully before Aizawa can figure out how to respond. Not one that fights. I'd just get in the way if I was physically there, and that's not what I want. I trust you, kid, Aizawa says simply. Izuku thinks that his teacher might know exactly how much those words mean to Izuku by the barely there smile on the man's face. After training ends, Izuku heads to the library to get some of his schoolwork done. He doesn't go to a public school anymore after an incident that ended with his mom making sure Aldra would never open its doors again. Instead, he had opted to finish his required coursework online. He knew it wouldn't be worth the trouble to try again with a public school. Midoriya Inko was, to most, an unassuming woman, the only thing standing out about her appearance being dark green hair and slightly lighter green hair. Usually, Inko was a soft-spoken woman, caring to a fault and unbelievably kind. Unless you did her or her family wrong. Then she was fierce and stubborn. When she was younger, Inko had been training to become a nurse before she'd helped a young man to the hospital for his injuries, and he'd been turned away because he had a mutation quirk. Inko had studied the law, and then she'd helped that man file a lawsuit and had defended him in court, all without a degree. A most unusual case that had garnered national attention. Then, Inko had gone to law school, met Izuku's dad, and the rest was, as they used to say, history. Now, Izuku's mom was one of the top quirk discrimination lawyers in the country. It was fate, she'd say when he was younger, that Izuku was her son. She was the most prepared to protect him, and she loved him very much. Izuku was glad to have her in his corner. Aizu ahead, as Midoriya? Inko, Shoyuta? Aizu ahead, did you know that your son is terrifying? Aizu ahead, we were walking to the station at the end of the lesson. Aizu ahead, and he just looks at a man. Aizu ahead, and completely deduces the man's entire life story. Then he goes and asks the man what his job is and comes back all satisfied because he was right. Inko, he's been doing that since he was a child. Inko, his dad was the same, though Hisashi passed away before Izuku's 3rd birthday. Aizu ahead, that must have been challenging. Inko, we managed. It got easier. Especially after I got his middle school shut down. Aizu ahead, you what? Inko, I am a quirk discrimination lawyer. See, I wasn't about to leave my son's school standing when they were blatantly ignoring his abusers. Inko, never mind that their negligence almost got Izuku killed. Aizu ahead, I am glad this school is shut down. Aizu ahead, this does explain why he's homeschooled. Inko, indeed. Inko, so, I have a meeting with a client in 10 minutes. I'll see you for dinner tomorrow, right? Aizu ahead, I am too afraid to skip. Inko, good, D-chapter text. Mr. Deku, I received your email and I just wanted to say thank you for the heads up. We were able to apprehend the villain with minimal injuries because of the information you provided. I do wonder how you received some of your information, but since you know Eraserhead and he trusts you, I won't ask. I have another case that I would value your input on. We've been tracking a man, Harrison Keela, for weeks and we're getting no closer to apprehending him. He poses a danger not only to himself but to the general public. My team doesn't know I'm reaching out to you, but I feel that it will be vital. I have attached everything we have on the case. Thank you. Ingenium. Mr. Ingenium, I'm glad you received my email and that the information was helpful. I appreciate the trust that you have placed in me and my work, and I promise not to abuse it. The work I do is for the good of people. I want to protect. I will take a closer look at the information you have provided and get back to you in the next couple days. Is Harrison working alone? I glanced over the files and didn't see mention of an accomplice, but with his unique quirk I can't imagine him avoiding capture for this long. Maybe look over known acquaintances again and see if any of them have a quirk capable of hiding a person or something along those lines. Not that I want to tell you how to do your job. You're the professional. Sincerely, Mr. Deku. We never considered an accomplice. I'll have my people look into it and get back to you. Thank you. Ingenium. Mr. Ingenium, I tracked what I could through social media. Look into Ikanes Maria, they seem to have the most contact with each other. I don't know though, I'm not proficient in social media usage and will leave that up to the real pros. Sincerely, Mr. Deku. Holy sheet. We missed so much because we didn't think about a partnership. I am so glad you reached out for the other case. This might have taken us months to figure out. We have enough evidence now. Seriously, thank you. Thank you. Ingenium. Mr. Ingenium. Glad I could help. Sincerely, Mr. Ingenium. Does Harrison have any connection with Wataru Mars? If so, you should get into contact with Ms. Joke. Your cases may be connected. While I really hope they aren't, the ways that Harrison and Wataru operate are too similar to not be cautious about them. If they are connected, there may be another person at play here. Sincerely, Deku chapter text. The Effects of Quirks on Technology. By Anonymous. 21xx. Starting in the late 19th century, technology started to advance rapidly. Some say it began with the advent of the printing press centuries earlier, but it really began with the creation of the automobile, followed shortly by the First World War. The development of new technology has always been driven by wars. That is until, of course, the First Quirk War. After the world saw the development of quirks in the late 21st century, the people became divided, especially in countries such as the United States where disparities and inequities were already rampant. Children with strong quirks were tracked down and kidnapped from their homes, while others were ostracized and murdered. The same happened in other countries all over the world. The old saying that people feared what they don't understand had never been more apparent. The First Quirk War began in the last decade of the 21st century and lasted until the second decade of the 22nd century. It lasted 12 years and devastated many countries. Most places were able to rebuild after, and those that weren't were adopted by other countries. During this time, more combative quirks were relied on to win the war. Notably Hansen Garrick of the Netherlands. Garrick had a strong telekinesis quirk and an even stronger sense of strategy. He was able to corral opposing forces and almost single-handedly ended the war. The use of quirks completely negated the development of technology that was so prevalent in previous wars. An example of this is our phones. The Apple phone, previously iPhone in the early 21st century, has the same basic designs and functions now as it did when the iPhone 14 came out in 2026, after the Third World War. Over a century later, and the design hasn't really changed. Other examples include cars and airplanes and even the irrigation systems used for farming. There are things that have changed drastically in even the last 80 years since the mainstreaming of quirks. Technology related to hero work. New materials have been developed for added safety. The use of nanotechnology for support gear has grown widely, especially since David Shields joined the support market. Durable phones, not Apple, have been developed for hero work. Stronger security systems, such as UAs, and even quirk suppressants. With something as impressive as quirks literally embedded in our DNA, is it necessary to change the things that have worked so well for us? Deku, I love my mom. Deku, and I know she loves me. Deku, but it is so hard sometimes. Deku, she works with quirkless people for a living. Deku, she defends them. Deku, she practically shouts from the rooftops that quirkless does not mean worthless. Deku, so why is it so hard for her to believe in me? Deku, it's gotten better since I started training with you, but Deku, I can see it in her eyes sometimes. Deku, like she's waiting for the other shoe to drop. Deku, preparing for me to fail. Deku, it's like 3 AM, you're probably sleeping. Deku, good night. Izuku ahead. All right, kid. Izuku ahead, we're taking a break from training today. Deku, okay? Izuku ahead, we're going to talk. About? Deku, please give me a topic. Deku, not having one makes me anxious AF. Izuku ahead, we're going to talk about quirks. Deku, okay. Deku, that I can do. Izuku isn't sure how he feels about taking a break from training so close to the UA Heroics Department entrance exam. He was already at a disadvantage compared to his peers, and from the rumors and his own research, the test was already biased towards physical quirks. Considering he didn't even have a quirk, was it possible? He shakes his head. Aizawa believed in him. It has been almost 7 months since he started training with the underground hero. There was less than a month until the test. He couldn't afford to lose faith now. Besides, a test about heroics couldn't only have to do with destructive abilities. There were rescue heroes for a reason. Naturally, Aizawa would tell him nothing about the test. Izuku had only asked once anyways, expecting the negative answer and receiving one. They're not training today, but Izuku is still meeting Aizawa at the warehouse. He's anxious, but Izuku supposes a conversation about quirks shouldn't be too bad. He hopes. Izuku pushes the side door open and heads to the room he knows Aizawa is waiting for him in. It's a small lounge, what used to be the office when the place was a working warehouse, with several plush chairs, a couple beanbags, and an old couch that Izuku likes to take naps on sometimes when he arrives early for training. Now, Aizawa sits on one of the beanbags, clearly waiting for Izuku to take the other one so that they can have their conversation. Don't worry, kid, Aizawa says gruffly, noticing Izuku's, very obvious, nerves. It's not like you're in trouble or anything. I just think there's some things that you need to understand before getting to UA. Okay, Izuku breathes, flopping into the chair with a huff after setting his backpack down. They sit in solemn silence for a couple more minutes, Izuku staring at his hands and Aizawa looking up at the ceiling. Izuku feels like he might spontaneously combust if Aizawa doesn't say anything soon. We've talked a lot about quirk theory, Aizawa starts, still staring at the ceiling. But what do you know about quirk history? Less than I know about quirk theory, but the topics do coincide a lot, Izuku says, his gaze lifting to eye his teacher, though he's thankfully Aizawa isn't looking at him. I figured as much, Aizawa groans, sitting up. He looks more tired than usual. Izuku wonders if he had a late patrol the night before. He didn't. Shoyuta just spent his post-patrol time worrying about his problem child. Well, when quirks were starting to develop, when there were more quirkless people than quirked people, it became apparent to the leaders of society that such a divide in abilities would end in bloodshed. In fact, there were many instances of conflict that ended in bloodshed. Eventually, war broke out. The First Quirk War. Yes, Aizawa agrees with a nod. This war changed people's views on quirks. They went from being a freakish ability to being dangerous. So people with quirks were hunted down. Izuku knew this, he did, but hearing his teacher speak it in such a monotone voice hit different than reading the words on a page. So the tides turned again after people with quirks started fighting back. That was when the Hero Safety Commission came into play in Japan. They found quirked individuals on the side of people without quirks to fight against other quirked individuals. These individuals were the first heroes. Once the heroes gained more popularity, the culture shifted again and quirks became something to covet. That was just the first generation of quirk users. Over time, as more quirked people were born, the views on quirks shifted. People who were born quirkless were at first seen as people to protect, but as it became less common, the experience of a quirkless person became what you have surely experienced. Easy targets. More or less, yeah. Why did you bring this up, Aizawa-sensei? Izuku asks because this is something Izuku knows. A little more detailed, sure, but common knowledge. What do you think your mom sees when she's working with her clients? Izuku takes a moment to think about this. He's never really considered it before, and given the context of Aizawa's lecture, he knows that he shouldn't rush his answer. People like me, Izuku says quietly, who've had a progressively more difficult time fighting back against the system as views have changed. She sees what I could easily become without people like you and her who believe in me. She also sees the darker sides, Aizawa reminds him gently, sitting so he can see Izuku now. The senseless crimes committed against people without quirks. She's seen it all and more. So when she looks at you, she sees me. Izuku breathes, tears starting to fall now because he gets it. But she also sees everything I'm going to struggle against to become a hero. Aizawa nods. You know, it's not easy to be a parent, right? Your children are cats, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku counters with a wet laugh. Regardless. She loves you, kid, Aizawa says, and that just makes the tears flow faster. And she really does support you and your dreams. But she spent her whole career watching the darker side of society, and she struggles to separate it when she spent your whole life watching you grow into who you are today. Izuku sobs, throwing himself from his chair onto Aizawa, who grunts at the additional weight but graciously allows Izuku to curl up against him in some semblance of a hug. You're a strong kid, Izuku, Aizawa says gently, like it's not everything Izuku needs to hear right now. I know that, you know that, your mom knows that. Soon, we're going to make sure the whole world knows that. Thank you, Izuku murmurs, wiping his cheeks as he pulls away. God, Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. It's fine, problem child, Aizawa says. But let's keep the emotional talks to a minimum, alright? Yeah. Izuku agrees with a wet laugh. He's forever going to be grateful for the day that the pro-hero Eraserhead replied to his first email, somehow leading to not only his mentorship with the hero, but also the support of someone besides his mom. Now, kid, it's time for a nap. What? Aizawa uses his capture weapon to cover Izuku's mouth. Sleep. Aizawa-head, it has come to my attention, problem child, that you haven't been getting paid for the work you're doing. Deku, I don't need the money. Deku, honestly, I do this work mostly to pass the time and because I want to help people. Deku, I don't need to get paid for it. Aizawa-head. Problem child. Deku. Twice in one conversation. Aizawa-head. Deku, sorry, see. Deku, no one has even talked about money in the emails? Deku. Aizawa-head, I'm setting you up a Hero Network bank account. Aizawa-head, until you have your license it will be under my name. You'll be able to access the money. Aizawa-head, give me a list of the agencies you've helped. Deku. Okay, but only because it's terrifying when you use proper punctuation. Izuku ahead. That's the point, kid. Tracers off. As requested, I have attached the agencies that I've worked with. The file also includes the case number, dates, specific heroes, and the time I spent on each one. I really don't need the money, but yeah, I guess if it makes you feel better, I'll probably just end up donating it to the orphanage that Sarai is at. Speaking of, would it be weird to visit Sarai even though I never actually met her and I was only involved in the case that she was a part of? She's at the Quirkless Orphanage in Hosu and I also want to check out the conditions there, especially after the conversation we had last week and looking into more figures, and maybe I'll talk to Mom about that. Well, I'm going to go do that. Sincerely, that kid, I'm not going to tell you how to manage the money you will be getting from the cases you have worked on. You're a smart kid, you'll figure that out. Just remember it would be good to start saving money now for support gear and other things that you'll be needing when you're officially a hero in training. You're talking about that case with Night Eye, correct? If you want, I can talk to him about setting something up. I believe it would be good for you and your mom to visit the orphanage anyways. There should be oversight, but who knows what help those kids might need. And coming from someone who knows what it's like to be quirkless in this society, I think your visit will do wonders. Eraserhead chapter text. Mr. Eraserhead emailed me to let me know that you have not yet been paid for the services you have given to Night Eye Agency, and I wanted to reach out and apologize for the discrepancy. It is true that we were busy, but that is no excuse. The money has now been deposited into your account. I would also like to reiterate my thanks for your work in the Miro Yuta case. We did not tell young Sarai of your involvement, but it also came up that you would like to visit the Hosu orphanage with your mother. If you do not mind, I would like to join you on your visit. I was directly involved in her rescue and I feel it would help her to have a familiar face. I am also working on getting the orphanage more funds. As I'm sure you're aware, the way our society treats people without quirks is less than optimal. There is another case I'd like your input on. I've attached what we know about the case and a few additional resources that I've found helpful. We got a lead on the Trigger case, so I'm following up on that and won't have time to look into this one further. Let me know your thoughts on the visit and the case. Sir Night Eye, my feelings on getting paid are complicated, so I won't bore you with them. I do appreciate it even if I find it unnecessary. So, thank you. I think having you along for a visit to the orphanage would be perfect. I would love to hear more about your plans to obtain funding and to talk more about quirkless people with you at some point in the future. I also think it'd be advantageous for you to meet my mom. She's one of the top quirk discrimination lawyers in the country. She worked on the Nakamura Akihiro case about a decade ago. I've attached my analysis of the case you sent. I also have another analysis on a Miro Yuta case. Something wasn't sitting right with me, and I think it might actually be related to the Trigger case you're working on. You may want to talk with Ms. Joke and Ingenium about the Watamaru and Harrison cases respectively. There's something missing from each of the cases and I'm not sure what it is. Since you have access to more case files and are working on the Trigger case, I imagine that you'll have better luck finding this missing piece. I have been looking into cold cases recently, ones that just feel like they're related to this, which I know you said you didn't want me involved in the Trigger case, but Trigger hurts people and I know I can help. Anyways, I found a case that the police worked on about 15 years ago that I think might be necessary for you to look at. I've attached the file. Unfortunately, I can't get access to the rest of the non-public information, so there's only so much I can do about this case. I'm going to be talking to Eraserhead about this as well. This feels big. Sincerely, Mr. Deku. I will be having a meeting with Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, and Ingenium to review the cases that you have noted. If you are comfortable showing up in person, we would like you to be involved. The meeting will be this Thursday at 6 p.m. at Night Eye Agency. I ask that you do not discuss this with anyone outside of this group. I know I said I didn't want you involved further in this, but we're in need of your analysis. Sir Night Eye, I will speak with Eraserhead. As he is my mentor and also a little scary, I will be deferring to him on the level of my involvement, but I will do anything I can to help. Without hindering the investigation because, as you are aware, I am still a minor with no official training. Sincerely, Deku, Eraserhead. Izuku ahead. What did you do, problem child? Deku, Nothing. Deku, I just forwarded you an email. Izuku ahead. Why am I not surprised that you go involved in this case? Deku. Go ahead. What? Izuku ahead. I just received the email from Night Eye. Izuku ahead. Naturally, you are the one who made the connection between the cases. Izuku ahead. You can attend the meeting with me, but I must be informed of anything else you find, and if you ever try to get physically involved you will be banned from applying for UA, and expelled if it's after you start attending. Do I make myself clear? Deku, absolutely. Izuku ahead, good. I will speak with Night Eye about your involvement. Deku, thanks Dad. Deku, Deku, please pretend that never happened. Deku, how to delete text from memory? Deku. This isn't Google? Izuku ahead, I'm taking a nap. Deku, Night Eye Agency is about as ordinary as Izuku expected it to be. It looks like any other nondescript office building, a disguise so normal it's almost boring. He glances at Aizawa beside him, who has his face hidden in his capture weapon as per usual, and can't help but grin. He's going to an actual hero agency. And not just any hero. Sir Night Eye himself. The only sidekick All Might had ever worked with. Izuku is still working through his feelings about the #1 hero, but he's allowed to be excited. Izuku had a hard time the last 2 days keeping his mumbling to a minimum around his mom. She knows that Izuku is working on a case with Aizawa. His mentor made sure to get her permission for Izuku to be involved, after all, but she doesn't know any specifics and Izuku would rather keep it that way. He trusts his mom, but he also knows that this is something he has to, and can, protect her from. After all, Night Eye did tell him to not talk to anyone outside their little group about it. You coming, kid? Aizawa prompts when Izuku doesn't move. He shakes himself out of his reverie and follows the underground hero into the building. The reception, much like the outside of the building, is painfully plain. Izuku understands the reasoning for this, he does, but he has also heard that Night Eye is a fan of jokes. He was kinda expecting something a little more lively. But no, it's plain, generic, kinda like him. They're met in the reception by one of Night Eye's few sidekicks, and led to a conference room on the 5th floor. Izuku has to physically hold onto the back of Aizawa's costume to keep himself from fanboying at the sight of the other heroes in the room. Sure, he's emailed with them before, but this is the first time he's meeting any of them except Aizawa in person, and there's so much more he can learn about them now. Maybe they'd be willing to answer his questions now that they've met in person and they know he's not going to sell their information to the highest bidder? Deku, Aizawa says, not harshly but like it's not the first time he said it either. Izuku looks up at the hero and sees the raised eyebrow before realizing that he must have been mumbling again. He can feel the blush rising on his cheeks. This is Deku? Ingenium? Asks with a look of confusion. I thought he'd be taller? I thought he'd be older, Miss Joke adds, though she's got that look in her eye that Izuku has seen grandmothers give their grandchildren before pinching their cheeks, on TV. Of course, Izuku doesn't have much experience with grandmothers. Izuku's not quite sure if it's aimed at him or Aizawa, though. I'm Deku, Izuku confirms, louder than he means to, but it does distract Ms. Joke from whatever physical interaction she was going to initiate. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Joke, Ingenium, Sir Night Eye. He bows to each hero in turn. There's another hero in the room, someone Izuku barely recognizes, maybe a new hero? But he trusts that Night Eye has approved their presence, so he hardly questions it. But then, they look too young to be a hero, barely older than Izuku himself. Maybe an intern? Izuku has never heard of Night Eye bringing on an intern before. Deku, this is Lemillion. He's a second year at UA and has been doing a work study here since the start of the year. I've heard a lot about your work, Deku. Lemillion greets with all the energy that Izuku is used to coming from him. The blonde hero in training has a bright smile and his beady eyes seem to shine with their own light. Your analysis of this case is amazing. Though, I'm not so sure about involving a middle schooler in this. He trails off and exchanges a look with Night Eye, and yeah, Izuku understands where Lemillion is coming from. I won't be getting physically involved, Lemillion, Izuku assures before turning to the rest of the heroes who look equally concerned now that they know his age. While my mother does not know the details of the case, she does know of my work, and she, Eraserhead, and I have a working agreement on what I can and cannot involve myself in. My work is done on the computer only. Deku has joined us to give his briefing of the case and see if he can't glean more from the less public cases, Sir Night-Eye adds from his spot at the head of the table. He was the one who brought these cases to our attention for the most part. It would be foolish to bar him from helping further. Especially since he'd managed to get himself involved anyways, Aizawa adds, and Izuku can't disagree with him there. This way I can better oversee what he's getting into and make sure he doesn't get in over his head. That makes sense. Ingenium nods after a moment. It is a pleasure to meet you, Deku. I give you my thanks for your help with the Harrison case. Your work is impressive, especially considering your age. Izuku says smartly because they're all commenting on his age and not the fact that he doesn't have a quirk. It's confusing, especially since he knows that at least Sir Night-Eye and Aizawa Head know. He'd have expected them to share his quirk status with the rest of their team, but no one has even asked. Thanks. Now that we're all acquainted, why don't we get started with the meeting? Night-Eye interjects, gesturing for Izuku and Aizawa to take a seat. There are packets on the table in front of their seats and Izuku takes a moment to flip through them, recognizing his analysis of the cases that he's connected so far. It worries him that 4 seemingly unconnected cases would relate to each other, especially since Izuku can't figure out how or why. Deku here emailed Eraserhead about the first case in the packet nearly 8 months ago. Prior to that, no one knew the cases involved were connected. Since then he's managed to draw connections between cases that all of us have worked on, Night-Eye explains, not even looking at the packet that the others are perusing now. The implications of the connections are what concern me. Deku mentioned that there might be someone behind all of them, someone powerful. Izuku nods because anyone with not only the quirk but the resources to back multiple different villains had to be powerful. He has some theories on people with that kind of power, but most of them are impossible. Villains who have been in prison for years or underground legends that Izuku's sure were created to make heroes warier of the night. Are we sure they're all connected? Ingenium asks, thumbing a page halfway through the extensive work. I don't want to doubt the work you've done, Deku, but it seems like a bit of a stretch in some of these cases. There's always the possibility that I'm looking too far into this, Izuku admits, because, as he's told Aizawa and Sir Night-Eye, he is just a kid and he doesn't have all the information he needs. He clenches his hands together under the table to keep from shaking. He can't show these heroes how nervous he is. However, both Eraserhead and Sir Night-Eye have looked at the analysis that I've done and it's highly probable that there are more related cases that we haven't found yet. The major concern here is the presence of trigger in where there should be none, Sir Night-Eye adds. Over the last 2 decades, All Might has dismantled most of the gangs that were distributing the drags. Which means there's a new source, Ms. Joe concludes. Precisely, Night-Eye says with a firm nod. All the heroes in the room look on edge, and that sets off alarms in Izuku's head. He knew this was bad, he knows that he's only going to be tangentially involved, but it still makes him nervous that everyone else is so nervous. What leads do we have right now? Lemillion asks. He sends Izuku a reassuring smile as he leans forward. The hero in training's movements break the tension in the room and Izuku is grateful for it. Nothing so substantial, Izuku informs, hating the stutter that pops up again. Mostly, Aizawa adds, speaking for the first time since he said Izuku's alias earlier, we're working with Deku's theories. Which are, unfortunately, not enough to go off of, Sir Night-Eye finishes. But I called us all here to get on the same page and so that we could have more eyes on the lookout for information that don't belong to a 15-year-old. Deku, if you could tell them what to look for. Okay? Izuku agrees, though he definitely hadn't been expecting this. He glances at Aizawa who gives him a nod to start. For the most part, it's, changes in the behaviors of the perpetrators up to, 15 hours before the case? Say in the Harrison case. He nods to Ingenium. His actions weren't matching the profile that was created on him, which suggested an accomplice. Things like that. Another example would be going to a park 15 minutes out of the way on the way home from work. Other things include a change in the strength or appearance of a quirk. If someone who can become invisible is suddenly able to walk through walls with no other apparent quirk involved, well, That's probably going to be a trigger case, Aizawa says. Exactly. Okay, Ingenium nods, leaning back in his seat. Who do we contact if we find something? Me, Nidus. Any information that Deku doesn't find on his own will come through me. We're trying to keep his involvement to a minimum because, as Lemillion pointed out, he is only a middle schooler. A terrifyingly capable middle schooler, Ms. Joke adds with a laugh. The meeting derails from there, with talk of Izuku's training with Aizawa and his preparations for the entrance exam next month. It's nice, especially after the strain of having to talk about his analysis in person to people that aren't his mom or Aizawa. I'm proud of you, Aizawa says unexpectedly when they're waiting at a red light on the way back to Izuku's apartment. What? Izuku almost shouts. You handled that meeting professionally. Aizawa doesn't take his eyes off the road. None of my first years would have been able to do that. Didn't you expel your entire first-year class this year? That's irrelevant. Marvelous. It has taken me weeks, and the only reason I figured out your identity is that Aizawa let it slip he had a personal student outside of school. 15 and already doing so well. I do hope you make it into UA. Whether or not you're a heroic student to start, I would love to have conversations with you and potentially do some extra tutoring. Though, if your physical capabilities measure up by even half to your mental capabilities, I have no doubt of your abilities to succeed. Who taught you cybersecurity? That's it. I appreciate your faith in my capabilities, though I'm not sure how much I deserve such high regards. Should I make it into UA, I would love to talk with you more. In the more likely event that I don't, I would still like to talk more. I think learning from one of the smartest beings on the planet would be amazing. Even if you do, honestly, terrify me a bit. The way you handle the media is awesome in the most literal sense. I taught myself. After being pulled from middle school, I started learning online, and I needed more than just my classes to occupy my time, so I picked up a few things. I've gotten better with hand-to-hand and a staff since I started training with Aizawa-sensei. He also has me working on strength and stealth and stamina. Unless the entrance exam is fighting robots, I feel like I'll do all right. But many quirked individuals would struggle against robots, so I'd hope a school like UA wouldn't be that biased considering you're the only hero school that accepts quirkless people. Granted, UA does allow the use of support items, especially in the case of a quirkless student attempting to make it into the hero course. I suppose that this would allow for a more even playing field, assuming the student builds the weapon themselves. I'm not the best at building, but I have been working on it for 2 years, so I'm hoping what I have measures up to the test. I have the schematics for the security upgrades I thought up ready to send. Just let me know which is the most secure way to do so. I could send them with Aizawa. I think keeping them off a computer might be the safest way for now. Sincerely, I would definitely prefer to keep any upgrades offline. If you could give them to Aizawa at your next lesson, that would be best. Thank you for your help with security. As I'm sure you're aware, my quirk, High Specs, has helped a lot with ensuring the proper security of UA, but it is always good to get another look. I'll be in contact about anything else I might need your help with, Deku-kun. I hope that your faith in your abilities continues to grow. I believe it would be a good thing for the world to see that it's not the quirk that makes the hero, and I know you can show them. I know what it's like to be on the outside looking in. If there's any way I can help you, let me know. Even if you end up not going to UA. You've given me much to consider. Netsu chapter text. Izuku stares up at the UA entrance with wide eyes. He's been there before for a training with Aizawa that couldn't be done at the warehouse, but somehow it feels bigger now. More real. He feels his pocket for the exam ticket that was mailed to him a week ago before taking a deep breath and stepping through the gates. He doesn't have any of his support gear on him, since he had to send them to the school to be evaluated. Thankfully, they'd all made it through the inspection, so no matter what he was up against, he wouldn't be defenseless. Not that he was defenseless without them. He's not the person he was in elementary school anymore. He wasn't someone who hid in the bathrooms during breaks and avoided walking home because he was afraid. Out of my way, nerd, a familiar voice snaps from behind him, bumping into Izuku's shoulder. He steps away, but he doesn't fall like he once might have. Can't believe a quirkless loser like you is here, Deku. Kei Katsuki, Izuku greets with a frown. His once friend, then bully, then savior. Now, Izuku doesn't know what to think of the explosive teen. He hasn't even seen him in almost 3 years. What the hell? Bakugo snaps, turning on Izuku. His hands are raised like he wants to let out an explosion, but something makes him stop. He doesn't back off as he growls at Izuku. Since when do you call me that, Deku? Would you prefer Kaken? Izuku asks, tilting his head to the side. Maybe he shouldn't be antagonizing Bakugo, but Izuku knows he has a line of people ready to go off about his lack of self-preservation. He had known, theoretically, that Bakugo Katsuki was also planning to take the UA entrance exam. When they were younger, it had been their dream to work together, saving lives and beating villains at their own agency. But when Bakugo had gotten his quirk and Izuku had gotten a target saying, "Look at me. I'm perfect for bullying," painted on his back, that had changed. 4 years, Izuku had endured until one day, when Izuku was just starting middle school, there had been a villain attack nearby. The destructive quirk had nearly toppled the school, and the resulting flames had engulfed the building faster than Izuku could whisper all might. Izuku hadn't heard about it until days later, but apparently Bakugo had been the one to pull him from the building after he'd been hit on the head by debris. The rest of his classmates, his teachers, had abandoned him, leaving the quirkless loser to his fate. His mom, upon hearing this, had made sure that Aldra would never open again and had pulled Izuku from public schooling. So yeah, Izuku has mixed feelings about Bakugo. He's grateful, but the boy had been his biggest bully for several years. Why you're not the boss of me? Izuku protests because he's worked so hard to get ready for this test, and no matter the disadvantages he has to face, he's not going to let anyone tell him he can't until he at least tries first. Izuku can feel his hands shaking. You wanna bet? Bakugo steps forward with his hand raised only for nothing to happen. Izuku turns to see Aizawa by the front gate, glaring at them, hair floating and eyes glowing red. He doesn't move to interfere, but Bakugo seems to get the message as he huffs and walks away. Izuku nods at his mentor when he manages to calm himself down, grateful that Aizawa was present even if he's not looking forward to explaining what that was. Not a confrontation Izuku wanted to make today, but he thinks he might survive if that's as bad as it gets. It was robots. Of course it was robots. Izuku had made that comment as a joke. He didn't actually think that UA, the top heroic school in Japan, would use robots in their practical exam. Izuku glares down at the paper, doing his best to memorize the designs of the metal hunks and looking for any potential weakness he could exploit with the support items he had made. Surely, even if the exam was ostentatious, they wouldn't make the robots impossible to destroy. That would be, as Aizawa Head would say, illogical. His planning is interrupted by another hero hopeful standing up and demanding to know why the 4th robot was on the page if they weren't going to say anything about it. Thankfully, Izuku had curbed his muttering habit years ago, or the student might have called him out for it. Instead, Izuku's rapid-paced planning was all in his head. Okay, listeners. Present Mike yells, breaking Izuku out of his head. It's time to head to the buses. You have 15 minutes to get changed and find your bus. In the next 15 minutes, Izuku changes into his loose workout clothes, picks up his gear from the examination table, and heads to his assigned bus. Thankfully, he's in a different location than Bakugo, so he doesn't have to worry about his test as well as the explosive blonde. He does, however, have to worry about the blue-haired examinee who is apparently a stickler for the rules. You are not allowed to have support items. It is against exam policies. The teen shouts, drawing everyone's attention to the two of them. Izuku feels himself blush even as he starts to shake in frustration. He'd just like one day where someone's not telling him what he can and cannot do. One day. Actually, I can, Izuku stammers. Why is it that he can talk to professional heroes just fine, but put him in front of someone his age and he's a mess? I got them approved. Besides, it's not your job to police me. It's hard, honestly. The blue-haired teen is clearly unsure of how to respond, but it doesn't matter when, not even 20 seconds later, Present Mike calls the start of the exam. Izuku shoots off without even a glance back at the rest of the examinees. He's already at a disadvantage and can't waste a second when his future is on the line. As soon as he's through the gates, Izuku expands his staff and spins it so his grip lands naturally. He charges at the first robot he sees, a one-pointer, and aims a hit for the leg joints. The first one manages to dent the robot, and when there's barely any backlash he swings again. The robot falls to the ground and Izuku stabs the end of the metal staff through its head, effectively destroying it. 1 point. This is going to be a long 15 minutes. His staff doesn't work on the 3-pointers. Izuku finds this out when he hits a robot's leg joint and the staff breaks in half at the seam. Thankfully, he made it to do that with a strong magnet, but it's unfortunate. He doubts the taser would work either, especially considering it's a single-use object. So he's going to have to use the tie line. It's a steel wire with 2 grips to protect his hands. The wire is strong enough to cut through most metals and long enough that he should be able to wrap it around the leg. Before he gets the chance, though, another examinee shoots the robot down with a laser from his navel. Izuku barely manages to avoid the resulting explosion and flying debris. Though he does get a cut on his cheek and palms when he has to roll on the ground to avoid a sheet of metal. "Apologies, monsieur," the boy apologizes before taking off. "This is the worst," Izuku grumbles. He has 20 points, but it's definitely not enough to make it into the hero course. He's tired, sore, and his face hurts now. He's frustrated beyond belief that Naval Boy stole his robot, and he just wants to give up when he hears the 2-minute warning from Present Mike. Then there's a rumble and the ground shakes as the 0-pointer crushes buildings. Izuku stares at it in horror, part of his brain calculating how much Yui must have spent on this exam alone, but the rest trying to figure out how he's going to survive because, while the robot is slow, it's large enough to send debris flying everywhere. A baseball-sized piece of building hits his wrist and the pain makes Izuku move. He turns to run away when the cry of help from another examinee draws his attention back towards the robot. There's a girl trapped under rubble with a 60-foot robot coming to crush her. Izuku is sure that the school has enough safety precautions to prevent the death of an examinee in place, but he doesn't trust it. He knows how technology can fail. Still, he can't save the girl on his own. Izuku knows that. "Hey, you two!" Izuku shouts to a teen with several arms and a mask covering his face and another with gravity-defying purple hair. The teens look at him like they're ready to ignore Izuku and keep running. "Someone stuck up there, can you help me?" The several-armed teen's entire demeanor shifts as he looks to see what Izuku had seen. The purple one still seems to hesitate, but eventually he nods. They all take off together towards the robot. Izuku pulls up the display on his armband and starts typing. He's hacked the UA system before, and hopefully hacking the robot won't take nearly as long. He doesn't have days to do this. "We don't have time for names, but arm guy, can you get the slab off?" "Purple hair, what's your quirk?" They're nearly to the girl who looks like she's about to pass out as she tries to slap a hand down on the stone. "Brainwashing," the teen responds hesitantly. Izuku immediately understands the hesitation, but now is not the time for reassurance. "Okay, if we need to calm her down, I'll be counting on you for that. I don't want to risk further injury." "What are you going to do?" Purple hair asks as they reach the girl. Arm guy immediately steps in and starts assuring her that they'll keep her safe while Purple hair tries to stay out of the way of his efforts. "I'm hacking," Izuku grunts as he continues typing. He doesn't look away from the 0-pointer. "I can't get it off her leg safely," Arm Guy says after a moment. Izuku's at the point where he can leave his program running on its own, so he turns to the other 3. Purple Guy is kneeling in front of the girl while Arm Guy keeps trying to lift the rock. Izuku takes a second to analyze before he turns to the girl who's trapped. He remembers seeing her briefly in action. She has some type of gravity quirk. "Hey there," Izuku greets, his voice soft. "Can I have purple hair brainwash you to work past the quirk exhaustion? It would help us if you could negate the gravity on this slab." She hesitates for a moment before nodding. Purple hair immediately steps in, asks a question, and the next thing Izuku knows, she's put 5 fingers on the stone and Arm Guy is able to not only lift it but throw it at the 0-pointer. "We have to go," Izuku warns, helping the girl stand. He's shorter than her, but it's enough that he can pass her on to Arm Guy, who simply lifts her into a forearm cradle. They take off at a run just as the 0-pointer pulls to a dead stop. The 4 of them slow down and stare at the immobile robot in wonder. Izuku glances at his arm display and finds that it was his program that stopped the robot. "Oh," Izuku says, glancing back up. Huh, I guess it was easier to hack. The two boys stare at him in confusion, but Izuku doesn't respond. He's saved by the end of the test being called before he ushers Arm Guy and Gravity Girl to the medical area set up by Recovery Girl. As he walks back to the bus, Izuku figures he'll have to train harder for the sports festival, since he definitely didn't get enough villain points to make it into the hero course. He also needs to send another email to Nedzu because he definitely has issues with letting thousands of untrained teenagers loose almost unsupervised against giant robots. He wonders if he should get his mom involved in this. Deku robots? Izuku ahead, believe me, I've been trying to change that for years. Izuku ahead, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff and the old guys are stuck in their ways. Deku, I've heard soap and water works to get things unstuck. Deku, maybe let me at him. I am very upset right now. Izuku ahead, understandable. Deku, you'd think that a top hero school wouldn't play into the discrimination that I have been fighting my entire life. Especially one that says it accepts quirkless students into its heroics class. Deku, if that's the heroics exam, then it's very clear why I'm going to be the first quirkless hero to come from any hero school. Deku, 'cause even if I don't get in through the exam, I'm going to win the sports festival. Deku, I don't care how conceited it sounds. Deku, I have to make it into UA's heroics program. Even if I plan on going underground, I need to use these 3 years to do what I can to change things. Deku, I'm so tired. Izuku ahead, I'm coming over for dinner tonight. I already texted Inko. Deku, thanks. The Effects of Quirks on Wildlife. By Anonymous. 21xs. In 2021, the 30 by 30 campaign began. This movement was a 9-year effort to mitigate the effects of climate change and save the planet. To a degree, the movement was successful. However, during this PRD, thousands of animals went extinct and the world was ravaged by storms and earthquakes and volcanic eruptions like no other PRD of history on Earth. Millions of lives were lost. Some say that we developed quirks to survive climate change. Some say it was to survive disease, especially considering the 2020 to 2021 pandemic that devastated every single country. It's hard to say exactly why quirks developed, only that they did. In 2063, the Coalition of Wildlife was founded by Maurice Antoinette of Bogota, Colombia. The coalition was created to protect the thousands of species facing extinction, such as the mountain lions native to North America and the giraffes native to Africa. Antoinette possessed a quirk that allowed her to hear the thoughts of animals. She's quoted saying, "It's not that I care because I can hear them. It's because I care that I can hear them." Yamamoto, 2074. As one of the first quirked people in the global spotlight for her work in the Amazon, Antoinette became a spokesperson for the Quirked Rights campaign, which led up to the first Quirk Wars. 5 years after the founding of the Coalition of Wildlife, Antoinette met Eric Baldwin, an American grad student at the University of Washington studying the effects of CO2 on a mutated version of the Eriardia deltoidea species of trees in the Amazon. Baldwin was another quirked person. He could manipulate UV radiation in small quantities. While the two were working together in the Amazon, they created a biosphere that protected the rainforest from the adverse effects of climate change, saving thousands of species and changing the way wildlife refuges operate globally. Baldwin would go on to repair the ozone layer and reverse centuries of harm in 2084 with the help of Alex Manzan of Italy and Casey Reed of England. This is an extreme example of how quirks have affected wildlife globally since the end of the 21st century. The pre-quirk era saw the extinction of hundreds of thousands of different species because of hunting, natural disasters, and climate change. Quirks have, admittedly, made it easier to protect animals from these things, even if game hunting, the sport of killing animals like lions and elephants, is still popular among the elite, even if it is banned globally. Another effect that quirks have had on wildlife are, well, quirks. The first documentation of an animal with a quirk was in Iceland. In Gretchen Little had adopted a little kitten who started to speak to her. At first, Gretchen assumed she had spontaneously developed a quirk, but when she invited a friend over and Lilac had talked to the friend, Gretchen knew otherwise. She'd reported the quirk to the government and Lilac was taken for testing. Testing quirked animals was not regulated at the time. Now, there are many protections for quirked animals, but some countries, like Japan pre-2156, are still lacking. Simba, both a beloved lion in a PQ movie and also the first known wild animal with a quirk. Simba lived in the Serengeti National Park, Tanzania. From 2109 to Simba possessed a quirk that slowed the aging process, allowing him to live 5 times the average lifespan of a lion and almost single-handedly bring back the species from the brink of extinction over his lifetime. It's clear to see that quirks have had a positive impact on wildlife since the 21st century, though more research needs to be done on the precise effects, especially in areas such as Antarctica where humans could not travel for 3 decades due to melting ice caps, and the Australian outback where most humans still cannot live due to extreme temperatures and aggressive poisonous insects. That's it. Hello, my name is Midoriya Inko. I am a quirk discrimination lawyer and founding partner of the Sawamura law firm. I was hoping to set up a meeting with you to discuss the entrance exam for the UA Heroics course in order to avoid a potential lawsuit. I would like to avoid taking this issue to court, but know that I will if things do not change. Sincerely, Midoriya Inko. Midoriya-san, I am available this Wednesday at 4 if that works for you. That's it. That works for me. Sincerely, Midoriya Inko. Inko has not always been the best mother. She loves her son, absolutely adores Izuku and everything about him. She watched him take his first step and was there for his first words and the first time he rode a bike. She's been there the whole way. But like every mother ever, she has made mistakes. Some of them are more lasting than others. She still dreams about the day that the doctor told them Izuku would never get a quirk. She remembers how devastated her little boy had been, how her heart had broken watching his dreams crash and shatter at his feet. She can still hear herself apologizing over and over because maybe she did something wrong, maybe she wasn't strong enough. She can hear Izuku's heart-wrenching sobs as he watched All Might's debut for the millionth time, only this time his eyes were devoid of hope. Inko is still making up for it, probably would be for the rest of her life. Izuku had needed her support, not her pity and apologies. It had taken way too long for her to realize that. It wasn't until Aizawa had sat her down and talked to her about it that she realized she needed to verbalize her support to her son. He needed to hear from her that he could be a hero. Her baby boy was going to change the world, and Inko would be dead if she didn't do her part right there with him. Which brings her to the office of Nedzu, UA's principal. She has guesses as to what species Nedzu is, but right now it doesn't matter. What matters is getting the exam changed so that no other 14-year-old comes home from it with tears of frustration because they couldn't stop someone getting hurt. So that no other parent has to watch their kid wake up from nightmares where they weren't fast enough to save someone. Inko had spent the last week brainstorming with Izuku, who is out training with Aizawa right now, and she sets the binder of ideas for new potential exams on the coffee table. The smile Nedzu sends her way when he sees it is primal. Inko's responding smirk is full of vindictive glee. They have a lot to talk about, and the excitement Inko feels at the prospect of change is familiar. CC, Aizawa head. Sir Night-Eye, do you know of any technology that enhances a person's quirk? Other than support gear? I'm looking into a case right now for fat gum and I'm stuck. By all accounts, Akihiro Sakuchi has a weak quirk, the ability to make her skin glow a fluorescent pink. However, she was able to blind several people in an incident last week and when tested showed no traces of trigger. She also had no support gear on her body. It's highly unlikely that she had like a microchip, but I've exhausted all other avenues of thought. Do you know of any cases with similar deadens I can look at? Sincerely, De. CC, Aizawa head. Mr. De? I am not aware of such technology. I looked at the case files after receiving your email and analysis and have reached the same dead end. I have Bubble Girl and Centipeder looking into similar cases. You should be getting results from UA soon, correct? Please remember to fill us in when you receive them. CC, Aizawa head. Sir Night-Eye. Thank you. Please keep me posted on the cases. I'm worried we might be looking at an upgraded form of trigger which, considering I wasn't supposed to be involved in trigger cases to begin with, is highly concerning. I should be getting the letter tomorrow. I will let everyone know. Sincerely, De. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Sleepless in Muzutafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium, Tensei. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. John Mulaney 2.0 Etta, C. K. Jo, Utu. Did you get your results? Laughing face. Turns out I'm %100 that beach. Turbo, I cannot believe you just quoted a PQ song. Turbo, Deku, I thought you were better than this. C. Ko, you, there is nothing wrong with PQ music. I will fight you if you try to say otherwise. Ida. Psychic, Deku. You, C. Ko, you. Guess who's going to be in Eraserhead's class? Laughing face. You. Training to be the first ever quirkless hero? Laughing face. Ko, you. And has had two panic attacks despite having been training for this in some capacity for at least 5 years? Laughing face. You. And having known Eraserhead for 10 months? Laughing face. You. If you guessed me you'd be correct. Laughing face. John Mulaney 2.0. This is so exciting, congrats. Not on the panic attacks though, that Esikas. Turbo, congratulations Deku. Psychic, I am proud of you, Deku. Sleepless in Muzutafu, I will have no breaks this year. Sleepless in Muzutafu, considering you're involved in both my hero work and now my teaching work as well. Could be worse. Lemon and I could be in the same year. Sleepless in Muzutafu. Sleepless in Muzutafu. If I could sleep, that thought would give me nightmares. Ex-nudist, hey, we wouldn't be that bad. Ex-nudist, congrats Deku. I look forward to watching you make waves in the hero community. Thanks Lemon. Izuku ahead, I am also proud of you kid. You've improved a lot in the last 10 months. Deku, thanks Dad. Deku, you know what? Deku, I'm owning that. Deku, unless it makes you uncomfortable. Deku, in which case I'll revert to calling you Zawa. Izuku ahead. As long as you don't call me that in public. Deku, laughing face. I'm crying real tears. Deku, Mom wants you to come over for dinner. Dadzawa, I'll be there at 6 chapter text. Do you have your handkerchief? His mom asks for the second time since Izuku put on his left shoe. Yes, Mom, Izuku responds, trying not to sound as exasperated as he feels. He knows she means well. Inko may be a badass lawyer, but he got his anxiety from her. I gotta go before I'm late. Hey, Izuku, her voice stops him just before he shuts the door. Izuku turns to look at his mom. I'm proud of you. I love you, Mom, Izuku tells her, his smile turning wobbly. She's been saying it a lot more these days, but it's still nice to hear. Remember Zawa is coming over tonight to celebrate the first day. Of course, honey. I'll see you tonight. Yui is huge. Izuku knows this of course, he's been back since he got his official acceptance and even had his final day of training until summer with Aizawa the previous night. Apparently the hero training is going to be so intense that they'll have to cut out one-on-one training until the second term where Izuku should have the hang of things. He'll still get to see Aizawa nearly every day so he's not too concerned. What he is, however, is lost. Despite being on campus many times, Izuku has never been in the main building and like he noted before, Yui is huge. Thankfully, he runs into a second year, someone in 2B, before he runs out of time to make it to class before the bell rings. The teen, Ringo as he introduces himself, points him in the right direction and soon Izuku is standing outside his classroom door. He can hear yelling inside. Izuku already misses being homeschooled. He doesn't want to deal with his peers. He doesn't want to be the quirkless freak anymore. He wants to be Deku, which is ironic considering how that name came about. Now, however, Deku means I can do it, not useless. He's made the name his own and no one can take it from him anymore. With a sigh, Izuku slides the door open. It's surprisingly easy considering the size of the thing and steps into the room. Bakugo is there, with his feet on his desk and a scowl in place. He's being lectured at by the blue-haired teen who tried to call him out for his support items. The items he'd made himself, thank you very much. Most of the other students in his class are there, staring at the two of them with uncomfortable looks on their faces, and Izuku can't blame them for it. Blue Hair and Bakugo both look sad, and Izuku finds that he wants to leave when their attention turns to him as he enters. "I'm Ida Tenya from Semi-Junior High," Ida introduces, walking over to Izuku like a robot. "I heard you," Izuku comments, trying not to roll his eyes. It wouldn't be a good first second impression to show how done he is with Ida's theatrics this early in the morning. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." "Midoriya, I must hand it to you," Ida starts on some sort of rant. "You divined the actual nature of the practical skills exam, didn't you?" "Who was blind to it? I completely misread you." "You're blocking the door." A tired voice interrupts the conversation, and Izuku turns to see Purple Hair staring blankly between him and Ida. Izuku smiles, happy to see a familiar face. Though he did catch sight of Arm Guy when he came in, he just hasn't had the chance to say anything yet. "Ah!" Ida shouts. "Apologies." Ida backs away from Izuku, who takes his chance to find his seat behind Bakugo, naturally. Purple Hair sits behind him, but they don't speak. They do, however, share a nod of acknowledgement. Not even a minute later, Gravity Girl walks in the room, pointing between Izuku, Purple Hair, and Arm Guy. "You all made it in," the girl shouts, clearly pleased by this news. Izuku's happy too, but he's trying to not get on anyone's nerves on the first day. Any response is stopped when their classroom door slides open to reveal no one. Izuku glances down to see Aizawa, in his customary yellow sleeping bag, finishing a juice pouch. Conversation slowly dies around the room, and Izuku wonders if it's always going to be like this. He knows Aizawa is weird. Aizawa knows he's weird. But Izuku can feel the judgment of his peers as their homeroom teacher unzips his sleeping bag. Aizawa hums, eyes roving over Izuku and his classmates. "It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, kids. You're lacking common sense. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Pleasure meeting you." Aizawa pulls a gym uniform out of the sleeping bag. "Wear these immediately and then shove off to the PE grounds." Izuku, being used to Aizawa's vague demands, is quick to grab his uniform and go change, Bakugo right behind him. They're the first two out on the PE grounds, but they only have to wait a few minutes for everyone else to show up. "We're going to start with a quirk apprehension test," Aizawa says, his flat voice and dull eyes masking the way he's observing their reactions. "What about the entrance ceremony?" Gravity Girl protests. "If you want to be heroes, then we don't have time for frivolous activities," Aizawa says, surprising the class even more. But Izuku thinks he's not wrong at all. "You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus. Well, that freedom goes for the teachers as well." He proceeds to list the activities they'll be doing, the same ones Izuku did 10 months ago when he began his training with Aizawa. He's excited to see how he's improved since then. Izuku watches in awe as Bakugo throws the ball over 700 meters. 100 times his middle school distance, with a war cry and an explosion that blows wind and smoke through his hair. "Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of," Aizawa explains as he shows the distance. "This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation." Izuku watches in growing horror as members of his class shout out their glee over being able to use their quirks for the test. As someone who doesn't have a quirk, he's at a disadvantage, especially seeing as he can't use his support gear out of costume right now. To see them treating this like a game is frustrating to a degree that Izuku doesn't know how to process. "It looks fun, you say?" Aizawa says, interrupting the excited chatter. "So you were planning to spend your 3 years here having a good ol' time? What happened to becoming heroes?" Despite knowing Aizawa for nearly a year, Izuku has never seen the underground hero look as terrifying as he does now. Izuku has made sure to never put himself in a position where Aizawa could doubt how serious he was taking his training to be a hero. "All right then," Aizawa continues. "In that case, new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled." Izuku knows that their teacher is serious. He can see it in his eyes. If any of his classmates don't take this test seriously, then they're going to be out of the program faster than they can say, "professional hero." Though, logical ruse, huh? Deku, mister, I expelled my entire class. Dadzawa, what happened to the nervous Deku who never backtalked? Deku, he can't come to the phone right now. Deku, why? Dadzawa, don't you dare. Deku, anyways, I'm on my way to the teacher's lounge so we can head home. Deku, make sure nothing incriminating is happening because I don't want to explain to Mom why I need to bleach my eyes. Dadzawa, we're at school? What do you think teachers get up to at school? Deku, no national secrets just walking about? Dadzawa, oh my god. Deku gasps. Dadzawa, you know, don't you? Deku, that depends on what you're talking about, Dad. Dadzawa, all might. Deku, that is. He might have, shrunk? On the roof? Dadzawa, and revealed a national secret to a kid he didn't know? Dadzawa, honestly I'm not going to warn him that you're coming. Dadzawa, he deserves it. Deku, laughing face. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Ex-nudist, can someone explain to me why All Might showed up to training like he'd seen a ghost? Psychic, I haven't talked to him this week. I knew he was just starting his new job and wanted to give him some space. You, that would be my fault. Ex-nudist, what did you do? Sleepless in Muzudafu, the Lord's work. See, do, what's Awa said. John Mulaney 2.0, you scare me sometimes, Deku. Laughing face. Turbo. Shoyuta, did you threaten to expel your entire class again this year? Does see, Ko, you, is it a threat if he'd actually follow through on it? See, Ko, you, seems more like a promise at that point. Sleepless in Muzudafu, I simply ensured that they were going to take their training seriously. John Mulaney 2.0, by threatening expulsion? Sleepless in Muzudafu, low effort and effective. Logical choice. The C, Ko, you, logical indeed. The C, Ko, you, never mind that none of the class believed he'd actually do it after he mentioned it was a ruse. The C, Ko, you, I should casually mention the entire class you expelled last year tomorrow. Psychic. Deku, did you receive my email? Looking at it now. CC, Izuku ahead. Mr. De, I've attached what we've found in regards to the Akihiro case. We found traces of a trigger-like substance in her house, but nothing in the blood work. We were in contact with a scientist on Iceland about the technology and nothing like what you suggested has made it onto the market to their knowledge. While that type of technology is possible, it would be expensive to make. CC, Izuku ahead. Sir Knight this is worrying. It would appear that someone is rapidly developing trigger, and if we can't find traces of it, it's going to be harder to pinpoint who is behind it. I think we should look into gangs that had a history of trigger dealing in the last 15 years. I know All Might took care of several of them, but many survived, and if any of them are dealing in trigger, then we've got a national crisis building like the 2134 trigger pandemic, but worse, much worse at this rate. I will be looking into it on my end, but as you know, my resources are limited and I can't get super involved. Keep me updated and I'll let you know if I find anything. Sincerely, you doing okay, kid? Eraserhead. Dadzawa. As well as I can be, I guess. This case is really worrying and I fear that there's something we're missing, something big and dangerous. I'm not worried about my own safety or anything, more the safety of the average citizen who has no idea what's happening right now. If my theories, attached, are correct, then we're going to need more than 4 heroes and 2 heroes in training for this. What if we fill some of the teachers in now? So that they can keep a lookout and you don't run yourself ragged? I don't want you getting hurt because you're not sleeping again. Sincerely, Dadzawa, that was one time. Deku, one time too many. Izuku, name change time, laughing face. Dadzawa, why the hell is my son like this? Izuku, catch me crying on the street. This is the first time you've called me your son, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. Dadzawa, I repeat, why the hell is my son like this? Izuku, it's the trauma. Dadzawa, Oh, what a mood. The beginning of day 2 at Yui was very different from the end of day 1. For one, they attended normal classes like English, history, math, and science. For another, no expulsions were threatened and no classmates were trying to explode him for using his brain on the apprehension test. Apparently, asking the person you saved to use their gravity-negating quirk on the ball before you threw it was cheating. Except it wasn't because Izuku never left the circle. Anyways, now, Izuku is at lunch with Shinso, Shuji, Uraraka, and a few others. He's listening to them, mostly Uraraka and Ida, talk, not really participating as he eats his katsudon. I can't believe Aizawa-sensei made us think he was going to expel someone yesterday, Uraraka complains loudly. Izuku interjects quietly. Why do you say that? He's not sure who asks the question, but everyone at the table is looking at him now. Eraserhead expelled his entire class last year. Who's Eraserhead? Izuku stares at Kaminari with a blank face. Our homeroom teacher? No, like Eraserhead? I know who Aizawa-sensei is. What? I've never heard of Eraserhead before? I was wondering about Aizawa-sensei's hero persona, Azui adds on. Izuku stares dumbfounded at the rest of the table, meeting the confused eyes of his classmates, none of which seem to know who Eraserhead is. Aizawa is pro-hero Eraserhead? Izuku says, like it's a question. How could his class not know who Eraserhead is? Sure, but who is Eraserhead? I've never heard of him, Kaminari asks. The Erasure hero, Eraserhead is an underground hero who has been active for just over a decade. He's been teaching here for 8 years. His quirk is Erasure, which allows him to erase the quirks of his opponents or unruly students for as long as he can keep his eyes open without blinking. It doesn't work on mutant quirks though, probably because it's difficult to trick the brain into thinking part of its body doesn't work. He uses a specially made capture weapon to fight as well. He also carries knives, but I've never seen him use them. You sure know a lot about Aizawa-sensei, Shuji remarks. Izuku realizes then that he resorted to mumbling, a trait he thought he'd curbed already, but evidently the nerves of being in a school again brought the old habit back. Izuku laughs awkward, resisting the urge to cover his face. Sorry about the rambling. So you have an analysis quirk, Midoriya-kun? Ida asks. Thankfully, Izuku is saved from answering by the warning bell. It's not that he cares if his class knows he's quirkless, he's hopeful that UA won't be like his limited experience at Aldra, but he wants to prove himself to them before they can pass judgments based on something he can't control. All Might looks nervous. That's the first thing Izuku notices when he arrives at Ground Beta with his hero costume on. The number 1 hero keeps glancing at Izuku, and he'd be lying if he said there wasn't a bit of vindictive glee at the thought that Izuku made the number 1 hero nervous. Maybe the prank he'd pulled on the hero was a bit much. But so was All Might telling him he couldn't be a hero and then leaving him on a roof. Izuku's class seems to notice the looks and keep on glancing at him in confusion, but Izuku doesn't mind. Instead, he's observing all their costumes and taking mental notes on any major issues or anything he finds particularly cool, like Shinsu's voice modulator. His own costume is simple, especially compared to Ida's. A dark red top, black pants, and gloves with red and teal accents. He has on his signature red high tops, though he hopes to get them upgraded as soon as he's allowed, because how cool would it be to have shoes with knives in hidden compartments? He does have a few knives already, his wire, and a capture weapon just like Dad's. He's nowhere near as proficient as Aizawa, but that's a given considering he's been training for less than a year and Izuku hadn't even been 1 yet when Aizawa started training. Let's get started, class. All Might's voice booms through the space, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. The class immediately comes to attention and waits eagerly for directions. It's a simple concept, really. Capture the bomb, set in a building. It should be fine, except Izuku and his partner, Uraraka, are paired against Bakugo and Ida. 2 people that Izuku really doesn't want to be facing right now. He'd rather face Todoroki. As aloof as the guy acts, he is still a recommendation student. Though Izuku does have to wonder about why he's half encased in ice. Because Izuku used up all his luck surviving 2 villain attacks already, his team is up first. He and Uraraka are the heroes, so they wait at the base of the building for 5 minutes, allowing Ida and Bakugo to get set up. What's the plan, Mito? Mito? Izuku asks, feeling flustered. The only nickname he's had that was given to him by Aizawa is Deku, and that really wasn't a positive one to begin with. Ah! Uraraka shouts, her face flushing just as red as Izuku's face feels. If that's okay. I'm sorry. It's fine. Izuku assures because it is fine, if a bit unexpected. Anyways. The plan. Yeah. They win. By some miracle, Izuku quirkless, Deku, Izuku manages to beat Bakugo. It helps that his entire costume is fire-resistant. The explosive hero had come after them alone, but Izuku and Uraraka had entered from the 3rd floor window, one floor about where Bakugo had been at the time, so they'd managed to avoid him for long enough to make it to the 4th floor. Once there, Uraraka had gone up while Izuku had searched the 4th floor, eventually running into Bakugo. Izuku was wary of Bakugo, of course he was, but he didn't really feel afraid. Izuku managed to avoid several hits from the angered teen, though not all of them, unfortunately, and capture Bakugo with his scarf, and then the capture tape for extra precaution. He then went to help Uraraka, who had been spotted by Ida. Uraraka had touched the bomb and the heroes had been declared the winners. It's a heady feeling, winning the first training event of his career at Yui. Izuku feels, not for the first time but possibly the most profoundly, that he can do this. He can be a hero. Chapter text. Chat name, 1 Cheat sheet pinned. No nicknames currently. Midoriya Izuku, hello class 1A. This group chat is a requirement for all heroic students to be a part of. You're not allowed to leave, laughing face. As your class president, which I am still confused by, but thanks. I will be in charge of monitoring the chat and reporting any rule breaking with the help of Yayarozu-san, etc., etc., etc. The school doesn't care about language as long as no derogatory words are used. Any sort of racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, ableism, odism, quirkism, etc. will not be tolerated and are ground for immediate expulsion. Midoriya Izuku. I believe that covers just about everything. This chat is free to use to ask for help on homework, get life advice, begin to form connections with classmates, etc., etc., etc. I do want you to know that Aizawa-sensei is in the chat and can see your messages, so please don't create more work for him than necessary. Kaminari Denki? Oh wow, group chat already? Jirakyuka? Oh. Jirakyuka? Oh no. Bakugo Ketsuki, what the F dash, Deku? Midoriya Izuku, I'm just following the school rules, Bakugo, laughing face. Uraraka Achako, has anyone ever told you that you're kind of terrifying, Mito? Midoriya Izuku, yes, actually. Shuji Mezu, I can see this either going very good or very bad. Midoriya Izuku, honestly, I'm expecting both. Tokoyami Fumikage, I see you two are prepared to embrace the darkness, Midoriya-kun. Azuitsu, Midoriya-chan, I have a question about your costume. Midoriya Izuku, yes, Azui-san? Azuitsu, call Mitsu? Azuitsu, I noticed that you and Aizawa both use a scarf as a capture weapon. Was your costume inspired by his? Kaminari Denki, I didn't even know Eraserhead was a hero that existed until yesterday. Midoriya Izuku, it was. I can't talk about it really, but I've been training with the scarf for a few months now. It's really difficult and apparently took Zawa 6 years to master. Midoriya Izuku, I can only use it because I've been working with a really good instructor. Ida Tenya, Midoriya-kun. You should not be so informal about our teacher's name. Midoriya Izuku. I can see the point you're trying to make, but I'm electing to ignore it. Kirishima Aijuru, what a manly thing to say, Midoriya. Aizawa Shoyuda, I honestly do not care what the lot of you call me. Aizawa Shoyuda, as long as it's logical. Midoriya Izuku, da. Aizawa Shoyuda, Midoriya no. Midoriya Izuku, Midoriya yes. Aizawa Shuda's nickname has been set to Zawa head. Zawa head, size. Ida Tenya, Midoriya-kun. Sirohanta, this just in, Midoriya Izuku, local cinnamon roll is actually a cinnamon roll. Tokoyami Fumikage, what a mad banquet of darkness. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Bertholus. Sleepless in Muzudafu has added Present Mike, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Fat Gum, and Hawks to the chat. Sleepless in Muzudafu, I have updated these 5 as we discussed in our last meeting. They will be joining us on the case as extra sets of eyes and ears. Ex-nudist, Cabbage, don't do it. Do, but I need to lemon. You don't understand. Loud? Turbo. Deku is an analyst assisting with the case and has a mild case of quirkphilia. That's you wanna fight Ingenium? I know all of your weaknesses. Turbo, fear. Do, that's what I thought. Do. So, just to fill you all in further. I am Deku. I've emailed all of your agencies at least once except Hawks for one reason or another. I've yet to email any of you personally as you were not the ones handling the cases I had found. I am a freelance analyst, apparently, who started helping with cases as a hobby almost a year ago now after I was the victim of a villain attack. I mostly work with Eraserhead, but I'm not a licensed hero, so any work I do now is with his knowledge, and he should be CC'd in any email you're sending me about the current case so that he knows I'm following the rules we set out for my safety. My emails are completely encrypted, and so are any analyses that I might send your way. Any questions? Bird. What the F dash? Bird. Why is this my name? Is it wrong? Bird. Ex-nudist. Deku is our local cryptid. He did all of our names. Ex-nudist. If you ever met him in person you would not believe he was the same person after seeing him here. Thanks. It's the trauma. Sleepless in Muzudafu. You need to stop saying that, kid. Loud. Shoulda. Sleepless in Muzudafu. I have many regrets. But unknown number. Midoriya Izuku. Who is this? Unknown number. Figure it out, fuckface. Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo? Bakugo Katsuki, since when do you know how to fight? Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, fight. Midoriya Izuku, since after the slime villain incident. Midoriya Izuku, I could defend myself before but Zua taught me how to fight back. Bakugo Katsuki, and how'd that happen? Midoriya Izuku. I solved a case that Eraserhead was working on, emailed him, and by some miracle he didn't think I was useless. Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, if you tell anyone about this I'll kill you. Bakugo Katsuki, but I've been seeing a DMN shrink since the slime villain incident. Bakugo Katsuki, and the BZ had made me realize that I was a piece of shit. Bakugo Katsuki, and I know you deserve an in-person apology but I'm not ready for that yet. Bakugo Katsuki, but I am sorry. You deserved none of what I did to you and I'm honestly kind of glad that Aldra got burnt to a crisp because that Genji school would have done jack shit. Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, best keep your mouth shut shitty nerd. Midoriya Izuku, I can't say I forgive you yet. Midoriya Izuku, maybe I'll be ready to when you're ready to apologize in person. Midoriya Izuku, I need time to see that you've changed. Midoriya Izuku, but thank you. Midoriya Izuku, I'll see you in class tomorrow. Bakugo Katsuki, whatever nerd chapter text. Chat name, one it. Cheat sheet pinned. Zawa head, Aizawa Shoyuda. Cabbage, Midoriya Izuku. Boom boy, Bakugo Katsuki. Ice cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Ajuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikich. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Turu. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Gravity Girl, Mito. Are you okay? Sue, has anyone heard anything about Mito-chan and Aizawa-sensei? Goddess, there have been no updates, but I will be sure to inform everyone as soon as I hear anything. Goddess, and if anyone needs anything, please let me know. Today has been a lot and it's okay to not be okay. I know most of us are back with our families, but I am here as a resource for anyone. Alien Queen, you too, Yamamo. If you need anything, let us know. We all went through a traumatic event today and it's going to take time to recover from it. Boom Boy at the Rock DME. Mr. Electric Eyes. Boom Boy, shut up Dunceface. Turbo JR, that's not very heroic of you, Bakugo. Mr. Electric, not very plus ultra, you mean? Portable MP3, Denki? Mr. Electric, okay, I'll stop. Cabbage, I lived Bithk. Cabbage, you know, the hospital is weird. Cabbage, I haven't been here since I was 3? Cabbage, maybe? Cabbage, did you know they don't usually treat quirkless people at hospitals? Cabbage, do you understand how many hospitals my mom has sued for quirk discrimination? Cabbage, and it still hasn't changed? Cabbage, I'm only being treated because I go to UA. Beta Spider-Man, what? Cabbage, that. Cabbage, I mean. Cabbage, frick. Cabbage, Dad's awake, peace. Ice cold, Dad? Dad. A quiet, familiar voice is the first thing that Shoyuta hears as he floats back into consciousness. His body feels heavy and achy and his eyes feel like they're glued shut. Your eyes are covered, Dad. Oh, that's Izuku. Suddenly everything comes back and Shoyuta shoots up in bed, pain lancing through his entire body. Whoa! Another voice Sashi exclaims loudly before strong hands are placed on his shoulder and Shoyuta is forced to lie back on his bed. You're okay, Dad? Everyone's okay, you kept us safe until help arrived, Izuku assures from somewhere near his head. Shoyuta tries to reach for his kid, his Izuku, but his arms won't move. His body doesn't feel like his own. Everything feels fuzzy as he sinks back unconsciousness. Shoyuta, a feminine voice says softly. Shoyuta isn't sure if it's been hours since he was last awake or minutes, but he recognizes Inko's voice. I know you're still resting. The doctor said you'd likely be out for the rest of the day, but I just want to thank you. You saved my Aizu from permanent paralysis. His recovery is going to take a while, but he'll be back. On his feet before we know, stubborn boy that he is. She's crying now. Shoyuta tries to move, tries to say something, but his body feels like it's covered in plaster and his throat hurts like it's been through a grinder. Hey, Inko soothes, urging Shoyuta to lay back when he finally gets his body to respond. Shoyuta, I'm going to call for a nurse. They'll be able to help you better. For now, just drink the water. I'll hold the straw up for you since your arms are in casts. Oh, that would explain why he can't move them. Zoo. Shoyuta tries. It sounds more like 2 rocks falling onto a turntable, but he's pretty sure Inko understands him well enough to know what he's asking. He's going to be released tomorrow. His care will be transferred to Recovery Girl who'll be doing physical therapy with him for a few months. Her voice sounds so clinical and Shoyuta is grateful for it because he's in pain and exhausted and his son got hurt. Right in front of him. Shoyuta had to watch Shigaraki disintegrate. He doesn't even want to think about it. The doctor says he'll have to sit out on the physical part of heroics until he can walk again, but he'll still be able to attend school next week as long as he doesn't overexert himself. Walk. Temporary paralysis of his legs. The nerves have been repaired thanks to a quirk, but it'll take time for him to relearn how to use them. The doctor is here, Shoyuta, Inko says a few minutes later when the door opens. I'm going to head back to Izuku. We'll stop by after checking out in the morning. Get me out of here, Shoyuta demands, glaring at his longtime best friend. The man who Shoyuta trauma bonded with in high school and never got rid of afterwards because, despite what he wants people to think, Shoyuta cares too much he's getting off track. Help me leave or I will do it on my own and it will be significantly more damaging to my own body and your mental health. Dad, Izuku chides, his voice light. 3 of Shuta's favorite people, not that he'd tell them that are in his room and they're planning to just leave him there? Shoyuta won't allow it. The bandages on his eyes are off and his legs work, That's all he needs to stage an escape. I've already signed you out, Hisashi assures. It's AMA, but we all know you'd never stay here while your son was going home. You are both the best and worst thing that has ever happened to me, Shoyuta deadpants. If he weren't so emotionally constipated he'd express his gratitude now, but by the look in Hisashi's eyes, suspiciously close to tears, he thinks his friend understands. And because your dumbass will probably overwork yourself, if left alone you'll be staying with the Midoriyas until the rest of the bandages come off, Hisashi explains with no small amount of glee. Shoyuta would like to know when this was decided. Miko and Devil are already there. He's okay with it now. Let's just leave, please. Sir, yes, sir, Izuku says, giving Shoyuta a cheeky salute. Shuda's 99% sure they're giving Izuku the good stuff to deal with the pain the teen must be in right now. It's impossible to tell with the casual clothes the green-eyed kid is wearing, but there must be extensive scarring on his lower back, even with all the healing quirks available to him as a hero in training. Let's go home, Inko says with a soft smile for the three of them. The two of you need to rest, and I know Hisashi has patrol tonight. Since when were you two on a first-name basis? Shoyuta asks because his brain-to-mouth filter is a dirty rotten BSRD. Since Hisashi saved my best friend and my son from permanent injuries, Inko says deadpan before she turns the brakes of Izuku's chair off and leads the way to Hisashi's car. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Sleepless in Muzutafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Bertholux. Dove C, K-Yo, U, Night Eye. Just took me and to visit Sarai, and never have I ever wanted to adopt a child more in my life. Dove C, K-O, U, she and some of the other kids decorated my wheelchair and I am filling out the papers right now. The C, K-O, U, if anything happened to these kids I would kill everyone in the world and then myself. Turbo, you're like 12. Do, I will fight you. Never mind. Forgot about the wheelchair for a sec. You, I will run over your goddamn toes Ingenium. Turbo, I do not like it when you use my hero name. Do? Good laughing face. Sleepless in Muzutafu, stop terrorizing Tensei. I'm sorry. Stop staring at me like that. Sleepless in Muzutafu sent an image. Izuku is sitting in a wheelchair decked out in Hot Wheels decals and unicorn stickers. He's wrapped in a fuzzy green blanket with a unicorn plushie in one side. In front of him on a desk is a laptop with various pun stickers on a cover. He's pouting at Aizawa. The picture is blurry. John Mulaney 2.0, Acid Hellstaklicky, how are you this cute and still absolutely terrifying? Sleepless in Muzutafu, I see you typing kid. I won't do it. You, it's the trauma. Sleepless in Muzutafu, I can still read. Frick? John Mulaney 2.0, this is exactly what I mean. You make jokes like this but you look like a cinnamon roll. C, K-O, do, one of my classmates called me a cinnamon roll. C, K-O, U's nickname has been set to cinnamon roll. Cinnamon roll, fair. Psychic, Deku, your mom has informed me that you will not be able to participate in the sports festival. I want to let you know that I will still be extending a work-study invite your way. John Mulaney 2.0, me as well. Turbo, same you. Bird, I would love to have a chaos intern. Sleepless in Muzutafu, I have dibs. Loud, you got him for 10 months. Sleepless in Muzutafu, not my fault, everyone else was being illogical. Cinnamon roll, I am in tears. Cinnamon roll, I can't even walk anymore? I need help getting from my chair to my bed? I can't even get out of bed some mornings? And y'all still want me? To intern? With you? WTF? Cinnamon roll, I am tired and gay, F off can. Sleepless in Muzutafu, problem child. Cinnamon roll, dad. Sleepless in Muzutafu, what did I say about terrorizing people in the group chats? Cinnamon roll, Not to. Sleepless in Mizudafu. And what did you do? Cinnamon roll. Terrorized people in the group chat. Cinnamon roll. I'll do better next time. Cinnamon roll. Ah frick. Got an update from the agency in Hokkaido. Zawa, I'm going to see you in the reply, okay? Sleepless in Mizudafu. Okay. I'll be home in 30 minutes. Cinnamon roll at everyone actually, I'll be CCing y'all as well. I think this case is bigger than we thought. Bird, how the F does it get bigger than a national smuggling ring? Cinnamon roll, international smuggling ring? Bird, frick. This is Kempo demo. We looked into those cases as you asked and found that your analysis of the villain's quirk was accurate as far as we are able to tell. Hanada does have connections to Lars, the leader of the Norwegian underworld conglomerate, more widely known as Acer. Lars has been in custody 5 separate times but always manages to get out, either from bribes or escapes. We're unsure of how the connection was formed, but according to an associate in Norway, Lars is known for dealing in experimental drags. We've attached the other analysis you were looking for to this email. We're still looking into the other cases you've sent to us and will have the information for you as soon as possible. We figured you'd need to know about Hanta's connection to an out-of-country villain. 2 and Mo believe there are more connections in more countries. Kempo believes the main villain is located in Japan, but we have no proof of this theory. If you can reach out to connections in other countries, we will be doing the same. Kempo to Mo. CC, Izuku Head and 8 others. Kempo to Mo. I have CC'd those primarily working on the case with me. Thank you for the information and the analysis you provided. It's always nice to have input from someone with quirks for it. It's unnerving that this is not just a Japan problem. I'm going to be contacting more of my associates in Japan since I haven't had the opportunity to network abroad. I'll ask them to ask around and let you know if I have anything else for you to look at. Mom is doing well, by the way. She only knows that I requested your email address. She doesn't know what I'm working on, and I'd prefer to keep her out of the loop, as I'm sure you understand why. I hope I can see the 3 of you when this whole thing calms down, and I get a break from school. Sincerely, Izuku, we have to get All Might involved. Dadzawa, I would rather cut off my left TSTCL. Izuku, what the actual F dash, Dad? Izuku, All Might may not be a competent teacher, yet, IG, but he has more connections than any other hero in the frickin' world. Izuku, I don't have solid proof so I haven't brought it up, but I think this is about more than just Trigger. Dadzawa, what do you mean? Izuku, let's just say there's a reason I wanted to establish connections with the orphanage that Sarai is at, and why Mom is filing some paperwork as we speak to adopt as many of those kids as we can feasibly adopt, and Sir Night Eye is adding additional security and patrols nearby. Dadzawa, F dash. Dadzawa, okay, I'll talk to All Might. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Cinnamon Roll, Deku. Sleepless in Mizudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-Nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Night. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Bird Looks. All Might. Sleepless in Mizudafu has added All Might to the chat. Big Guy. Cinnamon Roll, welcome to hell, All Might. I am Deku, a freelance analyst working as the secondary analyst on the Trigger Ring case. I've been working on it for almost a year now. As it turns out, cases I have solved, or helped solve IG, are connected and my life is just a mess at this point, TB. I'm not a professional hero, so everything I do has to be approved by Eraserhead, and he should be CC'd in all emails to me, or I'll basically be on house arrest until I'm 80.2 and all my grandkids are adults, except that's not going to happen. LO. I know Eraser filled you in, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. This is a judgment-free zone for anyone not named Ingenium. Turbo. Y'all, I have no questions at the moment, young Deku. Y'all, it is a pleasure to be here, though I wish the circumstances were better. Sleepless in Mizudafu, turn off your caps lock before I find you and break your phone. Y'all, I do not know how. Cinnamon Roll, All Might is a boomer confirmed. Ex-Nudist. It's the 22nd century, Cabbage. Cinnamon Roll, boomer confirmed. Y'all, I do not know how you managed that, Eraserhead, but please never do it again. Cinnamon Roll, what did you do? Cinnamon Roll, Eraserhead? Cinnamon Roll at Eraserhead? Izuku, don't ignore me. At Dadzawa, what did you do? Dadzawa crawled through his window like that girl on The Grudge and stole his phone while he screamed. Izuku, I cannot believe he is the #1 hero. Cinnamon Roll, if anyone ever tells you that Eraserhead is not my favorite hero, then they are lying and should be detained at all costs. Cinnamon Roll, because Eraserhead is my favorite hero. John Mulaney 2.0, honestly, that's fair. He's practically your father. Cinnamon Roll, I am a proud son. Y'all, I was not aware that you had children, Eraserhead. Sleepless in Muzudafu, he's more of a parasite. Cinnamon Roll, just because it's true doesn't mean you should say it. Cinnamon Roll, I can't believe you'd say this about your favorite son. Sleepless in Muzudafu, you are my only son. Ex-nudist, All Might. Y'all, W. Humst? Cinnamon Roll, he memes. Ex-nudist, it's Lemillion. Yo, wait. Is Night Eye in this chat? Cinnamon Roll. Yes, he is the primary analyst. Yo, dash. Fat Gum. No cussing in front of the child. Cinnamon Roll. Yeah, All Might, watch your FING language. Turbo. See, now he's repeating you. Psychic. Cinnamon Roll. Take your drama to DMs please. Cinnamon Roll. I am very tired and very gay. Cinnamon Roll. And not ready to watch my uncle fight the #1 hero. Sleepless in Muzudafu, since when did you adopt Night Eye? Cinnamon Roll, since he helped my mom adopt an entire orphanage and got me 16 new siblings and a daughter? Sleepless in Muzudafu, Turbo, you're like 12. Cinnamon Roll, your toes will be mine. Turbo, fear. Y'all, is it always like this? Cinnamon Roll, yes. Sleepless in Muzudafu, yes. Ex-nudist, Y's. Turbo, kiss. Psychic kiss. John Mulaney 2.0, laughing face. Loud kiss. Blood kiss. Ghost kiss. Big eye. Bird, yes chapter text. Chat name, 1 Cheat sheepin. Zawa head, Aizawa Shoyuda. Hot Wheels, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Ice Cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple Hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Ajuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikich. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Turu. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Cabbage has changed their name to Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, sorry I've been away dealing with medical stuff and a few other things all. I will be back at school on Wednesday. I know that Aizawa gave you updates even though he's at school AMA to begin with. For the next few months I will be using a wheelchair and doing some extensive physician therapy. Shigaraki managed to partially disintegrate part of the L4 and L5 vertebra and some nerves of my lower back. Thankfully, due to a very convenient quirk at the hospital I will be regaining full movement, though I have to relearn how to walk because the quirk literally replaced those nerves. During practical hero training I will be analyzing your quirks and giving you suggestions as part of my own training. Please don't be offended by anything I tell you as it comes from me wanting everyone to be the best heroes they can be. Hot Wheels, I believe that's it. Gravity Girl, Mido. Beta Spider-Man, Midoriya. Holy shit. Turbo Jr., I am glad you are going to be okay, Midoriya-kun. I'm sorry I couldn't bring help sooner and prevent your injury. The Rock, I'm glad you're okay, Midoriya. We were all worried about you when you didn't show up on Monday. Goddess, please let us know if you need anything. Hot Wheels, thank you. I'll probably be fine. Hot Wheels, also, please remember that while we are training to be heroes, we're still in our first term and it's absolutely okay to not be okay after a villain attack, especially one of this scale. Talk to someone you trust about it. I seriously suggest seeing a therapist if you don't already. UA has one on staff. Hound Dog is very good, I can vouch for him. You can also talk to me or Aizawa if you're not sure where to start. Hot Wheels. Taking care of your mental health is just as important as taking care of your physical health in this profession, and I can tell you that Aizawa will talk your ears off if he notices you neglecting your mental health. Mr. Electric. This sounds like you are speaking from experience. Hot Wheels, I am. It's not fun. Tsu, I'm glad you're okay. New chat with Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso Hitoshi, Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi, I am. Not good with words. Midoriya Izuku, which is ironic, but proceed. Shinso Hitoshi, you mentioned quirklessness in the chat a couple days ago. Midoriya Izuku, sheet, did I? Midoriya Izuku, frick I did. Midoriya Izuku, it's not really a secret, I just didn't want to advertise it. Midoriya Izuku, but yeah, I'm quirkless. Extra joint and everything. Shinso Hitoshi. Midoriya Izuku, okay? Shinso Hitoshi, I saw you defend our teacher from a man capable of disintegrating the human body with a touch. Shinso Hitoshi, I may be emotionally stunted but I'm not an a-hole or a hypocrite. Shinso Hitoshi, the quirk doesn't make the hero and your actions are plenty heroic. Midoriya Izuku, and you said you weren't good with words. Midoriya Izuku, thanks for checking in private BTW. Midoriya Izuku, I'm sure everyone else has their own opinions at this point, but I'm not really ready to talk about it to the whole class at once. Midoriya Izuku, there is a lot going on already and I don't want to add that. Shinso Hitoshi, I'll do my best to steer them off the topic if anyone brings it up in the chat. Midoriya Izuku is identical to Sigma, Omega. Midoriya Izuku, that's me zooming in my new power chair to give you a hug. Shinso Hitoshi, how is it that you're a completely different person through text? Midoriya Izuku, trauma. Midoriya Izuku, and the added comfort of not having to immediately know what to say in response to something because the hashtag anxiety is hashtag a bitch. Shinso Hitoshi, you're not allowed to curse. Midoriya Izuku, are you D? Shinso Hitoshi, don't make me get Aizawa. Midoriya Izuku, I cannot believe you would use my own father figure against me. Shinso Hitoshi, degree. Hot Wheels, this just in. Shinso Hitoshi is Harbi suspended for using a cursed Kamaji effective immediately. Aizawa head, you do not have the power. Hot Wheels, tell that to Nedzu. Aizawa head, I. Hot Wheels, just kidding, I do not have the power, but if at Purple Hair uses that cursed thing again I will obtain the power just to suspend him. Purple Hair, understood. Izuku feels frustrated. Not just because he's injured, though that is shitty, but he's going to put in the work to get better. He's frustrated that people have been treating him like glass since it happened. Not in any overt ways. No one is saying he should be moved to a different course because he was the only student severely injured at the largest attack on UA, though he's sure that will change once people learn he's quirkless. People are constantly asking him if he's okay. Is he comfortable? Does he need anything? The worst parts are the pitying looks and the people who try to push his wheelchair for him in an attempt to be helpful. He hates that, absolutely hates it. Izuku isn't okay, physically or mental really. The physical pain has lessened, but not being able to walk is frustrating. They aren't even at the point in physical therapy where he can even leave his chair without someone physically lifting. The nightmares vary in intensity, but they all include Izuku not being able to stop Shigaraki from disintegrating Tsuchan's face. In some of them Izuku ends up permanently paralyzed. In others, everyone else dies. So physically and mentally Izuku is not okay, and the bags under his eyes prove that, but he's tired of being asked if he is. Izuku. Oh shit. He'd been waiting for Aizawa after his first day back when he'd gotten distracted by his frustration with his class. And maybe he shouldn't feel as irritated as he does because it's honestly nice having people who care. Yes. Izuku asks, slowly lifting head to look at his teacher. I called you 5 times, Zawa points out, raising an eyebrow at Izuku. Got distracted, Izuku offers by explanation. Aizawa merely nods. He's the only one that really understands what Izuku is going through. Sure, His entire class is traumatized by the events of USJ, but even Tsu-chan hadn't seen the full extent of the injury Izuku had received because she'd been distracted by the Nomu. Eraserhead had also been injured during the USJ catastrophe. The hero's head had been slammed into the ground multiple times, sustaining long-term orbital floor damage and a mild decrease in the amount of time he can use his quirk for. He'd left the hospital a week before Izuku had been released and had returned to teaching the very next day. All against medical advice, of course. Izuku would love for all this to be done with. Instead, he and Aizawa are heading to his second physical therapy appointment since Izuku's mom is working on a case this week and can't leave the office. The appointments take an hour and involve some upper body exercises, his PT helping him with leg exercises, and ending with a session with the nerve healer. They think he'll be able to work on his walking by the end of the month, but Izuku doesn't want to get his hopes up. Have you been doing your daily exercises? Kazuto-san asks as he finishes up the final leg exercise. Izuku appreciates that Kazuto held off on the question until the end of his routine. Yes, Izuku assures. Though I've been having trouble with the hip ones. Kazuto nods. That's going to be the case until we get those nerves of yours retrained. Izuku hums his understanding. He'd expected as much, but it is nice to get the confirmation that his body is going to continue to ignore him for at least 2 more weeks. Tomonori-san should be here soon. Right on cue there's a knock on the door and then an older woman who reminds Izuku of his paternal grandmother the one time he met her. Tomonori is short with curly black hair and a no-nonsense attitude that Izuku appreciates in a medical professional. Though he does like that Kazuto is open and cheerful when they're working through Izuku's routine. Midoriya-kun, Tomonori greets with a formal nod. I'll need you on the bed for this, so Kazuto and your guardian are going to help me. Izuku glances to where Aizawa is sitting with a book, and nods when his mentor looks at him for confirmation. With a little finagling, the two get Izuku on his stomach on the bed and Tomonori gets to work. At first he feels nothing. Then suddenly it feels like ants are crawling up his spine and Izuku wants to scream. It's not even painful. It's just the most uncomfortable thing Izuku has ever experienced, and he has to bite his tongue to keep from vocalizing his discomfort. How does your quirk work? Izuku asks when he can breathe again. From what I understand, you rebuilt the nerves in my spine, but there must be something else to it if I can't use them yet? Your body is regrowing your nerves. Right now there is enough data in your body to keep it from attacking the new cells, but while you were still in surgery after the attack, your body was overreacting to the growth of the new nerves, which is why you have to relearn how to walk. So that feeling right now? Your nerves were growing more, Tomonori explains. Over the next 2 weeks you may experience some tingling or numbness, which is normal. If it becomes painful, then we'll need you to come back in immediately, but that shouldn't be an issue. The 2 men here can help you back into your chair now. Okay. Izuku waits patiently as Aizawa and Kazuto lift him back into his chair before thanking his 2 doctors and leaving the PT room with Aizawa right behind him. He feels exhausted, and not just physically. Izuku is ready to crash in bed, but he can't yet. Not until his mom gets home, otherwise he'll be stuck in bed for the rest of the day, and he really doesn't want that to happen. I'll stay until Inko returns, Aizawa offers once they've reached the apartment. You don't. I wouldn't offer if I wasn't sure, problem child. Izuku sighs, rubbing his eyes as tears of exhausted frustration begin to form. Thanks, he says with a sigh. Grateful that his mentor is as straightforward as he is. Anytime, kid. Chat title. Trigger Ed. Cinnamon Roll. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Eraserhead. Ex-nudist. Lemillion. Turbo. Ingenium. Psychic. Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0. Ms. Joke. Loud. Present Mike. Blood. Vlad King. Ghost. Ectoplasm. Big Guy. Fat Gum. Bertholus. All Might. Cinnamon Roll. It has come to my attention that some of y'all think I actually have 17 new siblings. Cinnamon Roll. Please allow me to clarify. I have 17 new siblings, however they are living in protective custody until we get this trigger case solved, and we being my mom, have not actually officially adopted anyone. Cinnamon Roll. The Hosu Quirkless Orphanage, which is a misnomer as only 5 of the 17 were quirkless BTW, was absolutely part of the drag trafficking ring, as Sarai managed to inform me while we were visiting. Sir immediately arrested the headmaster, and the smarter Midoriya swooped in with the paperwork and managed to obtain custody of the children, though Sarai is the only one we are actually considering adopting long-term. It's a complicated issue that won't be figured out until later, but legally, I am still siblingless. Cinnamon roll. My life is, as always, a mess, so I didn't explain that as well as I should have. Ex-nudist, you didn't explain it at all. Cinnamon roll. Who's Al? Ex-nudist, love. Y'all, Mirio. Ex-nudist, sorry, y'all might. Cinnamon roll. I can't believe Mirio would meme at the #1 hero. Turbo, eyes? Cinnamon roll. It was a joke, Ida. Turbo. If you using my real name or my hero name is worse. Cinnamon roll. Laughing face. Blood. I am glad you're not my problem, Deku. Cinnamon roll. Say anything more and I'll have your toes. Blood. What the F dash? Cinnamon roll. Laughing face. Loud. Speaking of hero names. Will you continue using Deku? Cinnamon roll. I don't know that I'll be using Deku as my hero name. The anonymity has been helping with cases, and having an underground info gathering identity separate from my hero identity might be beneficial in the future. Cinnamon roll. But who knows? I'm 15, I'm not in a rush to figure this out. Y'all, you're 15? Cinnamon roll. Yes. Y'all, and you're an analyst on this case? Cinnamon roll. Yes. Y'all, impressive. Do you have an analysis quirk? Cinnamon roll. No. Izukid, Dadzawa, Izuku. Izukid, should I tell them I'm quirkless? Izukid, the triggered chat that is. Dadzawa, it's your choice. Anyone who doesn't continue to treat you professionally after knowing that you're this skilled without a quirk shouldn't be a professional hero. Izukid, the tears I'm crying are real. Dadzawa, you're always crying. Izukid, fair. Izukid, alright, I'm going to tell them. Half the chat knows anyways. Cinnamon roll. I'm quirkless. Cinnamon roll. We've actually met before, All Might. Yo, we have? Cinnamon roll. I'll give you one hint. Cinnamon roll. And if you don't get it, I'll be sad. Cinnamon roll. Green. Yo, oh no. Cinnamon roll. Kool-Aid man voice, oh yeah. Sleepless in Muzudafu, why? Cinnamon roll. A lonely childhood spent looking at old internet memes? Sleepless in Muzudafu, valid. Ex-nudist, cabbage, what did you do to All Might? He like. Blue screened in the middle of training. Cinnamon roll, traumatized him as revenge, laughing face. Ex-nudist, for what? Cinnamon roll, ahahea haha. DM started with Togata Mirio. Midoriya Izuku, remember the slime villain incident I told you about? Togata Mirio, where All Might saved you. Midoriya Izuku, what I didn't mention is that he also left me on a roof after revealing the truth behind his shortened heroing hours and telling me that I couldn't be a hero because I'm quirkless. Togata Mirio, that's kinda fed up. Midoriya Izuku, so I've played a couple harmless pranks on him for therapeutic reasons. Midoriya Izuku, and now he's a little terrified of me and I love it. Midoriya Izuku. I was bitter for a few months, but I do understand where he was coming from, and it was the catalyst for my Deku persona, so I don't really wish the situation would have turned out differently. Midoriya Izuku, I wouldn't know Dad the way I do now, and honestly that would isekai. Midoriya Izuku, I'm glad you got All Might's quirk instead of me. Togata Mirio, you know about HD? Midoriya Izuku, yeah? It wasn't that hard to figure out when All Might started training you and then your quirk mutated to be almost exactly like his? Midoriya Izuku. I mean, there are obvious differences, but All Might has never talked about his quirk, so I figured there had to be a reason why. Togata Mirio. Well, Midoriya Izuku. It's not like I've told anyone. I haven't even talked to Dad about it, and I won't because this seems like it's a world-changing secret. Togata Mirio. Something like that, yen? Midoriya Izuku, feel free to tell All Might I know and how I figured it out. Midoriya Izuku, I'm still not comfortable talking with him one-on-one. See. Togata Mirio, I got you, cabbage. Midoriya Izuku, thanks, lemon. D chapter text. Shoyuta has no idea, for once, why this staff meeting is being called. They've already decided to proceed with the sports festival, despite Shoyuta and several of the heroes who witnessed the aftermath of USJ being wary, and there have been no major incidents since then. All he knows is that the meeting is interrupting his nap time and he's bitter. When Shoyuta enters the room, he finds all the other teachers already present. He blinks heavily before making his way to his seat. Nezu doesn't even stop talking when the other teachers look at him. So he's covered in glittery sunshine and rainbow stickers. It's not his fault he has pseudo-adopted a chaos gremlin. Shoyuta greatly misses the days when Izuku was shy and didn't do things like this. Except not really, because seeing Izuku become more confident in himself every day brings Shoyuta something similar to joy. We were just discussing our roles for the sports festival, Nezu says when he gets to the end of his spiel. Normally we'd have you on the field, but given the extent of your injuries, we'll have Cementos and Midnight cover your role this year. Instead, you'll be with Hisashi. I'll what? You'll be helping to announce the events with Hisashi. Having your insight to quirks will be refreshing, and this way he can keep an eye on you and Midoriya. Midoriya? Shoyuta is lost. He's entered some alternate dimension where everyone except him know what's going on. He's in a nightmare. Since he can't participate in the tournament, I've decided to have him in the booth and analyze quirks for extra credit and as preparation for his upcoming lessons with me during practical heroics. I'm sorry, what? Shoyuta blinks at his boss. At least this time he has the satisfaction of knowing the rest of his coworkers are just as confused as him. Even All Might looks more confused than he usually does in a staff meeting. Shoyuta risks a glance at his phone and sees he has over 20 notifications from Izuku. He doesn't read them. I will be taking Midoriya on as a personal student at least until he's able to join practical lessons again. He'll be present for some of them, doing analysis and coming up with plans for quirk development, considering that's a skill of his we'd both like him to improve. Since when? I talked with him before this meeting. Nezu smiles, and it reminds Shoyuta that his boss is a predator. Okay, Shoyuta says, because there's nothing else to say to that really. The next thing we have on the agenda is security. Nezu moves on and Shoyuta quickly pulls out his phone again. Izukid, itioegio guayagoig. Izukid, uriario. Izukid, hesit. Izukid, iriardet. Izukid, iwadawi. Izukid, 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 ich. Izukid, 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 t. Izukid, t. Izukid, Izukid, t. Izukid, z. Izukid, Izukid, w. Izukid, Izukid, where are you? Izukid, oich, I found you. Izukid, shoot, I don't want to wake you up. Izukid, laughing face. Izukid, I hope you like your present. Dadzawa, you are a menace. Dadzawa, I presume this is about you having lessons with Nezu? Izukid, or yoeria fayug baig bu egbiug dugbayajabis sugiup mnv, piraquichit. Izukid, yes. Izukid, I mean. Izukid, I know he said something about it before. Izukid, but that was when he didn't know who I was? Izukid, it's just different now and I'm still processing like? Izukid, there's a reason you made me start seeing Hound Dog and I still don't know how to process my feelings other than to cry? Dadzawa, kid, Nezu would be an idiot if he didn't see your potential. Izukid, can you come over for dinner tonight? Dadzawa, I'll be there after this meeting is over. Izukid, thanks. See. Dadzawa, next time you put stickers on my cast you're grounded. Izukid, gasp. Izukid, but they suit you. Dadzawa, you've been spending too much time with Hisashi. Izukid, it's not my fault, we're both fluent in English. Izukid, if you're going to blame anyone for this, blame my real dad. Dadzawa, no. I'm blaming you. It would be illogical to blame someone who isn't even alive. Izukid, fair. Izukid, I need to reply to this email, but I'll see you tonight, fake dad. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Cinnamon Roll, Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-Nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mic. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, ectoplasm. Big guy, fat. Bertholux. All Might. Cinnamon roll. Was anyone going to tell me about the villain factory? Cinnamon roll, or was I supposed to find out about it in this reply I got on an inquiry to the Commission's Records Department? Cinnamon roll. 'Cause that seems like something that's important considering it was a huge fusing trigger thing and fic. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Sleepless in Muzudafu. I thought we took care of those guys? Sleepless in Muzudafu. Where are you, Deku? Cinnamon roll. With mom now. Cinnamon roll. Need a moment. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Take your time. Ex-nudist? What's the villain factory? Loud. A trigger-producing crime ring thing that Shoyuta helped take down a few years ago. Sleepless in Muzudafu. That sheet almost killed me. John Mulaney 2.0. But why is Deku freaking out so much if you took them down already? Cinnamon roll. Alright, I'm back. Cinnamon roll, and it's because he almost died. That I'm so upset. That's my father figure. Cinnamon roll. Also, there's evidence that the villain factory was not entirely taken out and is tied to the case we're working on now. I'll be forwarding you guys the email I received from one of my sources. I have a few theories that I need to verify before I can tell you the rest of the information I have. New conversation between Izuku Midoriya and Yagi Tashinori. Midoriya Izuku, alright. I know that we have our differences, but I need your full cooperation on this. Midoriya Izuku, and I think you need to bring in Detective Tsukachi. His quirk would be highly beneficial to the case. Yagi Tashinori, young Deku. What can I help you with? Midoriya Izuku, is there any chance that your arch-nemesis is alive? And backing the League of Villains. Yagi Tashinori. I will bring in Tsukachi. Midoriya Izuku, answer the question, All Might. Midoriya Izuku, or I'll do worse than the cactus. Yagi Tashinori, there is a chance that All for One is still alive. Midoriya Izuku. The greatest villain of all time is called fricking All for One? I'm suing. Yagi Tashinori, what? Midoriya Izuku, I'm suing. That's a friggin' stupid name. Next thing I know you're going to tell me your quirk is called One for All? Yagi Tashinori. Midoriya Izuku, I'm suing you too. Midoriya Izuku, that's just? Midoriya Izuku, he's the most terrifying villain I've ever heard of. Midoriya Izuku, and he goes by All for One? Friggin' Shigaraki is a more intimidating name. Yagi Tashinori, I don't know what to tell you, my boy. Midoriya Izuku, just give me Tsukachi's contact so I can brief him before adding him to the chat. Midoriya Izuku, he's a hard man to get a hold of. Yagi Tashinori, alright, I'll send it along. Midoriya Izuku, Tai. Midoriya Izuku, also I won't be in Heroics tomorrow cause I have a meeting with Nedzu. Yagi Tashinori, thank you for letting me know. Izukid, I'm crying. Izukid, All Might's rival. The greatest villain of all time. Izukid, is called friggin' All for One. Dadzuwa, how much do you know about these things? Izukid, Izukid, I'm not sure I should answer that question. Izukid, you learn a lot when you're trying to help solve a case involving international drag smuggling, it turns out. Izukid, it's not even like I try to learn these things. They just happen. Dadzuwa, like you just happened to solve a case that 50 heroes couldn't figure out? Izukid, exactly. I just happened to see the connection. Anyone could have done it. Dadzuwa. Izukid, Dad. Dadzuwa, why won't you accept the fact that you're smart and not everyone can do the things that you do? Izukid, trauma. Dadzuwa, size. Dadzuwa, anyways, did you get the confirmation you needed? Izukid, yeah. All for One is still alive and most likely behind the League. Dadzuwa sheet. Izukid, indeed. I'm sending out the email now. Chat name, One It. Cheat sheet pinned. Zawa head, Aizawa Shoyuta. Hot Wheels, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Ice Cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple Hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Azuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikich. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Turu. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Hot Wheels, whoever put vintage Barbie stickers on my wheelchair. Hot Wheels, you're my new best friend. Hot Wheels, my daughter loves them. Alien Queen, not the direction I was expecting. Mr. Electric, Asics Chbijijextianf daughter? Hot Wheels, yes. She is my child, and if anything happened to her I would take over the world. Armguy, I don't think that's how the saying goes. Hot Wheels, I wasn't trying to meme. That's my actual plan. Goddess, aren't you a little young to have a child? Hot Wheels, I mean biologically it would be possible for me to have a child at this point, but like, Hot Wheels, she's more my spiritual child. My mom is working on adopting an entire orphanage right now. Boom boy, auntie is what? Hot Wheels, read it again if you don't understand Blasty. Boom boy. Turbo Jr., Bakugu. I ask that you watch your language. As a future hero it is important that you set an example for your peers. Boom boy. Hot Wheels, he didn't say it had to be a good example, Kakin. Boom boy. Beta Spider-Man, he memes. Mr. Electric, he memes. Boom boy, STFU face with symbols on mouth. Alien Queen, wait. Who put the stickers on your chair, Mito? Hot Wheels, I don't know. But I would kill for them. Portable MP3, that's not very plus ultra. Hot Wheels, _under. Purple hair, degree, it was me. Hot Wheels, I lied. I don't not like. W. Gross. Hot Wheels, expelled. Zawahead, no. Hot Wheels, fine. Gravity Girl, why is your mom trying to adopt a whole orphanage? Hot Wheels, international smuggling ring. The Rock, what? Hot Wheels, that's all I can say. Zawahead, problem child. Toes, sorry dad. Ice cold, dad? Hot Wheels, and biasib void bure. Hot Wheels, forget? Ice cold, no. Hot Wheels, regret? Zawahead, you did this to yourself. Hot Wheels, you know what? Zawahead's nickname has been set to Eraser Dad. Hot Wheels, you did this to yourself. Eraser did, regret? Mr. Electric, he memes. Eraser Dad, expelled. Hot Wheels, no. Eraser Dad, fine. Sue, Mito, how's you point going? Hot Wheels, good. I'm able to take a couple steps with support now and my care team thinks I'll be able to start using crutches part-time next week. I still have a lot to work on but I'm excited with the progress I'm making. Sue, good. There's anything you need don't hesitate to let us know in the chat. Sue, it's unfortunate that you won't be able to participate in the sports festival. Hot Wheels, it's fine, actually. I plan to go underground so the less footage of me the better. I'll be in the booth with Aizawa and Yamada doing analysis of your quirks and 1B quirks to start off my lessons with Nedzu. Alien Queen, lessons? Beta Spider-Man. With? Mr. Electric, Nedzu? Boom boy, the hell? Hot Wheels, yeah. Another thing I can't explain yet hoops. Hot Wheels, I promise I'm not keeping the reason a secret maliciously but I'm taking lessons with Nedzu while recovering now. Hot Wheels, I'm not sure when I'll be able to fully explain, though. Turbo Jr., it's admirable that you're having lessons with the principal so early in your high school career, Midoriya. Hot Wheels, ahasansh thanks. Gravity Girl, wait, is your mom Midoriya Inko? Hot Wheels. Gravity Girl, homage to I love her. Hot Wheels, she says thanks and she loves you too. Mr. Electric, Humst? Sue, the top quirk discrimination lawyer in the country. The Rock, wait, doesn't she have a quirkless kid? Hot Wheels, yeah. It me. Mr. Electric, holy shit I thought you had an analysis quirk. Hot Wheels, nah that's just my brain. Hot Wheels, I did not intend to keep this as secret BTW. I hope this doesn't change how anyone views me or my accomplishments. If you have harsh words to say, remember that quirk discrimination is illegal and I will take it to Nedzu if it occurs. Mostly cause he threatened me but, smiley face, /___. I will also cry and that's a threat. Hot Wheels. Us Midoriyas have used our tears as weapons before. Revelry. What a mad banquet of darkness. Purple hair. I will fight anyone who says anything bad about you, Bush. Hot Wheels. Appreciated, Twig. Eraser Dad. Any discrimination will have you immediately expelled. This is your only warning. Mr. Electric. I am not trying to be rude but, how'd you pass the entrance exam? Hot Wheels. String. Mr. Electric. What? Hot Wheels. Reinforced string but string nonetheless. It's part of my hero costume and operates similarly to the capture weapon Zawa and I have. Hot Wheels. Anyway. I have to go take care of a thing. I'll talk to y'all later. Purple hair. Hot Wheels. Not you though. Purple hair. See chapter text. Naomasa downs the cup of break room sludge that is supposed to be coffee before sighing and logging onto his computer. His shifts had been taken up with gathering any inkling of information on the League of Villains since the attack at USJ. Unfortunately for him, the League seemed to have gone underground and he's found nothing. So for the past 3 weeks he's been stressed and overworked, but today's shift is nearly over. All he has to do is reply to his emails and then he's free to get dinner and crash in his bed for the next 8 hours. Maybe not in that order, he'll have to see how he's feeling when he gets home. Naomasa rubs his stinging eyes before opening the browser to his email. The first few are standard requests for specific paperwork pertaining to villains he'd helped book. But the last one catches his attention. It was sent shortly after the start of his shift, after he'd last checked his email, from an unknown sender. Subject, urgent. Mr. Tsukachi Naomasa. Hello. My name is Deku. I'm an analyst working with Eraserhead, Sir Night Eye, and All Might on a case that we're starting to believe might involve the villain known as All for One, who, and this is conjecture, might also be backing the League. We're still looking more at the connection, but there are a few questions we need to ask a few villains and we'd need your quirk. I've attached the findings we've made so far and the analysis for the related cases. This is an international case and we're working on drawing in some help from outside Japan, but due to the seriousness of this, we have to keep it out of the public. If you're willing to help, there's a group chat with myself and the other heroes currently working the case. The villains we'd need to interview are, to my knowledge, in Tartarus, by the way, which is why we're calling you in now. This case is turning out to be a lot more than any of us expected. Especially me. Please respond soon so we can get things set up, and let me know your HChat ID so I can add you to the group chat. Sincerely, that. Naomasa blinks once, twice, and then nearly closes out of the email. More work. Figures. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Cinnamon Roll. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Yeehaw KS Hawks. All Might. Yeehaw, KS who changed my name here? Yeehaw, KS I thought this was a chat for a serious crime investigation. Cinnamon Roll. Might as well have some fun in between bouts of existential dread and anxiety, right? Yeehaw, KSW who hurt you? Cinnamon Roll. Would you like the list? Yeehaw KS Yikes. Cinnamon Roll. D. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Please stop with the trademarks, Deku. Cinnamon Roll. No. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Size, did you at least send the email? Cinnamon Roll. Yes. Cinnamon Roll has added Tsukachi Naomasa to the chat. Tsukachi Naomasa's name has been set to IRL Polygraph. IRL Polygraph. Hello. Cinnamon Roll. Hello, Detective. I'm Deku. The rest of the names are pinned at the top. As I explained in the first email, we are the people working on the ISR case. I'm here because I basically discovered that it was a thing single-handedly. Eraser Dad is here because he's the reason I can still work on the case. Everyone else is here because they were working on cases relating to this one, or I thought their quirks, or hero positions, would be helpful. RL Polygraph. This is not what I expected. Loud. It's a wild ride around Deku. He's a stuttering mess in person but a terrifying gremlin online. Cinnamon Roll. Just because it's true doesn't mean you had to say it. Cinnamon Roll's name has been set to Gremlin. Y'all, Neomesa. IRL Polygraph. All Might, hello. Y'all, I am glad you are joining us on this case. Y'all, not that I am doing much. Gremlin, not everyone will be involved with every part of the case, All Might. Gremlin. Except me, sir, and Dad. IRL Polygraph. Dad? Gremlin. Eraserhead has been my mentor for almost a year now. He's pseudo-adopted me and is on his way to pseudo-adopting my class. IRL Polygraph. Class? Gremlin. Haha, yeah, I go to UA. IRL Polygraph. Why is a child working on this? Gremlin. I emailed Eraserhead solving the Hanada case like a year ago and the rest is history. IRL Polygraph. You solved that? IRL Polygraph. I need to sit down. Gremlin. Aha, yeah, that was me. John Mulaney 2.0. I struggled to believe it at first. John Mulaney 2.0, but Deku's got that big brain energy. John Mulaney 2.0, with the confidence of a plastic bag in the rain. Gremlin. That's a joke. Your toes are mine now. John Mulaney 2.0. Frick. Gremlin. Anyway. Tsukachi, the sooner you can get the interviews set up the better. Eraserhead will be taking point, with All Might and Sir for support. IRL Polygraph. I'll submit the paperwork ASAP. Gremlin. Appreciated. Izuku is only vaguely sad that he won't get to participate in the sports festival. He knows he'd do well in at least the first two events, but he's not sure about the third one. Because he doesn't have a quirk, he would have been able to request 2 support items to level the playing field as long as he designed them himself, similar to the entrance exam. But, since he's spending his day with Zawa and Zashi in the booth, it's a non-issue, though he'd redesigned his string that he used for the entrance exam and he's excited to test it out when he can walk again. This whole thing is irrational, Zawa sighs, glaring at Zashi, who is just finishing his pre-show vocal warm-ups as the crowd finishes filling into the stadium. Broadcasting children's quirks, especially after USJ, is ridiculous. Of their lack of a quirk, Izuku adds, because he agrees. I know Toshi relies on people not knowing how his quirk works, so announcing it to the world is kinda stupid. Precisely. So what if you didn't? Huh. Announce their quirks to the world, Izuku says with a shrug. He turns to Zashi. Talk about their actions or how they avoid a situation and that kinda stuff, but avoid quirk talk. You're a smart man, you can hype them up that way, right? Not talk about quirks? Zashi asks, dumbfounded. Sure, quirks are important in our society, blah blah blah. But is it really worth risking the lives of my classmates? It's bad enough they already have to fight in front of an audience in their first year. Izuku glares at the field. What about those planning to go underground? A villain watching the sports festival could figure out how their quirk works and easily make a plan to kill them. Really, you'd be saving lives by not mentioning quirks. Zawa huffs an amused breath. You were planning this, weren't you? Are you saying you don't agree? Izuku raises a brow. They've had extensive conversations about this kind of thing on the beanbag chairs in Zawa's warehouse. They may not be training together for the time being, but Izuku still learns a lot from his mentor outside of school. I absolutely agree, Zawa responds. They both simultaneously turn to a wide-eyed Zashi whose mouth is opening and closing in a poor imitation of a fish. Fine, I'll try it. Yay! Izuku cheers, throwing his hands in the air in celebration. He grins as he brings them back to his side. Just don't make a big deal about it. If anyone even notices, then they're more observant than I thought. Netsu's going to notice, Zawa points out. Netsu and I talked about it already, Izuku assures. He's going to be making some changes to next year's festival already. What sort of changes? Zashi wonders. You'll have to wait and see, Izuku responds cryptically. Chat, name the plants. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku, deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo, cactus cactus. Shinso Hitoshi twig. Uraraka Ochako boulder. Todoroki Shudo, Christmas tree Christmas tree. Christmas tree, why am I here again? It's been 2 days and I still don't understand. Deciduous tree, you challenged me. Christmas tree, I said I wasn't here to make friends. Deciduous tree, you challenged me. Cactus, you're going to have to live with it. Bush is very good at making friends. Deciduous tree, I'm really not, but I'm glad I got y'all convinced I am. Cactus, Deciduous tree, expelled. You can't keep saying expelled just cause we make fun of you. Deciduous tree, you can't stop me. Christmas tree. Deciduous tree, gasp. Todoroki memed. Christmas tree, do you have to do that every time? Deciduous tree, yes. Deciduous tree, now go get ready for the first round. Good luck, my dudes. Thank. Cactus, thank. Christmas tree, thanks. Deciduous tree. Christmas tree, Christmas tree, if Shinsu's nickname is Twig, why is his emoji logs? Deciduous tree, buff twig. Cactus, buff twig. Buff twig. Buff twig. Christmas tree, understood. Private message between Todoroki Shuto and Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki Shuto, can I talk to you? Midoriya Izuku, sure. Come up to the booth. Mike and Zawa went for food, so no one should bother us here. Todoroki Shuto, thank. I'm going to steal his toes, Izuku says when Todoroki finishes telling him his story. His absolutely bats hit crazy story about illegal marriages and a corrupt hero. Endeavor has officially taken the #1 spot on Izuku's sheet list, and isn't it ironic that All Might is #2 on that list? I'm not sure how to respond to that, Midoriya, Todoroki says in his deadpan way that always makes Izuku smile. That's fine, Izuku says with a smile, noticing the way some of Todoroki's tension has melted from his shoulders. The two aren't as close as Izuku wants them to be, though it has only been 2 days since Todoroki mentioned not being at UA to make friends. But Izuku thinks he can read Todoroki pretty well by now. Did you bring lunch, or do you need to go to the cafeteria? Todoroki blinks at the sudden shift in conversation before shrugging. I have fruit snacks. You have fruit snacks. Izuku can't help it. He breaks out into laughter that startles Todoroki. Yeah. You're coming with me to get food. With me, Izuku commands, his tone brooking no argument as he steers his chair closer to his friend and scoops him into his lap. A feat that only succeeds because of how much Todoroki is clearly not expecting it. You've placed first in 2 rounds so far, Todoroki. You're gonna have to eat more than just fruit snacks. Aizawa Shoyuta, in all his years of hero work, teaching, and life has learned to expect the unexpected. Especially when it comes to Izuku. Except, once you expect the unexpected, then even the expected becomes unexpected. The exact number of days Shoyuta has until retirement flash through his mind as he watches Izuku leave the booth with a furiously blushing Todoroki in his lap. He feels like he should have seen this coming. Maybe not the exact combination. He was previously unaware that Izuku and Todoroki were friends, but at least this situation. Hi, Dad. Izuku calls as he rolls past. Off to steal endeavors. Toes. No stealing, Shoyuta chides gently, though judging by the tone Izuku is being serious and he has good reason for it too. No promises, Izuku says, and then they're gone and Shoyuta has to ponder how he got into this exact situation as he crawls into his prized sleeping bag and promptly slips into a light sleep. Are you Aizawa's secret love child? Todoroki asks with a frown. Yes. Izuku responds because he has at this point accepted that Zawa is his dad in anything but blood and the law. Though Izuku wouldn't mind changing one of those if he's being honest. Zawa and his mom may have a platonic relationship, but they've been co-parenting Izuku for almost a year now. Oh, Todoroki responds like he wasn't respecting the response Izuku gave. But not literally, Izuku continues. He would have been 15 at the time and my mom was 25 when she had me. Oh. They continue in silence for another few minutes before arriving at the cafeteria. Most of the first-year students have cleared out, but those who haven't watch in mild terror as Izuku enters with Todoroki still on his lap. He goes straight up to lunch rush with a bright smile. 1 katsudon and 1 cold soba please, Izuku orders cheerfully. He's had years of practice ignoring stares. The ones he's receiving now aren't even malicious, which makes it so much easier. Here you go, kiddo. Lunch Rush offers with a nod, handing Todoroki a tray with both meals on it. Todoroki doesn't get off Izuku's lap until they make it to a table and he has to move a chair so Izuku can sit there as well. Most of 1A immediately change tables to either congratulate Todoroki, who merely nods, clearly uncomfortable with the praise, or question Izuku about his impressions of the first two events. He's very impressed with everyone and super proud of those who made it to the third round and those who didn't either. It's nice. Izuku likes having lunch with friends. Chat name, 1A. Chichipin. Zawa Head, Aizawa Shoyuda. Hot Wheels, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Ice Cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple Hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Ashuitsu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikage. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikido. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Tour. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Hot Wheels. For those at home, I'd like to announce that Endeavor is now cancelled. All talk of him belongs in #garbage. Tails. We don't have channels on this chat. Hot Wheels, exactly. Hot Wheels, shouldn't you be getting ready to tail fight the twig? Tails, probably. Tails, I don't even know what his quirk is though. Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, oh good luck. Tails, thanks? Hot Wheels, you are most welcome. Tails, holy shit. Tails at Purple Hair your quirk? Hot Wheels, is not going to be spoken about in this chat, Ojiro. Tails, understood. New chat with Ojiro Mashireo and Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, Ojiro-kun. Midoriya Izuku, sorry for not letting you speak in the group chat but I don't want you giving Shinsu's quirk away to other competitors. Not yet at least. Ojiro Mashireo, I get it Midoriya-kun, I just don't know how I feel about it. Midoriya Izuku, before today has Shinso ever made you doubt that he wants to be a hero? Ojiro Mashireo, no, not really. Midoriya Izuku, remember that when you think about his quirk. It's a tool in his toolbox, not who he is. Shinso is an amazing person and he's going to become an amazing hero. He used his quirk appropriately in a competition and deserves to be recognized for that. If it helps, I can send you a list of ways his quirk will work for heroics. Ojiro Mashireo, I'd like that, thanks Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, I'm giving you a paper copy. Burn it after. Ojiro Mashireo, what? Midoriya Izuku, burn it after. Ojiro Mashireo, Midoriya Izuku, laughing face see you soon. Izuku really is going to steal Endeavor's toes. He'd sent his friends off with well wishes to prepare for their fights and between then and Todoroki coming on stage something must have happened. Todoroki looked so sad. He melted the glacier enough to free Siro before walking out of the arena. Which means Izuku has time for his toe hunt. Where are you going? Zawa asks when the sound of his motor kicks in. Toe hunt, Izuku says, his voice firm. You can't stop me. Be back in 15 minutes or you're expelled. Okay. Izuku runs into Endeavor faster than he expects. Unfortunately, it's not literal yet, but he's still hoping to run over some toes today. What are you doing back here? This hall is for students. Endeavor growls, pointedly ignoring the fact that Izuku is wearing a UA uniform. Izuku looks pointedly at the UA blazer and back at the pro hero with a raised brow. Endeavor's expression shifts from one of boredom to one of disdain. They let people like you into this school? Izuku's pretty sure Endeavor is talking about his wheelchair, but in all honesty Izuku wouldn't be surprised if the man has somehow figured out that Izuku is quirkless. Either way, he doesn't like it. I could say the same about you, Izuku quips before his brain really catches up with him. Sure, he's on a mission to give Endeavor a piece of his mid, but he should probably have some tact while doing so if he doesn't want to somehow make things worse. Endeavor narrows his eyes. If Izuku hadn't already met and been injured by a more terrifying, if childish, villain, then he might have been intimidated. If anything, the therapy from that experience has helped Izuku come to terms with the fact that he actually deserves the space that he fills in his own life. What do you mean? Izuku hedges before deciding that maybe insulting the number 2 hero is worth it. Usually the trash is left in the dumpster. What did you just say? Endeavor demands, stalking up to Izuku in a way that allows the hero to tower over him. Did you need your ears checked, sir? Izuku says, determined to rile the hero up as much as possible. I'm sure our recovery G-girl could help. Anxiety. Izuku had been doing so well with his stutter recently, and now one interaction with the flamin' hero and he's back at step 1. How dare you? Endeavor is cut off when a raucous roar shakes the stadium. Evidently the next fight has gotten started. Izuku sighs because that means his 10 minutes is up. I hope you can sleep well at night knowing that you'll and never be better hero than all might, Izuku says, bowing his head like he isn't purposely riling the hero up further. Izuku knows how close Endeavor is right now. He's close enough that Izuku can accidentally run over the hero's toes. Izuku fights down a grin as he quickly rolls forward as though he needed to in order to turn. He's only had to do a 10-point turn once, thank you very much. He's gotten much better at steering his chair. It's with satisfaction in his gut as he watches Endeavor bite back a curse. Izuku may be a light kid, but his chair is heavy. He asked for that on purpose because he is a paranoid person and would like to be able to do something to protect himself should the need arise, or should he need to steal some toes. Whoops, Izuku says with a light cough. Thought I had that in reverse. MIB bad. Before Endeavor can respond, Izuku quickly reverses, spins the chair around, and speeds away. He's very grateful to Power Loader for the enhancements he has given the chair, even if Izuku's not going to be using it for much longer at the rate his healing has gone. Get back here, you. Izuku turns the corner and enters the elevator that's waiting open for him. He suspects Nezu has something to do with it. The ride up the elevator is made, quelling his rising panic. As satisfying as it was, maybe he shouldn't have angered the number 2 hero. Chat name the bays. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo cactus. Shinso Hitoshi twig. Uraraka Ochako boulder. Todoroki Shudo Christmas tree. Deciduous tree. I did a dumber than the time you tripped on your shoelaces in the first week of class? Cactus. Dumber than the time you spilled katsudon on your English homework last week? Deciduous tree. Yes and yes. Deciduous tree. I ran over Endeavor's toes. Christmas tree. Did you film it? Mido. Christmas tree. It's what he deserves. My only regret is that I wasn't there to see it. Deciduous tree. I did not film it, but I'm sure Nedza caught it on the security cameras, so I can ask him to get you a copy. Christmas tree. I would appreciate that, Midoriya. Deciduous tree. I would steal toes for you anytime. That's the cheesiest and most disturbing thing you have ever said, Bush. Deciduous tree. I try, twig, I try. Chat title. Trigger Ed. Gremlin. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Eraserhead. Ex-nudist. Lemillion. Turbo. Ingenium. Psychic. Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0. Ms. Joke. Loud. Present Mike. Blood. Vlad King. Ghost. Ectoplasm. Big Guy. Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Y'all, anyone know what happened with Endeavor? He was said when I saw him. Gremlin, he was being rude. Gremlin, and so I ran over his toes. Y'all, that explains it. Thanks. Yeehaw, Chaos, I didn't think you were serious when you said you steal toes. Gremlin, usually I'm not. But it's a vague enough threat to instill fear in both my enemies and at Turbo. Gremlin, the only other toes I've run over were my own, and no, I'm not explaining how. Yeehaw, Chaosite. Yeehaw, Kiswell, how's the festival going? Gremlin, so good. I've been analyzing all the quirks and fighting styles and everything, so Nezu has a starting place for our lessons the next few weeks, and I think I've written 50 pages and there are still the quarter-finals, semi-finals, and finals left. This is what I've been working on for the last 15 years, and it's nice to put these skills to use academically. John Mulaney 2.0, Deku, literally solves crimes pro-heroes and police with decades of experience between them can't solve. Also Deku, I have no skills and need to practice everything a million times to be any good at all. Gremlin, thanks. It's the trauma. Gremlin, like, IDK if any of y'all really understand what it's like to be quirkless and part of my generation. UA has been great, but there is a reason I didn't go back to middle school after it burnt to the ground. Ex-nudist, your middle school what? Gremlin, there was a villain attack shortly after my first year started and my school was caught up in it, but somehow the heroes on the scene found out I was quirkless and were like, no one will care if we leave the small child here. And so my childhood friend turned bully was the one to pull me out of the fire. Gremlin, I finished middle school online and Kaken transferred to another middle school after my mom sued the school and it wasn't able to reopen. She tried suing the heroes too, but there was some stupid clause in a law that protected them or something. Ex-nudist, what the F dash? Psychic, who were the heroes Deku? Gremlin, it's fine. I sent a statistics report to their agencies and they've been on probation since then. They're not good heroes, but they've been doing a lot of community service since they got on probation and it's actually pretty nice. Gremlin, speaking of community service at Sleepless in Muzudafu. Is there a CS project for Hero Corps students? If not, there should be, because I think a service perspective of heroics might actually help a lot of the kids in our class and Class 1B, and it's always nice to help the community. Sleepless in Muzudafu, how are you typing and writing at the same time? Gremlin, skills. Sleepless in Muzudafu, never curse my eyes with that again. Sleepless in Muzudafu, there is a community service project in the summer of second year, but I'll speak with Nedzu about a smaller one for first years to get a sneak peek at the service side of heroics. Gremlin, nice. Gremlin, well, back to just writing I guess. Eraserhead threatened to steal my phone C. Gremlin at Turbo. Turbo Jr. just informed me, Zawa, and Zashi about what happened to you. I'm sending you all my good energy and praying for a speedy recovery. When you're able to receive visitors, we'll be there, and I promise to not steal your toes ever again as long as you promise to be okay. Vigilantes. By Anonymous. There are 3 reasons why someone becomes a vigilante. They wanted to be a hero but couldn't for whatever reason. They wanted to change society, or by accident. The first group, those who wanted to be a hero, usually end up quitting the vigilante life within a week once they realize it is not as glamorous as they thought it would be, or they get arrested for public quirk usage. The people who accidentally become a vigilante, by stopping a mugging or rescuing a kid from a fire while using a quirk because it's the only self-defense they know, usually only actually do so once or twice. They don't seek it out. Those in the second group are the ones to look out, the ones looking to create societal change. Most of the time, vigilantes like this do end up getting caught. Sometimes, however, they become so caught up in their convictions and they slip, crossing the ever-gray line between vigilante and villain. An example of this group is Mary Drite of Rhode Island, USA. Drite was one of 189 vigilantes operating in the state prior to the establishment of the first pro-hero system. She believed that quirked people were a bane on society and would go around fighting those who used their quirks for evil. She was one of few quirkless vigilantes. One night in 2087, Mary was fighting a villain, and instead of waiting for the police to come and take him away as she usually did, Mary made an example of him. That one step over the line ended Mary's career as a vigilante and started her career as a villain. She was caught by another vigilante after 6 months of ruthless killings. This happens more often than not with vigilantes. The morally gray turn morally black and regular citizens suffer for it. In more recent times, the prime example of a vigilante whose convictions outweigh their morals is Stendhal. He operated for 2 years as a vigilante, one of the longest stints in modern time. Recently, however, Stendhal crossed the moral line and has started targeting heroes instead of the villains he fought before. No one knows his quirk or who he is, but he's left only a few of his victims alive so far to share his new villain name, Hero Killer Stain. Stain believes that heroes have lost their way, and by killing those who have stepped off the true path, he hopes to set it right. So far, he seems to be succeeding in terrifying regular citizens and weakening the trust people have in heroes. The true impact this vigilante has remains to be seen. Izuku clicks out of the article and to one of the other pages he has open on his laptop. He scowls at the screen, holding his pen to paper, but nothing comes out. His eyes feel unfocused and dry. He wonders if this is how Zawa feels after using his quirk. Izuku blinks once, twice, before sighing in frustration and shutting his laptop down for the night. He needs to get his sleep if he wants to be rested for school in the morning. He just wishes his weekend of research had given him more to go off in his hunt for the hero killer. New chat with Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, hello Ida. I know we're not that close and I hope I'm not overstepping any boundaries, but I just want you to know that I'm here if you need someone to talk to, both as your class president and as a friend of Tensei's. IDK if Tensei has talked about me at all, but he knows me by the name Deku. I've been working as an analyst for the past year and Tensei and I are working on a case together right now. I can't tell you more than that, but you can ask him next time you visit. Your brother means a lot to me and has helped me immensely, especially since my own injury. If I can do anything to make this easier for either of you, just let me know. Chichipen. Zawa Head, Aizawa Shoyuda. Hot Wheels, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Ice Cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple Hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Ajuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikich. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Turu. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Invisiline, any of y'all ever just watch Mito focus on something? Invisiline, it's honestly captivating. Gravity Girl, I know. I could watch him for hours. Hot Wheels? Huh? What? The Rock, it is interesting. You have such manly facial expressions, Midobro. Hot Wheels, what? Thanks. What brought this on? Invisiline, I didn't want to focus in math. See, ectoplasm is a good teacher, but my brain just ain't with it today. Hot Wheels, oh, I can give you my notes later if you want. Let me or at Goddess know if you need help. Invisiline, thank you. I'd appreciate all the help I can get. Hot Wheels, this goes for everyone. Momo and I are always here to help, be it a life thing, a hero thing, or a school thing. Even if we don't have the knowledge, we can find someone who does. Hot Wheels, also, as a forewarning, we're going to be doing hero names in class tomorrow. Zawa-sensei says to come prepared. BC, he doesn't want to waste time on it. Mr. Electric, hero names? Already? What? Hot Wheels, they're more like temporary names TBH. It's cool if they change between now and graduation, just be careful. BC, they might stick, like Zawa's did after Zashi picked it in their second year. Arm Guy, second year? Hot Wheels, Zawa transferred from general course at the start of his second year after placing second in the sports festival. So he was the only one at the time who didn't have a hero name picked out. The Rock, that's manly. Tails, how do you know these things? I wasn't able to find anything on Sensei when I looked. Hot Wheels, skills. Zawa Head, see. Hot Wheels. I got him to use an emoticon. Heck yeah. Hot Wheels, y'all have no idea how long I've been trying to get Zawa to use an emoticon. Hot Wheels, I'm crying, actual tears are in. Purple Hair, why are you like this? Zawa Head, no. Hot Wheels, trauma. Zawa Head, Gravity Girl, what did we say about using trauma as a response to everything? Hot Wheels, not to see. Ice Cold, and what did you do? Hot Wheels, used trauma as a response to everything. See. Mr. Electric, this just reminds me of those memes where people put signs on their dogs that break the rules in order to shame them on the internet. Hot Wheels, Beta Spider-Man. Random thought, but why is Todoroki's name at Ice Cold if he has a fire quirk and an ice quirk? Hot Wheels, Thief mean Christmas tree wasn't using his fire until like 3 days ago, so I didn't want to draw attention to it. Ice cold. Appreciated. Hot Wheels. But now that you mention it, Ice Cold's name has been set to conspiracy theorist. Beta Spider-Man. Not what I expected at all. Glucose Guy. How does that fit? Hot Wheels. To-Do literally asked if I was Zoa's secret love child. Conspiracy theorist. You said yes though. Hot Wheels. He's not my birth father. To-Do. Conspiracy theorist? Are you sure? Hot Wheels. Yes. My birth father passed away when I was 3 and it's been me and my mom for most of my life. Zawa isn't my father by blood, but if anything were to happen to him, I'd take over the world. Arm Guy. Still don't think that's how that's supposed to go. Hot Wheels. / private. Chat between Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. Ida Tenya. Thanks, Midoriya. Tensei has spoken of you many times. I had not realized Deku and you were the same person before now, though. I cannot think of anything I need from you, but I do appreciate that you reached out. Though, Tensei did mention that you were planning to visit soon. Do you mind if I am there as well? I would like to speak with you in person. Midoriya Izuku. I don't mind. My mom will be taking me since Zawa has to prep a few things for school and internships this weekend. Tensei said I could come on Sunday at 3 if that works for you. Ida Tenya. I'll be there. Thanks again, Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. Anytime. Izuku doesn't like hospitals. He's not sure if he's mentioned it to anyone, but his stay at the hospital after USJ had been some of the worst weeks of his life. Never mind that he was actually asleep for most of it, and what he was awake for is blurred in his memories by pain medicine. It's mostly the principle of it. Hospitals are places where people go to heal, yes, but they're also places where many people die. They're not above reproach, though most people seem to think of hospitals as sacred places. For people like him, hospitals are hit and miss. He's lucky he's a hero student at UA, so he doesn't have to worry about it anymore, but he knows that other quirkless people are constantly turned away, despite all the work his mom has done to change that. You coming, honey? Inko asks, stopping when she notices Izuku staring up at the Hosu General Hospital sign. Yeah, Izuku says, shaking his head. Yeah, I'm coming. They're quickly shown to Tensei's room after Izuku gives his name. Apparently the Turbo Hero had told the receptionist to expect their arrival. Izuku's just glad he doesn't have to sit in the waiting room. Midoriya-kun, an inappropriately loud voice greets when Izuku nears the room. A feminine voice chides Ida gently, and Izuku lights up at the thought of meeting the matriarch of the Ida family. Thank you for inviting us, Aimi-sen. Inko bows when they approach Ida and his mother. Izuku stares up at his own mom in shock. You know the Motor Hero, Engine? Izuku exclaims, shocked by this knowledge and the fact that he's only just now learning this. Mom. We met at a parenting class, Inko says with a shrug. She helped me a lot since it was her second PR Jinsui. We kept in contact, but we haven't had the chance to get together since you were a toddler. I know the Motor Hero, Engine? Izuku whispers in shock before sharing a confused glance with the youngest Ida. What? Oi, a familiar voice calls from inside the room. Are you keeping the cabbage from me? Turbo! Izuku cries, immediately making his way into the room, careful to not run into Ida's toes. You're alive. I wouldn't let anything as silly as this kill me off, Deku, Tensei says with a jovial smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Izuku lets it slide in favor of grabbing the hero's hand and squeezing it in a silent show of support. He lets his own smile grow when Tensei squeezes back. You really are friends, Ida Tenya says in shock from the door. Izuku notes that Aimi-san and his mom haven't entered the room. We've only met in person one, Izuku explains. But as I mentioned, we've been working on a case together for a few months right now, and between the case stuff our group chat jokes around a lot. You're not stuttering, Ida says like it slips out without meaning to. Izuku blushes and covers his face. Sorry. Ah, my apologies, Midoriya-kun, Ida says, waving his arms in his usual robotic manner. I did not mean to say that. I had just noticed it is all. It's not really something I can control, Izuku explains, sighing as his awareness of his speech pattern causes him to stutter more. I just get nervous around people my age. You're fine, cabbage, Tensei says, reaching over to fluff up Izuku's hair, much to his growing embarrassment. My brother just doesn't have a brain to mouth filter 98% of the time. He got that F from you, huh? Izuku teases because he can't not tease the turbo hero. I do wonder, Midoriya-kun, how'd you start working on cases already? Ah, Izuku shifts nervously. He tried preparing to explain his work as Deku, but he's honestly not used to talking about it with people who don't already know him anymore. He's still doing smaller cases, but most of his time now is taken up by the trigger smuggling ring. I solved a case that Zawa was working on and somehow managed to impress him, so he offered to mentor me. Izuku shrugs. And then I kept solving cases, and now I'm working on a high-profile case that I can't really say more about, sorry. What Cabbage is neglecting to say is that he solved the Hanada case I told you about, Tensei says, puffing his chest up in a ridiculous show of pride that makes Izuku smile, despite his embarrassment. You solved that? Ida looks shocked now. How? Luck? Mostly, Izuku shrugs, not used to this at all. Can we, talk about something else? We're going to be wheelchair buddies, Tensei says with a smile. Now we can steal toes together. Steal? Toes. Yeah. Tensei cheers like Ida isn't looking at them with an almost puppy-like confusion. My toes won't be targets anymore. I am confused. Who says they won't be? Izuku asks, raising a brow. You don't know what I'm capable of, Tensei. What are you two talking about? Ida demands when Tensei breaks out into nervous laughter. I started threatening to steal toes when I got more comfortable with the fact that I'm using a wheelchair for now, Izuku explains, turning to Ida with a smile. My prime target has been your brother because he makes it so easy. Oi. Considering the amount of times he's pranked me in the past, I am not opposed to this, Ida responds, surprising Izuku. He hadn't really had the chance to talk to Ida outside of class and had also taken him as a stickler for the rules. He's starting to see that that isn't entirely true, which makes Izuku happy. Maybe he's found another friend in all of this mess. Private chat between Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, first of all, these names are boring. Midoriya Izuku's name has been set to green. Ida Tenya's name has been set to blue. Green. Second of all, we didn't get the chance to talk one-on-one, and I apologize for that, Ida-kun. Especially after you came so that we could chat. Blue. It is no problem, Midoriya-kun. There was a lot going on, especially after our moms came back and started showing baby pictures of us that we did not know existed. Blue. I think I've worked through what I need to. I appreciate you coming to visit Tensei, and it was nice getting to talk to you outside of school. Blue. I do hope we get to talk more in person at some point. You make a lot of interesting points in regards to quirks and hero laws. Green. I hope we can talk more too, Ida. Green. And you can call me Mido if you'd like. We're friends after all, laughing face. Blue. I will try my best, Mido-kun. Green. Laughing face. See you in class tomorrow. Blue. See you tomorrow, Midoriya-kun. Chat title. Trigger Ed. Gremlin. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Eraserhead. Ex-nudist. Lemillion. Turbo. Ingenium. Psychic. Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0. Ms. Joke. Loud. Present Mike. Blood. Vlad King. Ghost. Ectoplasm. Big Guy. Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Gremlin. I miss my dad at Sleepless in Muzudafu. Why do you work so much? Gremlin. Theoretically I get it, you have 2.5 jobs. The half job is putting up with me tbh. But when was the last time we sat in the beanbag chairs and talked about quirk theory? I miss that. Ex-nudist. Beanbag chairs? Gremlin. Yeah. At Zawa's gym. He's got a really cool room with like beanbag chairs and a coffee pot and sleeping bags. I love it there, but since school started we've both been too busy to do anything, just the two of us. See. Loud. He let you in that room? Loud. I have been trying for years to get in that room. Gremlin. It's a quiet room. You are, by definition, not allowed. Blood. Aizawa Ghost wrote that. Ghost. Someone said ghost. Ghost. Oh, see, no one ever needs me, see. Loud, I need you. Loud, I need you to stop telling the first years that I'm a bird disguised as a human. Loud's name has been set to Cockatoo. Gremlin, presentation microphone is a bird confirmed. Ex-nudist, I thought it was presentation Michael. Gremlin, but then he'd be present Mike? Gremlin, therefore, presentation microphone. Turbo, I lived BTSH. Gremlin, my wheelchair buddy. Gremlin, though not for long BC my care team says I should be able to start learning to walk again this week. And it shouldn't take very long to relearn it. Gremlin, y'all got no idea how excited I am to get back to training. Gremlin, I'm already at a disadvantage and I want to do more. Sleepless in Muzutafu, where are you, Deku? Gremlin, home. Sleepless in Muzutafu, we're going to the warehouse. Sleepless in Muzutafu, and we're going to talk about quirk theory. Sleepless in Muzutafu, and we're both going to take a break cause clearly I need to do better if this is where your headspace is at. Gremlin, I'm crying. Gremlin, God I love you. Turbo, why are you so wholesome but also a gremlin? Gremlin, trauma. Turbo, why was I expecting a serious reply? Gremlin, Ickman you should know better by now. Psychic, Deku, are you free tomorrow evening for a meeting? Gremlin, I should be at Sleepless in Muzutafu? Sleepless in Muzutafu, we'll be there. Psychic at Loud and at Ghost, we'll be needing you as well if you're free. Gremlin, oh, this involves the thing, right? Gremlin, okay I'll come with the notebook. Turbo, how'd you make that sound ominous? Gremlin, anything I mention vaguely sounds ominous BC I'm usually very open to the point of oversharing probably. Gremlin, YWIS I'm pretty sure Zoa is here so I'm gonna go spend time with my dad. Ex-nudist, have fun. Turbo, talk with ya later. Izuku smiles as he watches Zawa grab him a drink from the mini fridge and bring it over to his spot on the green beanbag chair. They had left his chair on the first floor but Izuku doesn't mind because he really did miss moments like this with Zawa. Don't get him wrong, Izuku is very glad to have Zawa as his teacher at UA, but he does find himself missing the one-on-one mentorship and being able to just relax and discuss quirk theory and the history of heroics with his father figure. How's school? Zawa asks in that monotone way that is supposed to convey that he cares about the answer even if he doesn't want to admit it. Good. Izuku replies easily, with a bright smile. I love my lessons with Nedzu and being able to analyze everyone's quirks and fighting styles. I'm almost done compiling them and writing out what everyone needs to work on at the summer training camp. Nedzu's having you work on that, huh? Yeah, it's a lot of fun and I can't wait to see what everyone learns on their internships. Have you decided who you're interning with? Aizawa asks, glancing at the pile of internship offers he'd brought for Izuku to go over in the car as a distraction. Yeah, I still can't believe I got so many offers even though I didn't participate. I'm excited to see how everyone reacts to that. Zawa agrees with a smirk that he would usually hide in his capture weapon except Izuku's wearing it because he can't take his own off campus yet and he misses the weight of it. I'm interning with Nedzu, Izuku says quickly, because he's pretty sure Nedzu purposely didn't tell Zawa that he had preemptively offered Izuku an internship. The widening of his dad's eyes is proof enough of that theory. Since I won't be out of the chair for another few weeks, I think it's best to go with Nedzu so he can teach me the analytical and behind-the-scenes of heroics. That's smart, kid, Zawa says eventually. If I could still walk I'd have gone with you, or the loud man cause he's really good with the media and I'm going to need that as well considering I'll be the first quirkless hero in 6 generations. There will be more opportunities, Zawa reminds him. And you can always pester him with questions after class. The man loves any opportunity to talk with students, especially ones like you. Like me. Intuitive, hard-working, kind, Zawa hums. Izuku blushes at the praise. Seriously, kid, I've told you this before but you've already got a reputation among pros. I know the trigger case has been taking a lot of your attention right now and whether or not that's fair is something we can discuss at tomorrow's meeting but you're still solving cases that pros with years of training and experience struggle with. You're able to look at a puzzle and find the pattern in ways no one but maybe Nedzu can do, and he's got a quirk for that. What I mean is, you're a good kid and Zashi likes talking to you. I don't know what to say, Izuku stutters, overwhelmed by the praise. Sure, it's gotten easier to accept that people who aren't his mom or Zawa actually enjoy being around him, but that doesn't mean he's never overwhelmed by the fact that he has friends and mentors and, hell, Tensei is almost like an older brother to him now. Would that make Ida his nephew? Would that be weird? They're only just now becoming friends after an admittedly rocky start, though not as rocky as Izuku thought it was, now that he considers it. They have a lot more in common than he'd thought. Izuku snorts at the thought, waving Zawa away when he raises a brow in question. Quirk theory? Izuku asks as a non sequitur. Last time we talked about the possibilities of quirks suddenly improving. And this time we're going to talk about the quirk singularity theory. The quirk singularity theory, Izuku repeats, using the chance to gather his thoughts. I've read a bit about it, but admittedly not as much as with the sudden improvement theory. Why not? 'Cause I thought that if sudden improvement exists, then there might have been the chance that I'd suddenly develop a quirk. Izuku shrugs. He's long accepted that fact that he's never going to get a quirk. That doesn't mean that he didn't spend most of his life hoping, dreaming, that he would wake up one day and suddenly he'd be breathing fire or pulling his alarm clock to him so he could turn it off. He'd even hoped that someone, somewhere, would be able to give him a quirk, which he'd admittedly thought was impossible until meeting Mirio and figuring out his connection to All Might. A quirk is just another tool in the toolbox. I know, Izuku laughs. It was just a dream I had before I got my new one. Which is to be a hero that can bring people like me hope. I know we're doing hero names before you announce internships. Izuku grins at Zawa. I've decided on my hero name. Good, tell me tomorrow in class. Zawa nods with a smile. Now, tell me what you know about the quirk singularity theory. Okay, Izuku takes a deep breath. The quirk singularity theory, in its simplest terms, theorizes on whether or not quirks will ever stop evolving, if they'll reach the point where humans can no longer withstand their powers, which would cause society to unravel at its core, especially with how heavily everyone relies on their quirks. That's pretty much it, Zawa agrees. The real debate is about whether or not you think it's true. I do, Izuku says immediately. Why? Well, other than the fact that I've studied quirks for years because I thought it was fun? Obviously. Bakugu. Expand. His quirk is powerful. It's a mutation of his parents' quirks and he's honed it almost to perfection already. There's honestly not much I'd be able to suggest to him to improve other than pushing his physical limits. But that's the thing, his quirk is detrimental to his health. Izuku pauses to breathe when Zawa taps his leg. Thanks. Anytime. I'm sure you know this from his file, but Bakugu is probably going to go deaf, at least partially, by the time he's 25. His body isn't able to fully handle his quirk. Not to mention the pain he must go through every time he pushes past his limits. Izuku looks at his own hands where thin scars lay, ones from his childhood of Bakugu not knowing how to control his quirk in his excitement and childish anger. Back before the anger became real and control wasn't about not exploding but how big the explosions were. Sure, the body could adapt and his kids might have the ability to withstand large explosions to a degree, but eventually the quirk is going to get too volatile for any one person to control. That's just one example. What about a mutation quirk? Tsu-chan is probably the best example of this. Her quirk is called Frog, which pretty much explains her mutations, but mutations occur that aren't related to quirks at all. Her hair is green, which is frog-like and potentially related to her quirk, but mine's green too and I don't have a quirk. I actually hesitate to say that mutations are the same thing as an emitter quirk like yours. Izuku glares at his hands that are fiddling with his sweats. Not that I can. Wait, what? Aizawa interrupts him. What do you mean by that? Well, mutations occur all the time that aren't related to quirks. Usually they're present at birth, but quirks aren't like that, right? They start to develop at the age of 3 and there are many theories on why that is, but if a mutation happens before birth, can it really be considered a quirk by definition? Izuku forgets to breathe in his excitement. This is the kind of thing he loves to talk about. My mom's parents don't have green hair. It actually doesn't show up in the rest of our family. But our hair is just a mutation, it's not a quirk. And then there's Ojiro's tail. He wasn't born with it. I asked. He started getting severe back pain when he was 3, and when his moms brought him in they found his tail growing in. Ojiro was adopted when he was 3 months old and his moms don't know who his birth parents are at all. Would you say Azui has a quirk, then? Oh yeah. She's developed the abilities of a frog, like minor camouflage and her incredible jumping abilities at the age of 4. But her physical mutations aren't because of her quirk, I'd say it's the other way around. She got the quirk she did because of her physical mutations. So, just to reiterate, you think the quirk singularity theory is true? Yes. And that most mutation quirks aren't actually quirks. Yes, Izuku nods. In fact, I can send you an article about a quirkless woman born in Indonesia with mutations that didn't count as a quirk because they just weren't enough. She's not the only one I know of, but I think this case study will defend my point more clearly. Zawa runs his hand over his face and sighs tiredly. When I said I'd mentor you, I wasn't expecting for you to completely change my worldview, problem child. Sorry. Don't apologize for that, Zawa reprimands gently. Never apologize for that. I am not so conceited to think that there is nothing left for me to learn. Okay. Good. Zawa leans back into his bean bag with a tired sigh. I think it's time for a nap. Izuku smiles. All the stress he's been feeling seems to have melted away, even if it's only for one afternoon. He's grateful for it. Tomorrow, he'll go back to school and stress and trying to solve a case that seems older and bigger than any one of the people working on it. For now though, he's going to take a nap. Shoyuta feels some kind of emotion as he reveals the list of internship offers. He thinks a little bit of it is pride, but most of what he feels is glee as he watches the chaos unfold. Just like he'd known it would when his Hell class inevitably saw that Izuku had received 11 official offers despite not participating in the sports festival, 12 if you counted Nedzu, but his technically wasn't an official offer. Midori! Uraraka exclaims with astonished pride, jumping from her seat, only to sit back down when Shoyuta glares at her. She doesn't need to know that her reaction brings Shoyuta a childish glee. It takes a moment for his class to settle, but when they do, Shoyuta continues like nothing is wrong, purposely keeping them occupied until the bell rings. Those of you who didn't receive an offer will be choosing from a list of 40 which I have here. Midoriya holds up a stack of papers that he hands off to Ida to pass out. Now we have a special lesson for heroics today. You'll be choosing codenames today. With me. Namuri shouts, entering the room with enough dramatics to distract his class from Izuku. Though he can see how pleased his kid is with the chaos they created today. Choose carefully or you might just regret it. With that, Shoyuta slips into his sleeping bag, keeping one ear on his class. He does have final veto powers after all, but otherwise catching up on the rest he's been sorely lacking since he was born probably. I know it's not something I talk about often, but I am quirkless. I've gone through all the stages of grief over this at least 5 times in my life and there's been a lot to figure out. When I was younger it used to be variations of all might be, but I quickly realized would never be a hero like him. That's besides the point. I know the kind of hero I'm going to be. Back when Bakugo was still Kaken and Izuku had hope of developing a quirk, he wanted to be a hero like All Might. One who inspires everyone as he saves them with a smile, able to fell villains in a single punch. Now, he wants to bring hope to people like him. He wants to be the hero he needed when he was a kid. He wants a 7-year-old quirkless kid to look up quirkless hero and find Izuku's picture there. He wants that kid to run into their living room, shouting to their parents, "Look, look, I can be a hero." He doesn't want another quirkless kid crying in their room because when you look up quirkless hero the first link is an itemized list of why quirkless people aren't even human and thus can never be heroes. I've taken a name given to me in anger and made it my own, changed the meaning and gave myself the hope I needed to keep moving forward when it felt like every door was slamming in my face. I am the hero of hope, Deku. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Cheat sheet. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuta. Deku, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugo Katsuki. Conspiracy Theorist, Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Minsu, Ojiro Mashireo. Chargebolt, Kaminari Denki. Froppy, Azuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Red Riot, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikage. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Earphone Jack, Jirokyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisigirl, Hagakure Turu. Tape, Siro Hanta. Chargebolt, the chat name offends me. Earphone Jack, good. Ventriloquist, this isn't even my hero name, Izu? Deku, insert shrug Kamaji here. Ventriloquist, I hate you. Deku, I love you too. Arm guy, you too confuse me. Ventriloquist, good. Uravity girl, Midori. Your hero name is so cool. Boom boy, no it's not. Deku, shut up Kakin. Boom boy, WTFTOUBSTRD? Chargebolt, 2. Boom boy, intersection. Deku, thanks Yuriken. Conspiracy theorist. Are you related to the analyst Deku that my father hates? Deku, that miha. Conspiracy theorist. I thought he was some 60-year-old retired pro? Goddess, who are you talking about, Todoroki? Conspiracy theorist. This analyst that has been solving crimes and helping catch minor villains for the last year that my father complains about for doing a hero's job without a valid license. Conspiracy theorist. Called him an old but vigilante. Deku? Can't be a vigilante without a quirk degree. Fight Minzu. What? Deku. Yeah, BC of old laws I could go fight crime without a license and as long as I didn't use an illegal weapon or throw the first punch I wouldn't be a vigilante. Tired? Problem child. Deku, what? It's true and it isn't my fault that people look down on the quirkless like we're incapable of committing crimes. Revelry. Sometimes I forget how dark our society is and then Midoriya comes out of nowhere to remind us that the eternal void is closer than we think. Ventriloquist. First, that's a mood. Ventriloquist. Second, Izu, WTF? Deku, ah. Deku, sometimes it just be like that. Red Riot. Wait, is that why you had 11 offers without even participating in the sports festival? Red Riot. That's so manly Midobro. Deku, 12 offers. Red Riot, 12? Deku, Chargebolt. Sometimes I forget how scary Midori can be when he's super vague. Deku, that's the goal. Chargebolt. Fear chapter text. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Gremlin. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knight. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Gremlin. Can someone do my homework for me so I can take a nap before the meeting? Sleepless in Muzudafu. Which class is it for? Gremlin, loud. Sleepless in Muzudafu. He's going to give you an extension. Take a nap. Gremlin, thank. Loud. Honestly, don't even bother with the essay, Deku. I know you understand the book we read and I'm willing to give you a pass on 3 essays a semester. Gremlin. You to BST. Loud. Hear that show? I win. Gremlin, ma dad win. You shush. Loud, M. Straight face, M fine. Izuku might have too much on his plate. If his post-nap exhaustion is anything to go by, then he should maybe think about cutting back on something, but between classes, physical therapy, the trigger case, and whatever random hero he contacted with a tip for a case or advice he didn't know, oh wait. He could stop giving unsolicited tips and advice. He probably should have stopped doing that a while ago, if he's being honest. He's pretty sure he's had that conversation with both Zawa and his mom on more than one occasion. Apparently being a professional analyst means having people come to you, not going to them. Especially considering he's already built a commendable network, according to Zawa, that is. Izuku has nothing to compare it to. Izuku. He hears his mom call from the kitchen. Dinner. Izuku grunts as he shifts into a sitting position and quickly transfers himself to his chair. His life has gotten so much easier since he was able to start doing the transitions himself. He's grateful for every bit of independence he gets back, as slow-going and painful as it is to incrementally gain feeling back into his lower body. Thank whatever deity exists for quirks. Otherwise, Izuku would have to figure out how to become the first quirkless disabled hero. He knows several heroes with disabilities: ectoplasm, ingenium, now even All Might. But unfortunately, he doesn't think he'll be seeing a disabled hero without a quirk anytime soon. Thanks, Mom, Izuku says when he's seated at the table with a plate of yakitori over rice in front of him. When do you get off work tomorrow? I'll be working late the next few nights, but Shoyuta says he'll make sure you get where you need to go. You still have next Saturday off, right? Izuku asks between bites. Yes, you still want to do a spa night? Please. Izuku gushes. I'm trying to take things easy, but there's so much going on that every time I turn around there's something else I need to get done. It's times like these that I wish I had a multitasking or cloning quirk so I could do everything. I think even ectoplasm has his limits, honey, his mom comments with a chuckle. I noticed you took a nap today. Physical therapy took a lot out of me after school, Izuku frowns. It's getting easier to bear weight with the bar, but I've still got some time before they'll let me out of the chair for a couple hours a day with crutches. I'm proud of you, Izuku, Inko says suddenly, looking every bit as serious as Izuku has ever seen her. I want you to know that. You're doing so much good for the world and I'm excited to see what you accomplish. He doesn't know what to say to that. So instead Izuku falls back on his patented Midoriya jeans and floods the apartment with tears. Why do you look like you haven't slept in weeks? Mirio asks him as soon as Izuku enters the meeting room with Zawa right behind him. 'Cause I haven't slept in weeks, Izuku deadpans his response. But I'm going to do better or Zawa is going to ban me from the beanbag room and I refuse to be on the same level as Zashi. Oi! Zashi protests loud enough for Zawa to activate his quirk. Sorry. You better be, Zawa growls tiredly, taking a seat next to his friend anyways. Ectoplasm waves at Izuku before turning back to his conversation with Tensei, who is enthusiastically showing the other hero something on his phone. Sir Night Eye is the only one not present yet, but that's typical for these meetings because the hero is running multiple investigations right now. Thought Izuku thinks at least 2 of them are related and has an analysis packet prepared for the hero after the meeting. Izuku talks with Mirio about a new idea for his quirk while they wait for Sir to arrive. Zashi is starting to get loud enough to stop their conversation in his own excitement over something when the hero strides into the room, intense as always. Apologies for my tardiness, Sir says, bowing his head slightly as he takes his seat at the head of the table, Mirio on his left and Izuku next to the intern. I had a meeting with my sidekicks that ran over. It's no problem, Izuku is quick to assure him. It's not like we could see it coming. Sir stares at him incredulously for a second before snorting. That was terrible, Deku. Thanks. Anyways, Sir continues, shaking his head. This meeting should take long, since most of you have most of the details, but it looks like we've come up on another wrench in this case. And what is that exactly? Ectoplasm asks. You know how the League of Villains was behind the break-in at UA and the subsequent USJ, right? Izuku says. Everyone nods. Well, we think there's a leak at UA. We're just not sure if it's a member of staff or a student. Since All Might started teaching at UA, it became an even bigger target and there aren't any other new teachers, so we're pretty sure it's not a member of the staff unless they're accidentally a mole. But I doubt that would be the case, and anyways, they had to get the schedule to know when All Might was supposed to be at the USJ, so clearly they're not a teacher and… Breath kid. Whoops, Izuku huffs, taking a deep breath. As I was saying, there's a mole. I've spoken with Nedzu about it. For now we're going to be pulling Mirio, Zashi, and Ectoplasm off the main force. Why me? Mirio asks, clearly unaware of this. As one of the big 3 and All Might's protege, you have a lot of connections within the school. Nedzu wants you to profile as many of the students as you can. I'll be doing the same during heroics since I have free time then for the next few weeks. But why pull us off this case? Not permanently, Izuku reminds them. We need to figure out who the mole is before we can really pursue the trigger case. Especially if my hunch that the League is going to get involved with it soon is true. Zashi curses, abnormally quietly. Why is this like some convoluted manga plot? Because whatever deity there may or may not be wants to F with us. Language, Zawa chides like he doesn't curse in front of Izuku's class every day. Is there anything else? Ectoplasm asks. Izuku glances at Zawa, who gives him an encouraging nod. Yeah. So I'm not pulling from the main force, but until further notice I won't be working on any other cases. I took on too much and it's starting to impede my physical progress. That's fair. Mirio says with a smile. Now you'll have time to relax and maybe we could hang out sometime. I'd like that, Izuku agrees easily. He considers Mirio a good friend, but they haven't had the chance to hang out except for the brief time they have before or after a trigger meeting. Wait, but why us and not Vlad? Zashi asks suddenly. Because Nedzu has Vlad working on something else, Zawa explains. The likes of which I do not know and do not care to know. Fair. The last thing I have for the night, Sir says, getting everyone's attention, is an updated list of what we know about the trigger case and everyone's assignments if they're still on the main force. I'll be emailing it out to those that aren't here. Thanks, sir, Izuku says. With a smile. Wait, we get to stay in the group chat, right? Zashi asks, turning his head wildly between Izuku and Sir Night-Eye. Yes, Sir sighs. You get to stay in the group chat. Sleepless in Mizudafu's name has been set to Bagheera. Loud. I just witnessed the most dad act Shoyuta has ever committed. Bagheera, say anything and you lose cat privileges. Loud, never mind. Gremlin, how many privileges has Loud gotten revoked? Bagheera, most of them. Bagheera, he's lucky he has the right to breathe most days. Gremlin, I can see why you two are friends. Bagheera, pure shitty luck. Loud, rude. Gremlin, you wanna lose toe privileges next? Loud, nah, I'm good. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to go not here and keep my toes where they are, thank you very much. Gremlin, that's what I thought. Izuku has doubted many things in his life. He doubted his preschool teacher when she told him it was okay that he didn't have a strong quirk. This was before he was officially diagnosed as quirkless and she had started ignoring him. He doubted the kids in his classes in elementary school when they pretended to be his friend. Experience taught him they were only doing to gain his trust and then break it. For the longest time he had doubted his ability to be a hero, then he stopped going to school and realized he is capable of so much more than anyone thought he would be. It's easy to forget, sometimes, that it was pre-quirked people that invented air travel, first set foot on the moon, and developed ways to turn sunlight into renewable energy. He is not less capable because he is quirkless. He just has to fill his toolbox up with something different than everyone else. Right now, though, Izuku doubts Ida when he tells Izuku he's fine on the platform before leaving for his internship with the normal hero, Manuel. For one, Manuel operates in Hosu, the same city that Ida's brother, one of Izuku's favorite people, was attacked by the hero killer Stain. For another, Ida is a terrible liar and Izuku would have known he was lying even if he hadn't been trained extensively to know when people are lying. What's wrong? Zawa asks when the last of his class, Siro, has left for their internship. Hitoshi is interning with Zawa, but they're not meeting until later since Zawa has to finish up some paperwork to send off to Night-Eye before that evening. I feel like Ida is going to try something stupid, Izuku tells him as they make their way back to you. Like monumentally stupider than I was to grab onto All Might's leg before he did a superpowered jump into the air. You what? Have I not told you the full story of when I met All Might? I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before. Why are you so shocked? Izuku asks, stopping so he can look up at Zawa in wonder without running over anyone's toes, accidentally this time. He'll do it on purpose if he thinks the person deserves it. Apparently it never really processed that you're capable of being a reckless idiot. Well, I was reckless and All Might is the idiot who tried to get me to let go mid-jump. Izuku waves it off, because honestly, he'd rather not think about All Might, thank you very much. Anyways, Ida has been withdrawn since Tensei got hurt and he coincidentally took an internship in Hosu where the hero killer likely still is if he's stupid enough to follow all previous patterns with a hero that in all honesty has nothing to offer him for his quirk or fighting style. He's gonna do something stupid and I'm surprised his internship was approved. We can't deny it on conjecture. That's bull, you've expelled kids for making one too many your mama jokes, Zawa, Izuku says. It's early enough in the year that it makes sense no one noticed his change in patterns. I didn't really realize until he blatantly lied to me about being alright when I asked. We can't change it now, but you can make sure someone else is in Hosu in case he's being stupid, can't you? Are you suggesting that I take Hitoshi to Hosu for his internship, where the hero killer is most definitely still located, are you? You could talk to Nedzu and set up a rotation with other heroes, I guess. I heard from Todoroki that he and his dad are going to be in Hosu this week, so I could let him know to keep an eye out for Ida. I also have a profile of Stain and… You have what? A villain profile? I have them for all major villains in the last 2 years so far. Nedzu says that profiling villains will help me get better at my analysis and planning skills. Have you shown it to anyone? Not yet. The assignment isn't due till next Thursday? Zawa sighs. It's not one he can easily identify, which tells Izuku that he's done something wrong and can feel the panic rise, even if it's just his dad and he doesn't want to disappoint Zawa. You really are a problem child, Zawa says, though his tone is noticeably fond and that helps alleviate some of the sudden anxiety. The hand on his shoulder reminding him that he's not alone, that Zawa isn't going to leave him like so many others have. Let's go to Nedzu and go over this profile of yours. If it checks out, we might not have to worry about Ida after all. Kaizome, if nothing else, is always prepared. He operates in the back streets and alleys where people don't dare to tread. He clings to the shadows and is very careful to avoid detection before, during, and after a job is complete. When he is out of his working costume, his only distinct feature is his nose, or lack thereof. He removed it on purpose. He had needed to when a hero had shattered it and the wound had become infected. It had been that or he died. Kaizome had too much to get done to die. That had been what made him cross the line, all those months ago. His nose had healed and he had gone out and called the hero that had already proven he was willing to go too far. That he wasn't a true hero. Kaizome hadn't even been operating as Stendhal, his vigilante persona, when he had been injured. He had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now he has a mission. To rid Hero Society of its stains. He had thought the stains had been villains before, but he was wrong. The stains were the heroes who were only in it for the fame and power that the profession got them. The ones who took it too far or did it for the wrong reasons. The ones who would never live up to the paragon that is All Might. So far he has gotten 16 heroes, 3 dead in each city he has been to and 1 alive to carry on his message and let the heroes know that they aren't safe anymore. That he is coming. That the hero killer Stain is prepared to cull anyone who gets in his way. The League of Villains is going to be a problem. Kaizome already knows it, even as he's deposited safely back in Hosu as he requested. Their leader is unhinged, without a real cause, and quite frankly an annoying little sheet. They are going to have to be a problem for another night, though, after Kaizome has carried out his mission. They can wait, even if they plan on attacking Hosu tonight as well. He has been profiling a hero who let his emotions get the better of him too many times while fighting villains. A hero who is quick to anger is quick to die, in his opinion. The hero tends to avoid the more crowded areas, which simply makes it easier for Kaizome to attack. It is a matter of seconds before he has his victim paralyzed, pushed against the wall of an alley with no way to defend himself or call for help. He loves this part. Watching the moment the hero realizes they are done for, that everything in their life has been leading them to this moment, the one where Stain ends it. Where they die because they are nothing more than a flaw in the society that Stain is working to create. Stain is just about to bring down the knife, to end the life of another false hero, when he is interrupted by the rush of wind created by a gray cloth. Immediately Native slumps to the ground, no longer held up by Stain or his quirk. Amend that kid for being right. He knows that voice. He has worked with that hero twice, Back when he was Stendhal and not crossing a line he knew he could never go back on. Eraserhead is a true hero, but Stain is not going to let him get in the way. So you stopped my quirk, huh? Stainus. It is a weird feeling but not one that he has not felt before. I don't need that to call you for getting in my way. What about me? Another voice asks. It sounds like a voice Stain should know. One he should. You should be dead. Nothing. He feels nothing. Sees nothing. Nothing. Kaizome is not in control of his body anymore. He is pretty sure he is still standing, but it is hard to tell, especially as he floats in and out of consciousness. Longer I can control him, an unfamiliar voice says from somewhere behind him. Kaizome is tied up now, his weapons are no longer on his body and it leaves him feeling naked. He is pretty sure they even got the one that is inside his boot. A wiggle of his toes confirms it. That's fine, kid, Eraserhead says, his voice as bland as ever. You were supposed to stay back though. Not when you were at risk, the kid protests. It was quicker this way. He's awake now. Kaizome does not pout. He has killed nearly 100 people. He is a 35-year-old with the ability to control another person's body. He definitely does not pout when the conversation ends abruptly. He wants to know who the kid is. He sounds like the kind of hero Kaizome would not need to kill. There is a commotion at the head of the alley as an ambulance and several police cars arrive. Several more heroes have arrived as well, but Kaizome pays them no mind, focused only on the one that has captured him. And the student that helped. Maybe Hero Society was not as hopeless as Kaizome had thought it was. Kaizome is about to be loaded into the back of a police car when a roar is heard above him. There are several cries to duck and then the kid, the one that Kaizome finds he wants to see succeed, is being lifted into the air. Eraserhead tries to do something but Kaizome is still wrapped up in his scarf. The villain scowls. If he still had his knife boot, he could cut out of the scarf and do something. But no. Eraserhead has to be a good FANG hero. The creature A Nomu, if the rumors he has heard are correct, is flying away and no one present can do anything about it. What's going on? Kaizome knows that voice. He hates that voice. Get the FING kid, Endeavor, Eraserhead demands. Endeavor immediately shoots out flames at a child. One that Kaizome respects. He's aiming at the Nomu but still. Kaizome is 99% sure the kid is going to have burns, on top of at least some broken ribs and a punctured lung. The Nomu goes crashing to the ground and Eraserhead is already sprinting over, gathering the kid into his arms with a care that Kaizome wasn't sure the hero was capable of. Endeavor, Kaizome growls, letting his bloodlust out because he wants to see heads roll right now. He wishes he was just a little bit less encased in a near-indestructible fabric. He can't even move his arms right now. It is the likes of you which I aim to purge from this world. False heroes that have overrun society and the criminals like you who aim to win and not to save, just for a power as fake as you are. I kill for the sake of a better society. You hunt villains for sport. He is still captured, he is still going to jail, but Kaizome knows that this is better. He knows his words will have the impact that his actions so far have not. He just hopes the kid will be okay. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Chichipin. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Deku, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Conspiracy Theorist. Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR. Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Minsu, Ojiro Mashireo. Chargebolt, Kaminari Denki. Froppy, Azuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Red Riot, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikich. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Earphone Jack, Jirokyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisigirl, Hagakure Turu. Tape, Siro Hanta. Deku, in case some of you have not heard, Hitoshi was involved in the capture of the hero killer Stain last night alongside Zawa and a few other pro-heroes. He was not hurt in the initial capture and was instrumental in preventing bloodshed. However, There was also another League of Villain attack in Hosu that was likely spontaneous due to the fact that only Nomu were involved and Shigaraki was spotted on a roof by a news camera. Anyways, Hitoshi was nearly captured by a flying Nomu when Endeavor stepped in and brought the Nomu down. Unfortunately, Endeavor is actually the number POO hero because he gave me best friend's second-degree burns on his legs and arms. Fortunately, Recovery Girl is a saint and hit Endeavor on the head. She also healed Hitoshi and he will be in class on Monday to continue being the bane of my existence. Invisigirl, holy shit, that was Shinsu? I saw that on the news. WF? Ventriloquist, I'm being released from the hospital in the morning. I would rather leave tonight, but apparently that's against protocol when a Nomu's talon pierces your lung. Froppy, I am glad you're okay, Karo. Uravity Girl, Toshi. I am so glad you are okay. Arm Guy, let us know if you need anything. I've got a few hands free. Deku, that was terrible, Mexican. You're banned from puns for 2 days. Arm Guy, worth it. Red Riot, glad you're okay, man. Tape, you helped take down the hero killer? Alien Queen, you were interning with Sensei? Ventriloquist, thanks guys. And yeah, Ashido. He's an underground hero and that's what I want to be. It was only logical. Deku, I swear it's like staring at a mini Aizawa. Uravity Girl. Arm Guy. Froppy. Charge Bolt. Conspiracy Theorist. Goddess. Revelry. Alien Queen. Glucose Guy. Sparkles. Fight Mijinsu. Boom Boy. Snow White. Deku, even you coulda? Earphone Jack. Ventriloquist. Invisigirl. Red Riot. Tape. Tired. Deku, okay? I get it. Deku, what about this? Deku, did y'all know that Shoyuta likes to wear pink joggers when he trains? Tired. I will fight you. Deku, I am still in a wheelchair, Father Sensei. Tired. That will not stop me. Ventriloquist, it's what he deserves. That right. You know what? I regret helping you. Ventriloquist, no you don't. Deku, I hate that you're right. Private message between Shinso Hitoshi and Todoroki Shudo. Todoroki Shudo, I apologize for the actions of my father. Shinso Hitoshi, you have nothing to apologize for, to do. I know your father is an a-hole and I don't blame you for his actions. Despite the burns, he did save me from being kidnapped by the League of Villains. It was honestly the preferred result at that point. Shinso Hitoshi, I will be asking Aizu to run over his toes. Todoroki Shudo, again. Shinso Hitoshi, again. Private message between Midoriya Izuku and Ida Tenya. Green, Ida, please be honest with me, how are you holding up? Blue, I've been better. I don't know how to feel about you calling my brother about this, but I suppose I'm grateful that you didn't let me make such a grievous mistake as trying to attack the hero killer. Blue, I am glad that he's behind bars, though. A man like him is even more than physically dangerous. Have you seen the videos? Green, yes. Green, we'll talk more in person, but I just want you to know that I respect you a lot, Ida, and I know you'd regret going after Stain, which is why I got Tensei involved. We're kids and still learning and we're going to make mistakes. I just knew this one would cost more than I was willing to risk you giving. Just a warning though, Nedzu and Zawa will both be wanting to speak with you on Monday. You didn't actually do anything, so you're not in trouble, but I just thought a heads up might be nice. Blue. Thank you. I'll see you Monday. Green, let me know if you need anything. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Gremlin. Deku. Biga, Eraserhead. Ex-Nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. RL Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Big Guy, who's the kid, Eraser? I thought Deku was your only kid. Ex-Nudist. Pretty sure that kid is Aizawa-sensei's biological son and Deku is adopted. John Mulaney 2.0, I believe it. Loud, Lil Listener is okay, right? IRL Polygraph Detector. Yeah, he's alright. Recovery Girl healed him. Eraserhead is giving his statement to Chief Tsuragames so he's not looking at the messages. Gremlin, that's my best friend y'all. Like Mr. Lie Detector said, he's been healed. He still has to stay in the hospital cause the Nomu punctured his FING lung. Gremlin, I'm 99% sure that the League tried to recruit Stain and he said no, which is why the Nomu attacked Hoso last night. I'm with Toshi RN, BTW. Gremlin, he can be crossed off the traitor checklist, BTW. As can Tenya and Shudo. Blood, you have your friends on the checklist? Gremlin, I had myself on the checklist, Vlad. There's a chance, however small, that the traitor is doing so either unwillingly or unknowingly, and it's important that we keep this in mind as we vet each person. Gremlin, speaking of vetting, how's the go-through of Gen Ed kids, Zashi? Loud, boring. There's a couple kids I need to take another look at, but so far no one's really stuck out. Gremlin, okay, keep it psychic and at RatGod posted. Loud, how the F did you tag him in this chat? He's not in the chat WF Deku? Gremlin, that's for me to know and you to never question again. Loud at Bagheera, your son needs to stop spending time with Nedzu. Bagheera, I know. Believe me, I know. Gremlin, he's my mentor for work study, so joke's on y'all. Y'all, you rang? Gremlin, no. Y'all's nickname has been set to blocked. Blocked? Gremlin, did someone hear anything? Blocked, what did I do to you? Gremlin, do you not remember? Blocked, I mean I remember saving you from the slime villain. Blocked, but honestly some of your reactions fell a bit undeserved. Gremlin, I knew the number one hero wasn't the best teacher. Gremlin, but I didn't think he was an idiot. Beggar, kid not on here. Gremlin, then where? Dadzawa, I'm coming back. Hand your phone to Shinso. Izuku, this is Shinso. Dadzawa, have you helped Izuku through a panic attack before? Izuku, I have no. Dadzawa, okay, put your hand on his shoulder or knee. Tell him you're gonna touch him but don't ask for permission, he trusts you but he'll panic more if you ask. Izuku, done. Dadzawa, now lead him through a April 7th 11 breathing exercise. Izuku, April 7th 11. Dadzawa, in 4, hold 7, out 11. Izuku, okay. Dadzawa, I'll be there in a moment. Izuku, fax. Gremlin, sorry about that, folks. I'm fine now. All Might, I'm not in a space where I can talk about this right now, but I'm sorry for being so short with you on this chat. It was undeserved and unprofessional of me. I promise we can talk later. Blocked, S nickname has been set to all right. All right, thank you, young Deku. I understand that you're worried for your friend and that there are some things I might have missed when I first joined the investigation. Mamadoriya, Zuku, you okay? Shoyuta texted me. Zuku, not really? Zuku, I kinda snapped at All Might for something that happened over a year ago that I thought I was over. Mamadoriya, oh, I'm sure it's going to be okay. If you need to call your therapist then go ahead, she'll understand. Zuku, I'll call tomorrow when I'm home. Zuku, could use a hug. Mamadoriya, you're at Hosu General with Hitoshi-kun, right? Zuku, Mamadoriya, okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Zuku, oh my F dash, I love you mom. Thank you. Mamadoriya, love you too Zuku. Be there soon. Zuku, drive safe 3 chapter text. It's Kempo Tomo again. We have a question for you. Have you heard about the shadow villain that can steal quirks and transfer them to other people? Or the villain factory? We have reason to believe that there is a tie between either of these and the trigger case. Though the shadow villain is more of an urban legend, for years there were villains showing up with mutated quirks and little to no brain power. They didn't survive long after being captured, and the existence of these villains was kept from mass media because of the panic they would cause. Kempo Tomo. The kids in elementary school would joke that the shadow villain stole my quirk because I was a bad person. I used to believe them before I realized that I would know if the shadow villain stole my quirk. Now I just think they're a bunch of assholes. Yes, I have heard of the shadow villain. We're actually fairly certain the shadow villain is real and involved in this case. We're not sure how he's connected to Hanada and Lars though. There's something we're missing about those cases and I'm eager to find out what it is. Eraserhead is looking into the villain factory still. He was involved in the initial case. If you have any further information about it, please email him directly and CC myself and Sir Night Eye. I'm not actually allowed to get involved in that part of the case since I'm, a child. More so it's because I don't have my provisional license and it's a lot of groundwork which I have been expressly forbidden from participating in, but it's whatever at this point. It's morbidly comforting to know that we're all on the same track with the involvement of the Shadow Villain and Villain Factory. Mom is wondering if you'd like to visit sometime this summer? I have a training camp in the second week, but sometime after that? It's been years since she's seen you guys. I am not sure why she's using me to ask considering she has your email too. Sincerely, the private chat between Izuku and Dadzawa. Izuku, sometimes I forget that I'm still technically a vigilante. Izuku, except also not cause the laws kinda SCK. Dadzawa, the laws about vigilantism were written back when quirks were just starting to appear and people without quirks were much more common. It made sense that you'd need a quirk to be a vigilante. Izuku, basically, if you never use a quirk and never throw the first punch you can't be a vigilante. Dadzawa, don't do it. Izuku, I wasn't planning on it, Dad. Izuku, we've already established that I was going to do every aspect of vigilantism except the fighting. We'll message her, no need to keep you as the middleman. We just heard about your friend. We hope he's okay. We can't imagine facing a serial killer even now, and we've been in the field for 20-odd years. We're looking into the leads more. We still haven't figured out the connection between Lars and Hanada, though. There's no reason for them to be connected, let alone working together and, most likely, smuggling drugs. It's bizarre. We're glad your team is keeping you safe. You need at least 2 more years of training before you start doing field work like this. You're a strong kid, but there are some things you just need to be older for. Kenpotomo. Shinso is doing better. Thank you for asking about him. It's weird that you can't find the connection between Lars and Hanada further than there being the connection in the first place. It's not like they're the same person. My team is working to annoy me, that's for sure. I care for them all, but I will fight any of them without prompting 99% of the time. Sincerely, oh our God. FING hell. Hanada and Lars are the same FNG person. We cannot believe we didn't figure this out. We're done, we quit. We're moving to Korea and we're going to work at a bar and sell flowers on the weekend. Clearly we're not cut out for this job anymore. Well, now that you figured that out for us, this might actually be a lot easier than we anticipated. Analysis is attached as always. Kenpo Chat title, Trigger Ed. Mowgli, That. Bigra, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knight. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Eokis Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Mowgli. So just to update everyone, the connection between Hanada, from the first I was involved in with Eraserhead, and Lars, the leader of Aesir, the Norwegian mafia, is actually that they're the same person. Mowgli, who'd have seen it coming, huh? Mowgli, Kenpo is still trying to figure out how exactly he connects to the rest of the case, but we, them, Sir Night Eye, Dad and I, feel better about this lead and we're hoping to have more for you in the next couple weeks. Mowgli, also, I would like to publicly let everyone know that I have a picture of it Yeehaw, KS, crying over chicken nuggets. Yeehaw KS how? Yeehaw, KS also it is for him. Why are you awake? Mowgli, trauma. Mowgli, actually, it's because of insomnia but undersir. Yeehaw KS also. How do you know Kenpo? They are one of the most cryptid heroes and that's including Eraserhead. Mowgli, they went to college with me mum. Yeehaw KS neat. Bagheera, problem child. Mowgli, frick. My dad caught me. Bagheera, you literally tagged everyone. Mowgli, frick my dad caught me. Mowgli, Bagheera, expelled. Bagheera, if you don't sleep then you're expelled. Mowgli, fine. But only because I know you'll just tell mom if I don't sleep. Yeehaw, KS are you Eraserhead's actual child? Mowgli, Bagheera, no. Mowgli, Bagheera, yes. Mowgli, Laughing face. Chat name the plants. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo cactus cactus. Shinso Hitoshi twig. Uraraka Ochako boulder. Todoroki Shudo Christmas tree Christmas tree. Deciduous tree. Did y'all know that Ida's mom is the coolest? She has met me once and gave me a notebook with signatures from several pro heroes. I'd have never gotten them from myself. Christmas tree. Neat. That's pretty cool, Mito. Iza's mom drove 30 minutes just to give him a hug. She also gave me a hug and I appreciate her very much. Did y'all know she's a scary but lawyer? She threatened the chief of police in Hosu for trying to not give me credit for my part in Stain's arrest. Deciduous tree. I love my mom very much. Deciduous tree. And their reasoning was stupid. Zawa very deliberately gave you permission to use your quirk. Deciduous tree. There was zero reason to not give you due credit. Deciduous tree. Anyways, laws are dumb. Cactus. You're becoming a hero to uphold the law though. Deciduous tree. I'm becoming a hero to save people and out of spite. Deciduous tree. The law barely matters here. Stick it to the man. Christmas tree. My father is getting credit for the takedown of 2 of the 3 Nomu. Deciduous tree. I ran over his toes once and I am not afraid to do it again. Deciduous tree. Speaking of toes, I can wiggle mine now. Hell yeah, Mito. That's awesome, bush. Cactus. Can't wait until you're kicking butt again. Cactus. Not that you can't kick but in a wheelchair. Christmas tree. Glad to hear it. Deciduous tree. I'm gonna punch Shigaraki in the duck next time I see him. Duck. Cactus. Duck. Duck. Christmas tree. Poos. Deciduous tree. Enst Bajix I nank to do. Christmas tree said for some meticulous. My internship was, unfortunately, cut short. I did, however, get to witness an argument between Aizawa and Izuku about which cat cafe they were going to take me to. It was quite the sight. I'm surprised Tadu hadn't talked more about how Izuku is clearly Aizawa's secret love child. Christmas tree. I asked him once. Christmas tree. He didn't even deny it. Deciduous tree. He my dad person shrugging medium light skin and what's there to deny? Nice. Izuku is, and always has been, an optimistic pessimist. Some might call him a realist, but he spent most of his life both wanting to be the #1 hero despite not having a quirk, while simultaneously believing he'd never even get into a hero school and would spend the rest of his life in his childhood bedroom never making a single friend. Now, however, he's on track to be the first ever quirkless hero while also attending the top hero school in Japan, though not the world. Statistically speaking, the top hero school is in China. He's more realistic about his goals now. He plans to be an underground hero and is working with Present Mic to raise awareness about quirk discrimination through the hero's already established radio show. Izuku has also accepted that he's, probably, going to retire young due to a debilitating injury. He barely made it 3 weeks into the school year without nearly dying in a villain attack. To be fair, most first years, hell most second years, don't face villains in the way that Class 1A did. Usually, a hero in training will be involved in small-time villain attacks. The unplanned ones like a robbery or mugging. Often, these heroes in training will have their mentor with them calling the shots. Sometimes, things will go wrong and a hero in training will decide to leave the course because heroics isn't what they thought it would be. Maybe they're injured, or they see someone else get grievously injured. Maybe someone dies. They're lucky no one died at the USJ attack. The attack was devastating and traumatizing for every one of the hero students. To face death so early in their journey was not something easy to grapple with. It had been a close thing for both Izuku and his mentor. They would both be living with physical reminders of the attack for the rest of their lives. Even if Izuku was going to walk again, even if he could still be a hero, the scars would always be there. Zawa had the scar under his eye too. Proof of how close he'd come to never being able to use his quirk again, all because he had used it that last time before passing out to save Izuku's life. Izuku has been going to therapy and it helps, being able to talk about it with an objective and uninvolved party. But sometimes he gets hung up on the what-ifs. The recent arrest of Stain and Hitoshi's involvement have only made it worse. Not that he's blaming his friend, considering the outcome of that event could have been much worse. But now Izuku's thinking about the what-ifs of before he met Zawa. Before he finally reached the starting point everyone else had reached when they turned 4. He can't help but think of the slime villain incident as the catalyst for the rest of his life. It had been the single most humiliating experience, even if it had also been the kick in the butt he'd needed to actually do something instead of resting on his laurels like the chance to be a hero was going to just fall into his lap. What if he'd stayed home that day? He wouldn't have been attacked by the slime villain, a man by the name of Sawamura Astahito who was wanted for the deaths of 5 people. He wouldn't have been saved by All Might. He wouldn't have made the harebrained decision to attach himself to the hero's leg as he made a super-powered jump into the city. Never mind that the hero had completely foregone all post-saving protocols. Izuku hadn't realized it at the time, but it still gets to him. It doesn't matter that the number 1 hero was running out of time. He could have at least called for another hero to check in with Izuku. He wouldn't have asked that Deming question and had his hopes crushed. He wouldn't have been left on a rooftop in a part of town he rarely frequented. He was never going to do anything, even if the thought very briefly crossed his mind. Izuku would have never come across the sludge villain attacking Kaisi Bakugo. Bakugo likely would have died because the heroes were doing nothing. They didn't have the right quirks. Well, then because neither did he. Izuku had been bullied for being quirkless relentlessly. He'd been left for dead, only to be saved by his biggest tormentor. He'd been branded useless for longer than he'd been anything else. Izuku had every reason to be a villain. And yet he'd been the only one to do anything. The only one to rush in and do something. It was only then, when he was throwing his backpack and clawing at slime with tears in his eyes and thoughts of death in his head, that Izuku realized being quirkless was an advantage. He didn't have to worry about not having the right quirk. He could adapt. He could analyze and attack. He wasn't really useless. But then the heroes had stepped in, finally doing their jobs and berating Izuku for saving a life. If Izuku hadn't gone out that day, he never would have sent that first email, an analysis of that incident and everything those heroes could have done before Izuku had even arrived on scene. He wouldn't have been saved by All Might a second time. He wouldn't have stopped in a park to have a panic attack behind some bushes because he'd lived through 2 villain attacks. He wouldn't have emailed Zawa, his dad. He wouldn't have made it into UA. He wouldn't have met his friends. He wouldn't.